cycling.
Just little clips together.
Oh, one sec.
How's life going? Shia LaBeouf.
The charge is crazy. The charge is crazy on that, bro. Happened. It ain't working. Stay down. Stay down.
Damn.
I'm telling you, chill. Can you please see the cops? Chill. I'm gonna beat the out. Chill the up. I'm gonna beat the out, boy. Chill. Cut that out, bro. I'm telling you. We ain't out that. You do that one more time, we ain't gonna take it easy. Hey, down. That's enough, man. You ain't talking to me. Go, chill the out. Hey, hey.
Rip.
Have you seen the channel pour video of him? No, but Kyle Kalinske sent me a video that I kind of want to watch, which is crazy. It's titled "Why Everyone Hates Destiny," and I don't know why Kyle sent this video to me. I don't know what this account is that made this video, but it's like 30 minutes long.
They were probably chatting about something. Would be my guess. I seriously doubt Kyle just randomly shoots some hit pieces of me. Although it's possible. Kalinske seems like a guy who tries really hard to be like friendly with everybody. I hate that quality of people. But I don't know if I've ever heard of like Kyle like talking shit behind somebody's back while being friendly publicly. I mean, maybe he would, but I don't know. Double audio? What? Wait, is something happening? See my stream open twice.
I want nothing to do with this weird freak who is literally a predator. His entire world
Why? Literally a predator.
view is repulsive to me. He's a bad person. He's a bad father.
Dad?
He's
Okay.
just a bad
Yep.
person in general.
Husband? Twice
There's a
divorced,
whole different world
always
out
divorced.
there.
Son is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you, Hutch. That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey
You
Epstein?
did when you said, "Why you vote for Epstein over Katie Vance?"
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need to know Jeffrey
What do
Epstein's
you mean you don't need to
policy.
know? Here's what I know about him.
You said you're supposed to stand on abortion.
You voted for him over JD Vance.
Here is
You
what I
need
know
to know
about.
that.
Here is what I know about Hassan. He
Wait, is this the Lib Learn episode I still have to watch? Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. Do I not have this open? Park this for now. If you don't laugh at this in 6 seconds, ban me for life.
Fantastic. A Mexican with small hands did it. You got to try it.
Oh, really?
Nuggies! My tan is fantastic. A Mexican with small hands did it. You got to try it.
Oh, really?
Nuggies!
How can you watch my stream for so long and not understand my humor? It's not that. That noise.
Sick. My message in 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to.
Where is this audio coming from? Hold on one second. Jesus, fuck. Oh, I didn't know I had some crazy shit. Okay. The West-West divide. This video started playing a minute ago, and there's audio now.
To crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Now we don't vote. That's the message. Seriously. Can't blame anybody else. Bad advice, bad advisors, Biden's economy. Enough already. It didn't work. We're not voting. I'm staying home. And you know what? I hope the Democrats impeach him. I hope the Democrats impeach all of them. I hope they indict everybody. I hope they depose and compel the release of documents. And I hope they find all the criminal behavior. And I hope it destroys the GOP. I hope it creates a crisis for the GOP so severe that they never recover. And then I hope we get a fucking Nazi to run in 28. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that literally. I hope we get a fucking fascist to run in 28. To burn the GOP down as a dark horse and win the presidency as a right-wing radical. That is my hope. That is my playbook. That's what I want. I don't trust them anymore. They say, we just got to vote for...
Fuentes is literally the right-wing Hassan? Not at all. Oh, man, fuck. I'm trying to... How triggered am I feeling today? So the MAGA coalition will fall apart, or it's already fallen apart. I don't know if he supported Trump for president initially, though. But remember, Fuentes has his own political movement. He has the freedom to explore kind of ideas that he thinks are important and the freedom to try to build on or to try to rebuild, I guess. I think he's still in that phase of the political momentum that he had to get like a political movement to try to get ideally some people elected to have a PAC or something. Everything he's doing politically, like this navigation makes sense. But remember, like these people are politics-minded. Hassan is not politics-minded. So everything he's doing here, right, everybody can see the blood in the water from the MAGA movement kind of like bleeding pretty hardcore. Once Trump is gone, shit's going to be fucked. Like, I'm saying this for a couple of years now, right?
Vance, no, shut up. I'm not listening to you. The same people that brought you this garbage now want to sell you Vance. I'm not listening. You fucking people told...
He flip-flopped a bit in the build-up to the election. He supported Trump one week and hated him the next. Well, I think because Trump, I know one pain point was Israel. I don't know if Nick harped on the H-1B shit or not. I don't remember. But, I mean, if you're a Trump supporter and you're like a neo-Nazi or you're neo-Nazi adjacent, Trump's not really ever doing you the favors that you want to be done. Remember, Trump's entire political ideology is abstracted, unfortunately, from his psychology, which is just like him being insanely... egotistical, narcissistic, or whatever. Like, that's it.
Told me that Trump was going to deliver a golden age and mass deportations and $2 trillion in cuts and charter cities and all this crap. You lied. It didn't happen. Now you're selling us on Vance? I don't think so. I'm not even listening anymore. I'm not voting. And they could say whatever they want. Say whatever you want. Try and squirm and struggle and flail around. I am not listening anymore. I am not voting. I am not reasonable anymore. We all played that for the last, how many cycles? Were we the reasonable ones? Hold your nose and vote, lesser of two evils. We can't let the Democrats win. Okay, well, we let the Republicans win. Look at what that has profited us. I know it's profited Israel. I know it's profited Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the rich. What good is that doing us? What good is that doing any of us?
Do you think this will actually impact the Republicans at all? How much influence does Nick have? Still not much, I wouldn't say. I don't think that this necessarily... impacts the Republicans. This is more responsive to the negative impact that Republicans are having. Remember, regardless of what people say, there's going to be a huge power vacuum once Trump is gone, and there are like people who know this and who want to position themselves to try to absorb all of that empty space afterwards. And Nick would obviously like to be that for sure, but I don't know in terms of like having like politicians, like lawmakers elected and everything. I'm not sure.
They live in cities like Chicago or New York or LA or even the red states for that matter. It's not doing us any good. Ken Griffin, Trump's boy, is down there in Miami, back in the Democrat mayor over there. I'm out. You lost me. I voted for Trump in 2016 because Trump was an outsider, because Trump was a disruptor. Trump was going to destroy the establishments of both parties. That's not what he is anymore. And that's not what Vance is either, by a long shot. We need something else. I don't care where it comes from. I don't care who it is.
Would you say that Nick separating himself from the Republicans will drag them further right? I don't think we're not like on a left-right paradigm anymore. Not with the current MAGA movement. These guys are not. MAGA is not like. I don't know where MAGA is, or maybe could you argue they're like third position? Like, it's just hard because they have no consistent policy platform. Like Trump could come out tomorrow and say, How many gun manufacturers are European? Like Glock is that's an Austrian company, right? H&K, like all these other HK. I don't know how you say this. Or like Sig Sauer. Are these American companies? Sig Sauer. What the fuck kind of name is that? That can't be American, right? Swiss. Oh yeah. Like I wonder if Trump could come out and talk about how Europeans are killing Americans with guns more than fentanyl people are, so we need to like ban guns, or we need to heavily restrict guns because so much of them come from European producers or manufacturers. I wonder if Trump could like get a gun ban that way. You know, like I'm just saying, I don't think the Republican Party has like any principled positions on fucking anything right now. So when you ask me, you know, like could he pull them further right from what? I don't even know where they're at. They're not even on the spectrum right now. Again, the tariff shit is just crazy weird. Like I don't know how you got them all to accept what's essentially like a shitty version of a value-added tax, a national sales tax.
All options are on the table, other than voting for the GOP. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Is that not what we have been doing? Republican in 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. At what point do you say, let's try something else? We tried it that way.
Name an American gun company. I feel like my shotgun, Browning. Isn't Browning? Or Winchester? Aren't they? I don't know. Are they? Remington? Colt, Smith & Wesson. Oh, Smith & Wesson. Is Hassan just a normal champagne socialist? I feel like your critique of him is more than that. But that's sort of the takeaway I've come from. I mean, a little bit, but it's Hassan just doesn't play. They're not playing the game of politics. The lefties don't play politics. They just wear the aesthetic of politics and they play social media games. That's it. Oh man. Okay. Oh, I retweeted. This was a good ass tweet. This struggle against the left flank from center's working class politics has been ongoing for far longer than these last election cycles. Rip, Jesse Jackson. Does Hassan hate MLK? Wasn't MLK like kind of an Israeli or an Israel simp? Has Hassan ever talked about that before?
I don't give a fuck what black people care about. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. Even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield, okay? Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance, okay? I don't give a fuck what black people care about. The Democratic...
King.
Sure. And to all of you, and Congressman, I'll start with you, would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, you know, I think that this is a,
Today, Julia?
This is, of course, a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point, and we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
I mean, I wonder if she was thrown off by the question maybe, but what's the big deal about this?
Offer.
Hold on.
Offer. And to all of you, and Congressman, I'll start with you, would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
what are you even supposed to say to that? You can't say yes because I don't even know how, if we recognize Taiwan, or we have that weird, don't we have that weird like ambiguity when it comes to Taiwan? And you can't say no because you don't want to signal that if China invades Taiwan, we'd let it go. Hold the same position we always had. Do we have a clear position on Taiwan? I don't think, does the United States have a super clear position on Taiwan? I like AOC, but that should have been a fucking easy yes. Is it? I thought, don't we, isn't like, we recognize one China, we don't explicitly say which Chinese government? Yeah, something like that, okay. I'm not sure. I don't know what the U.S. position is related to that, or what. I think Biden committed troops on the ground for Taiwan. That was a pretty clear stance. Oh, okay.
You know, I think that this is such a, you know, I think that this is a...
I'm surprised she wasn't ready for this question, though, I guess, if she's like at an international conference and foreign policy is being discussed, right?
Today, Junior!
This is, of course, a very long-standing...
People saying that she looks weak or unqualified and it lowers her stock for running for president. Every single person saying that is either racist or sexist. I'm sorry, but Donald Trump proved that you can have Down syndrome and be elected president of the United States of America. The reality is Americans as a whole are not even qualified to evaluate the intelligence of a political candidate when they've elected Donald Trump twice. Or, depending on if you ask half of them, 3 times, because they think they won in 2020. So that's a non-factor. I wouldn't even remotely consider... AOC could literally have a fucking stroke and be in an ER and could pass any test on any domestic foreign policy, IQ or whatever, compared to Trump. Donald Trump literally is out here bragging about passing 3 cognitive tests to prove that he has good mental faculty in a month. And he's like, I passed 3 of them. I must be super... It's like, bro, why are you even getting these? Just stop. I wonder what Biden did say about Taiwan. Biden, Taiwan, United States.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
King!
That's the commitment we made. We support the one China policy. We support all that we've done in the past. But that does not mean that China has the ability, the jurisdiction to go in and use force to take over Taiwan. So we stand firmly with Japan and with other nations not to let that happen. And my expectation is it will not happen. It will not be attempted. And my expectation is a lot of it depends upon just how strongly the world makes clear that that kind of action is going to result in long-term disapprobation by the rest of the community.
True! We don't say, yes, we'll defend Taiwan so that we have to defend Taiwan. We say, yes, we'll defend Taiwan so that we don't have to defend Taiwan. Right? Does that make sense? What a king. Okay. Sorry. Couldn't AOC... Yeah, I'm curious why AOC didn't give a stronger answer to that. I'm not sure. What is this? I know you guys disagree with the idea that Trump is the greatest threat to free speech, that America has seen a degeneration. I would like to see right-wingers engage in actual debate. Get our cast to debate Destiny on my show Friday, 6 p.m. Wait, why is Destiny coming on this time? The debate prompt. Yeah, I think I agreed to it. I don't know if any of these guys will agree to it, but... Destiny, he walked back on this. I think I might be wrong, but one of the times in his admin, he walked back on his rhetoric for Taiwan. They had a pretty neutral position. I might be wrong in this specific case, though. It was definitely around the time when his defense secretary was going to China to talk to Xi. Oh, did he walk back on this? Oh. Wait. Okay. That's called strategic ambiguity? No, shut the fuck up. Strategic ambiguity is when you don't publicly, I think, acknowledge certain things, but in terms of like military stuff, but you would never want to have ambiguity. Actually, I can't give a specific definition of strategic ambiguity. Maybe your capabilities or whatever, but you would never want to have like diplomatic ambiguity, or you don't want to have ambiguity for as to what your response would be for a thing, because you want that to be known, because you want other players to be making action. Well, assuming we want a peaceful world. I'm sorry. With the assumption that we don't want every country going to war all the time, we don't want to have ambiguity as to whether or not we would defend a country or not. We want that to be known so that if somebody is attacking, then we know exactly what we're committed to. Like if somebody's going to break into my house, I don't want it to be ambiguous whether or not I have a firearm. Ideally, I would want it to be known that I do have a firearm so that if you break in, I could shoot and kill you very easily because I know that you know that I have one. So you're going to die if you come in here, or you run away because you don't want to, get into a firefight. Generally speaking. I mean, there's probably going to be exceptions. It probably just depends on all the things. I don't know. Never mind. I wouldn't make any hard rules there. Shut the fuck up. Ban that guy. ICE arrested people with no criminal convictions or charges have increased significantly under Trump's administration. Time reports. He previously said he would deport the worst of the worst criminals. Aha. They're brown, so. ICE arrested people with no criminal convictions. 60,000 people. Damn. Only 29,940,000 to go, although some have self-deported, so. Nick is just a right-wing Hassan. You pretending that he is somehow beneficial to the right is a very bad take. What? How did I say Nick is beneficial to the right? I don't know if I say anything in terms of benefits, or it just depends on your perspective of what you're looking to benefit or not. The reason why I say Nick and Hassan aren't anywhere similar to each other is because Hassan doesn't do politics, but Nick is like interested in political power. Hassan just wants to be like an influencer, like a YouTuber. McKenna Graves has been cast as Daphne in the live-action Scooby-Doo series. Live-action Scooby-Doo series? Okay. Statement from Gnome. Our scoop from earlier. Tricia McLaughlin has served with exceptional dedication, tenacity, and professionalism as Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. She's leaving. What happened with her? One of the Trump administration's most vocal defenders of its aggressive immigration crackdown is leaving. His opinion, as public opinion, sours against the hardline approach. I wonder why these people leave. Like, you could say they're throwing somebody under the bus, but throwing them under the bus for who? Like, my guess is 85% of Americans don't even know who this person is. Like, are they really saving face, or is anybody caring or having opinions changed as a result of any of this? Destiny, is it necessarily bad to have political commentators that don't want to be engaged in actual politics? Yes, it is bad. Now, when I say actual politics, I don't mean they're running for office or they're like directly affiliated with a candidate. I mean, they're trying to get political power. Politics is about getting political power in your political system, right? Or influencing political power in your political system. So in a democracy, you want to be able to exert influence over lawmakers, over the president, over cabinet level officials, over executive agencies. Like, this is like politics, it's political power. And so somebody like Fuentes ideally would have a Groyper caucus in the House or the Senate, where the House would be amazing for Nick. That would be like his ideal. For somebody like Hassan doesn't care about politics per se. He just like talks about it and then makes money off of it. But he doesn't care to actually influence any of it or to try to get anybody elected. He doesn't want to wield any political power. He just kind of wants to talk about stuff all day. Now, in and of itself, that wouldn't be a bad thing. But the issue is that these things, to a lot of people, seem to overlap, or they're hard to distinguish from one another. So then you end up in a world where people on the left look to Hassan as like, well, is this guy speaking for Democrats? And then people on the right can use Hassan as like an attack vector. But the annoying thing is that he's not playing the same game that conservatives or even center-left liberals are, because he doesn't care at the end of the day if any of his people get elected or if he's able to influence any policy or not. He just wants to talk about it. That's it. And the confusion of those two things are very detrimental, I think, to our side. Rumors are circulating about Jeffrey Epstein's DNA being in the COVID shots. Uh-oh. Which ones? All of them? A striker bill will be heard in the Arizona Senate tomorrow that would require county election officials to enter into an agreement with ICE, allowing them to enter vote centers and polling places. That's spooky. Is this expected to die, or? Wouldn't Hassan's ideal be a Congress full of Mamdanis? No. Again, you've got a guy who is from a 9-figure net worth family who individually is worth 8 figures, who does nothing to advance his political beliefs. You can't say that a person like that is practicing politics. He doesn't do anything to build up or support contentious elections or to help political figures that could build his movement or to support local races or to get people doing anything on the ground or anything. He doesn't mobilize his audience or anything. He just talks about stuff, makes money, and then flies around the world collecting like clout and influence or whatever. But only for more social media stuff, not for political power stuff. Early voting just opened today for the Senate Texas primary. It's an interesting race. Crockett versus Tallarico. A lot of people are mad that Crockett is in this, right? Because they say that she can't really win.
James Tallarico.
Thank you.
Now, here's the thing. I don't usually say this to a guest, but if people are watching this right now, it's because they found us online on YouTube. I did an act of the show that's on tonight explaining why. It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas.
Okay. Wait. Wait. Hello. Wait. Yeah? No, wait. Okay. Fuck. Never mind. I'm getting trolled. Wait. Is my volume a little bit quieter? That guy in chat just fucking destroyed my brain. Okay, wait. I didn't have this on before. If I turn this on now... Wait, this should be on. Wait. Okay, yeah. Wait, this should be on. I don't know why that was off. Okay, never mind. We're good. This is good. Perfect. Okay. This is the interview Donald Trump didn't want you to see. As FCC refused to air my interview with Stephen Colbert. Wait, why did they block? I saw something. I saw like threads on this. Why, do you think Crockett will be able to flip Texas? I haven't looked into any of the Texas races at all, so I have no idea. I don't know. I always volume boost your stream. There is no world where you are volume boosting my stream. Shut the fuck up. Feshel in YouTube chat. You are lying, okay? My healthcare making $60K a year through company is $1,400 a month. What do you think about that? That's crazy expensive. CBS retards did it, but they only did it after Trump admin threatened them, basically. Based, okay. I also volume boost you. There's no shot that all of you are volume boosting my stream. Every single clip that I watch online is so fucking quiet. What? I'm getting trolled. Wait, hold on. How loud is my stream? CBS retards per se. He just like talks about it and then makes money off of it. But he doesn't care to actually.
I think that.
Taiwan, 1,900,000. There's no shot.
The show that's on tonight.
Okay. I need to go back to the people's headphones or something. I need to find out. I need to poll. What do you guys listen to my stream on? Or what do you guys? There's no shot. There's no way. I feel like I'm getting trolled. You guys all have hearing damage. You're too many AirPods. You got your car radios up way too loud. You got too many AirPods stuck in your ear at the volume too high. You guys have hearing damage. That's on you, okay? That's on you guys. All right, I'll wait. I'm going to bump this right here. Wait, test. Hello, hello. Oh, now it's just massively. Wait, now it sounds like ass. Testing. Wait. The volume's not even that much louder. Are you putting this because it sounds bad? Because it's clipping? Or because it actually sounds loud? Oh my God, hold on. Talk, retard. All right, I'll wait. Talk. I'm going to bump this right here. Wait, test. Hello, hello. Oh, now it's just massively. Wait, now it sounds like ass. Wait, it doesn't even sound that much different. Hello? I'm going to bump this right here. Wait, I'm getting trolled. You guys all have bro. I hate all of you. Testing 1, 2. I want you to know how much I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Add here. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2. Test. Okay, wait. Why do I even have that? I don't even need that. Hold on. Testing 1, 2. Test. No, I don't like that. Well, no, wait. Hello, hello. Do. Okay. Nope, this is good. I'm leaving it right here. I think. No, wait, hold on. Try this. No, but then this brings in, no, this is way too much background noise. And it sounds like ass. Oh, you guys are going to trigger the fuck out of me. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. We're not doing anything else today, so why not? Yeah, you know what? We are going to do this right now. Fuck it. I got nothing else going on in my life. I have nothing else that I would rather do today than fuck with this. Okay. Okay. Boom. That's off. We're okay. Yep. Where are we at? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay. Hello. Testing. 1. Okay, that's clipping. Okay. 40. Too much. 35. Hello. Oh, nope. Too much. Hello. Testing. 1, 2. Hello. Hello. Okay. Let's try 22. Okay. We're going to sit right here. Hello? Yeah, okay. It's quiet. That's okay. We're going to turn on this guy right here. Okay. Do we see this channel turning red? I'm looking for the red. Barely. I can maybe, you know what? Yeah, we'll bump that. 2 more. Okay. Hello. Test. Yep. Okay. Once we get to that thing, the red, nah, we're fine there. Okay. And then if I need a little bit more, do I need a little bit more right here? Testing. Oh, no, that sounds bad, I think, right? So not there. I would have to add here. Let's fucking add some right there. Does that help at all? Okay. Testing. 1, 2. All right. Does this sound blown the fuck out? Or is this okay? Okay. Now we're going to sit at this volume until I get OneGuy'd again in the future. A little loud. Can't you turn it down? Can't you turn it fucking down? If it's loud, can't you turn the volume down? Turn your speakers down. True. Do I want to have this, my washer in the fucking background? No, I don't. I need the biggest drop off. Just like that. There we go. Too aggressive. Hold on. Wait, I can turn this up though, right? Testing. Hello? Okay, fuck it. No. Yes. No. Hello? Wait. All the way up here? Over here. There we go. Okay. It's going to sit right here, and you're going to fucking like it. And I don't give a fuck what else you guys say about it. Fuck all of you. I hate all of you. No, this is too aggressive. I don't like it. Fuck. Okay, here. The lower part of I'm setting the lower part of this fucking curve. Right there. Okay, there we go. There. Okay. There. I don't like... It's just the sound I wash. I should just close my door. Hold on. There. Okay. Jesus Christ. I hate all of you so much. I don't like the bottom end of this curve. Like, I don't like that you can hear background noise, and then when the noise reaches a certain dB threshold, then it just completely goes silent. It feels unnatural. Okay. Make it more bright? No, this is how my voice always normally sounds in real life. Stay mad. I'm comparing your volume to a bunch of random YouTube videos from different channels. You're significantly quieter, maybe like 20%. I wouldn't even bother. Okay, but every time we go and look at other things, everything is so much quieter. I don't understand. Every fucking post on my subreddit. Let's go find the first subreddit post. You know what? We're going to go find the very first thing. Let's see what the volume is.
The nominee, I wouldn't discount the idea of voting for her to be the nominee if I thought...
So you think it's no big deal, right?
This is appropriately volumed for once in your fucking lives. This one is appropriately volumed. So whoever you are, embarrassed but base, good job.
It's no big deal.
I agree.
You agree with that?
Is there no release sitting on the gate? Yeah, I have it turned all the way up right now, though. I need to move to another apartment. I need to get away from this fucking washing machine, okay? One day we're going to do an HDR video, but for audio. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Yes. Okay. Hold on. Stop donating to me. I don't ever want any donations ever. Does this cause anything to blow out, or does this change? Does this sound more blown out, or no? Testing 1 2. No. Yes. A bit. Maybe your mom is blown out. It doesn't sound like it's clipping at all. Good. The tweak you made now makes it worse. Okay, let me turn that off. Okay, this sounds better than the thing I just had. It's worse now. It was worse before, and now it's worse. It's perfect. It's neutral now. Okay. This is how it's going to stay. I hate all of you. You know what? Later today, because I need to buy a new microphone system before I go to London, because I don't want to hold these fucking XLR cables. So, you know what? We'll spend an hour on this later. I don't give a fuck. We will do it. Okay. Back to the news. Told the Denny's waiter to round up to 70 for tip, and this MF uses employee discount on our order. Ooh. Big no-no. Not good. Destiny, I've done this so many times. Depending on who your POS is, you can just print off like a pre-receipt before you actually cash it out. So you should just print off the early receipt, give it to the customer, and then cash them out after your discount. Not that I would ever recommend doing that ever, but... Which is exactly what I did. Good job. Did you set up your new UPS? Nope. It's sitting in my car. How mad are you? Unpopular opinion time from our lunatic Brianna Wu. The Pawtucket shooter claimed to be trans was also far-right MAGA. Conservative, married, had children, had guns, sexually attracted women. Oh, this person I think was I don't think they were MAGA. I think this person was a fucking Fuentes fan. I feel like I was going through their Twitter, but I went through like 100 pages of posts and they were all like 3 days old. This person posts a lot. I don't know if they were a griper per se or just kind of like they weren't like a never Trump Republican. Like there are two types of never Trump Republicans. They're like, oh, you don't support Trump? Yeah, I think he's a bad person. And you're like, oh, you don't support Trump? You're like, yeah, I think he's owned by Israel. Those are like the two non-Trump supporting types of conservative people. But I don't think I don't think this person was a standard MAGA type at all. Do you think the Trump shooter was a griper? I don't know if they were a griper per se. Just go through their social media. Somebody linked it yesterday in chat, and you can go through a lot of it. And it's very weird. Yeah. Oh, I had it up. Is it this account? This T Girl Kuda? This person tweets so much. How old is your account? Hold on. Do you think they were actually trans? I think so, yes. I think so. Oh, it says they've had an account since 2015, but they have 34,000 posts. That's probably not that much over 12 years. They must be posting a lot more recently. I feel like I scroll down and this person has so many posts. Destiny, you're on top of LSF? For why? What did I do this time? Tectone's court docs reveals he doesn't like vaginas. Okay, based. Do I need to watch this?
Romanticizes.
Oh wait, I need to watch this other thing first. Make sure I'm like caught up on our 2 meme subreddits. Korean streamer nearly loses phone in Brazil.
No. What are you doing? Oh, thank you, bro. What the fuck? What are you doing?
The driver just takes off.
Oh, thank you, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck is doing, bro?
He's like, don't worry, bro. I'll keep you safe. Because I'm going to steal your phone.
Gracias. Holy people, bro. Fuck.
He said, give me the phone or I'll kill you.
Damn, bro. You guys see that, bro? Yeah. Wow, fuck. Driver saved my phone.
Yeah. No tip. Just
Obrigado. Damn. You guys see that? One guy.
He needs your pin, bro. Give him your pin.
I got
Pay attention.
Here first. I was trying to close the door, but he just grabbed my door.
And did he?
Yeah, tried to rob me, bro. Yeah. You picked the. Damn, bro. You guys see that, bro? Yeah. Wow, fuck. Driver saved my phone. Yeah. Obrigado. Damn. You guys see that? One guy.
Wait, what? He said he needs the code to start the ride because he has a pin on his thing. I don't think he gave it to him. This guy's just taking him to a fucking kidnapper, bro. Scaling. Oh. Giraffe steals streamers' food. This guy got his phone stolen like 5 times in the past year. LOL. Oh. Public service announcement. because I care about you guys so much, okay? Be careful. If you ever lose your phone and then you get a text message and it's like a concerned citizen who's like, hey, somebody is tracking you using your iPhone. I just want to let you know that I think somebody bad got a hold of it and they're trying to track you or something. In order to make it so they can't track you, just remove your phone from the Find My thing so that they can't use it to locate your other devices. Anytime somebody sends you a message like that, what they're trying to do is that if you delete yourself from the Find My thing, it allows the other person to reset the phone so that they don't have to just cut it up and part it out. They can sell the whole thing again. But as long as it's attached to like a Find My Apple or iPhone thing, the phone is like perma locked and encrypted or whatever, and they can't do anything with it. So don't fall for that one, okay? I don't remember which subreddit I saw that. That's definitely a thing I would have fallen for, 100%. But Jesus.
Yeah, is it 4-4? I forget. Is it 4-4? I think it's 4-4.
Same for Android. It binds your Google account. Gotcha. Wait, what? King. Damn, he fell right down the center of the... is that like the max... Is this like a max fall from finding the stronghold? Can you fall from a further place? King. How exactly does that work if you use your phone? I don't know what you're asking. What do you mean? If you're... Most iPhones, you have an option to attach them to like the Find My account thing or whatever, so that if it gets lost, you can push a button to find it or whatever. But if you lose your phone, and then if somebody, how do they message you? What do you mean? I don't understand if this is a meme message or if you guys are fucking retarded. Usually people get their SIM transferred to a new phone if they've lost their last one. What do you mean, how do they message you? Do you just abandon your phone number? I don't understand why so many people are telling me this retarded fucking question. How do they message you? Oh, how would they get your phone number actually? Wait, never mind. That's a good question. Sorry, I was interpreting that question way differently. That was my bad. You know what? I'm rebooting, okay? How do they message you? Wait, well, that's a good question. Hold on. Got a message from guy, Find My phone, Reddit. They can take your SIM card out? Is it trivially difficult to extract a phone number from a SIM card? Like if you pop that SIM into another device, will it give you the phone number? Well, it should, right? Gotcha, okay. I feel like I've used eSIMs for a long time now, so fuck that shit. I had my phone stolen a few months ago, and I'm receiving messages asking me to remove my phone from Find My application. Oh, this was one. Yo! I bought an iPhone 14 Pro Max I'm using. It has your messages, emails, cards, bank notes, personal information on it, even your SIM number that you transferred. I get your calls. It was not erased. Did you make an insurance claim? Yes, I did an insurance claim. Can you send me a screenshot of your phone? The erase request you made didn't work. It was connected on Wi-Fi in China, then got jailbreak, and still saying pending. It won't erase remotely. I'm telling you this because the phone is going to be auctioned on the black market with your personal information and everything about you that you had on it. All your info, including your phone number, address, and everything will be cloned. That's what I'm telling you, so you can remove it from your device list, and I will factory reset it manually and remove the number. To remove it, open the Find My app on your home screen, then go to Devices, click the old device, and hit Remove this device at the bottom. Wow. What a helpful guy.
Speed! Hi, brother. Good night. What? Google my name, Deepa Kick. Deepa? Kick. Deepa Kick.
Kick streamer Deepak gets phone stolen. Wait, that's not the same guy. Is that another guy? What was the guy's name up here? Just Korean streamer. I'm assuming it's a different streamer. Damn. Deepak is Indian. Deepak is Jewish. David Pacman? How do you feel about states increasing the amount required to be stolen from $500 to $1,000 to be a felony? Pretty much anytime someone stole the phone before, I could hit them with a felony. Now I usually can't. Man, I don't know. I feel like... You ever get your phone stolen out of your hands? Only when your mom catches me recording her. In a video game. Intuitively, I want to say I feel like felony or how bad stealing something is. I don't know if it should be tied to a dollar amount necessarily. Sometimes I feel like the thing being stolen is important too. But I don't even know how you would draw rules around that. Like imagine if I stole somebody's insulin, but like the vial was only worth, I don't know, fucking $20 or $80. I don't know how much the cartridges are worth for some glucose pump thing. Or insulin pump thing. But like I feel like that would be a lot worse than stealing a radiator? I don't know. What the fuck is worth $550? I think stealing phones is like the worst thing in the world. But phones, in my mind, are similar to cars in that you kind of like need them to function in today's world. And the really sad thing, although it's not as bad now, but if somebody steals a phone with a bunch of like pictures in it, and you don't have them anymore, that can be really sad. I lost my phone in a theater like 10 years ago, and I had like a bunch of baby pictures of Nathan on it, and my phone was gone by the time I got back to the theater. That triggered the fuck out of me. But nowadays everything is like auto backed up and everything, so I don't know. Powerlifter slaps guy for disrespecting his wife. Wait.
Don't do whoa.
Can I get a hug?
Don't do whoa.
I know we're streaming and shit.
No, hey, bro, don't disrespect the king like that. You know why?
She a queen, though.
Oh man, is he drunk or is he retarded? Socially retarded? I can't tell.
Can I get a hug?
Don't do whoa.
I know we're streaming and shit.
No, hey, bro, don't disrespect the king like that.
Like he seems like he's like
don't disrespect,
a little drunk. I don't know.
Disrespect the king like that. You know why?
She a queen, though.
Like why would you argue here? Like the guy's putting you on notice. What are you doing?
Listen. Whoa. I know we stream.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oof. I mean, you're kind of signing up for an ass whipping at this point, right?
You gotta chill. You gotta chill. I know we streaming, nigga. You drunk. Hey, handle your liquor, nigga. I know we streaming, but handle your shit.
His wife up for grabs.
Hey, he's been.
Like.
He been mad disrespectful.
Hey,
did you get that?
This.
What are you doing with your hands? Listen.
You ready for him?
What are you doing? Oh my god.
Whoa!
I mean.
Dean.
All night getting shit on.
Yeah.
I was
Dean.
waiting for that fucking moment.
That was a real ass. Dean.
All night getting shit on.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He's even got the augment to make him extra.
I was waiting for that fucking moment.
That was a real ass slap, nigga. Get your ass in the van, nigga. It was a hard ass slap, nigga. Come on. Come on.
Bitch ass nigga, fuck this nigga.
Come on.
In the van.
You did good, nigga. Hey, fuck that shit. Come on.
Who's this guy? His camera dude or?
Come on.
In the comments, there is extra video. It's nuts. Like, what are you doing here? You got to know like what fights you can take and what fights you can't. Like, why is he acting like what? Like, nah, man, I'm gonna, I'm gonna go get the 300-pound dude who's a foot taller than me. I'm gonna go get him back.
Hey, fuck that shit. Come on.
What did the guy do initially that was bad?
Don't disrespect.
Well,
don't do. Whoa.
He's trying to hug his girlfriend or wife or whatever here, and the guy's telling him no. So that's already like, okay, well, chill.
Whoa.
I know we're streaming and shit.
I know, hey, bro.
And he's being nice. He's putting him on. Listen, I know we're streaming and stuff, so maybe you're just doing this for content, right? He's giving him a way out, right? I know we're streaming, and I'm sure The only reason why you're doing this fuck shit right now is because we're streaming, okay? But I'm just letting you know.
Oh, don't disrespect. Don't take this.
And then his friend over here, this guy's friend, and I'm assuming he's friendly with this guy, is also like, hey, don't disrespect him, you know, whatever.
Like that. You know why?
She a queen, though.
But he's like, I can't tell if this guy's drunk or just really fucking retarded. Or has like never been the smallest guy in the room or something. I don't know. It's not like this guy looks intimidating or anything. I don't know. This guy has like all the cockiness of a dude who has 10 fully armed bodyguards behind him, but right now he has none. So
Listen. Whoa, I know we stream. You gotta chill.
We get you.
like, I'm surprised he didn't hit him here. I think he could have, and I would have been like, yeah, what do you expect? But I mean, like, these guys might just be generally chillish dudes. I mean, hitting anybody is probably not good, but
You gotta chill.
We get you. I know we stream, nigga. You drunk. Hey, handle your liquor, nigga. I know we streaming, but handle your shit.
His wife up for grabs.
Hey,
that's a crazy comment to make too. This just feels like somebody who's never had their ass beat before, especially with this dude. Right? I don't know. Am I crazy? This guy looks like he could look at you like strongly enough and kill you. Why would you say that?
His wife up for grabs.
Hey, he's been mad disrespectful.
Hey,
did you get that?
This.
We're doing with your hands. Listen.
You guys want 200 get it?
He's a boxing influencer. He got popular for making boxing YouTube videos. Yeah, sure, but this guy still looks like he's like 100 pounds heavier and like a foot taller. Like, what, is he going to take him out? And he's got this other guy here who's clearly like not on board with him being weird and stupid.
His wife up for grabs.
Hey, he's been mad disrespectful. Hey, did you get that?
This.
He's 150 on him. It's 130 versus 280.
We're doing with your hands. Listen.
You guys want 200 get it?
He even tried to get his gun after.
200 get it?
Oh! I gotta step in and ref this.
Okay, go ahead.
Dean lost that argument. Let's move on.
No.
Yeah, let's move on. That's good. Everybody always gonna be
Why do
split.
you agree with me?
Let's go. Everybody always gonna be split.
Fuck what they talking about.
Everybody always gonna be split. We always gonna be split on that.
She agree with me.
We always gonna be.
Rampage Jackson and the hat and sunglasses is a former. Is he the guy whose kid did some stupid shit in some pro wrestling match or whatever, or like a wrestling match?
Split on that.
Yeah. Okay.
You can't tell me, nigga. You can't tell
Nigga,
me.
y'all, hey, nigga, how in the fuck, yo, black ass gonna steal a fucking glass from the restaurant?
Hey, but she agree with me. Can I get a hug?
Don't do. Oh, whoa.
I know we're streaming this shit.
She agree with me.
Oh, hey, we always gonna be split on that.
You can't tell me, nigga. You can't tell me.
Nigga, y'all, hey, nigga, how in the fuck, yo.
Like, I feel like this guy, both these guys seem to be like pretty socially aware and they understand what's going on. Like, this guy here is even trying to like distract them. Like, this guy's talking shit and he goes like, yo, hey, why you get a fucking glass from inside, man? What's going on here? Oof. This is rough.
Black ass gonna steal a fucking glass from the restaurant.
And this guy is just not picking up on it at all. Or I don't know if I just don't know how drunk he is or what's going on, or if he's just a fucking retard.
Hey, but she agree with me. Can I get a hug?
Don't do. Oh, whoa.
I know we're streaming this shit.
I know, hey, bro. Don't disrespect this motherfucker
I ain't
like that.
disrespecting nobody, bro.
Nigga, hey, I don't give a fuck, nigga. With your fake ass.
I just want a hug.
He's trying to diffuse so hard. I don't know if this guy's a piece of shit otherwise. I'm sorry, because I know there's all that Rampage Jackson drama. I don't know if that was just his kid or him. This guy over here is fucking going to the mat, broing out for this guy here to save his ass. He's trying, oh my God, he's doing everything he can to bail this guy out. Holy shit. Oh no.
What happened?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Between the two of you.
She just want a hug. What happened?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
And then,
I'm sorry.
Between the two of you.
We agree.
I'm sorry. I just did that shit to fuck with this nigga.
She the only one that agree with me.
Real talk.
She the only one that agree with me.
Hey, no. Don't disrespect. Don't disrespect the king like that.
Nigga.
He a king, nigga. He a king. You know why?
She a queen, though.
Listen. Whoa. I know we streaming. You gotta chill.
We get you. I know we streaming, nigga.
She a
You drunk.
queen, though.
Hey, handle your liquor, nigga. I know we streaming, but handle your shit.
I'm good. She a queen.
No. Chill out. She's married, nigga. Listen, we got two beautiful girls on. Come on, let's go. This nigga, hey, he's fucking up.
Fuck this nigga. This nigga spun me around. I think I'm finna be respectful. Fuck her.
Fuck this nigga.
His
Come
wife
on.
up for grabs.
Hey, he's been mad disrespectful.
Smiling, she
Hey,
laughing.
did you get the Larry? Did you get the address?
I got the address.
like, Maybe it's just because they're on stream. How chill is this dude, though, to not just fucking lay this guy the fuck out? Like, even at that comment, bro, how are you saying that right next to a guy? I feel like this is some shit that you say when you're ready to die. Like, you're ready to fight. Like, if I was standing next to a guy like this, your wife is up for grabs, bro. That's like we're about to death match. That's just crazy to say.
Hey, don't be mad.
After he's told you over and over again to chill the fuck out and to lay off. Oh my God.
Listen, I know we streaming, nigga.
Your hands, bro.
This.
What are you doing with your hands?
This
nigga.
Hey,
you ready for them 100 gifted? 200
This nigga.
Gifted?
Listen.
You ready for them 200 gifted? Whoa! Whoa, 200 gifted.
I felt good.
Hey, Dean.
After all night getting shit on.
Yeah.
I was
Dean.
waiting for that fucking moment.
Dean.
I bet he was.
Hey, gift him 100 for me, nigga. Gift him 100 for me, nigga.
Nigga.
That was a real ass slap, nigga. Get your ass in the van, nigga.
Oh,
hey, gift the
man.
nigga 100. Hey, Dean, give him 100. I don't even know how to do it.
Well, maybe make it clear though, but if it happens again.
Man, this nigga ain't just fucking slap me, bro.
Yeah, man.
Hey, more than 30. Good.
No. Hey, that was a hard ass.
Fucking slap me, nigga.
That was a hard ass slap, nigga. Come on. Come on.
Bitch ass nigga, fuck this nigga.
Come on.
Man.
You did good, nigga. Hey, fuck that shit.
Wait, where did I'm sorry, am I missing him? People say he's asking for a gun at the end. Am I missing this? Hold on.
Come on.
There's more. Dude, Dean tried to get his gun right for getting slapped. Wait, is there like another video? Somebody said this happened earlier. I got a DM, hold on.
Yellow. Larry Wheels versus Rampage. Rampage could kind of do whatever he wanted to Larry Wheels versus a smaller man. Size definitely makes a difference. And that's what we saw here. He threw the man like a potato sack, like an empty potato sack. He just tossed him away like it wasn't even a big deal. Size.
What is this right now?
Definitely makes a difference.
Because you said this guy's a boxer, this guy's a bodybuilder. This looks like every time I see like super gay shit, I just assume it's grappling. So they look like a grappling here. But like, can he really with this guy?
Makes a difference. And I like Larry Wheels a lot. He's a very humble guy. He's very grounded.
They're just doing content? Are they just like messing around? I don't know if they were supposed to, if they're doing like a...
He doesn't have an ego based upon his mass. He just does it because...
Oh, man. Damn. Well, find me the gun clip. Here. It's on site 100.
Nigga, I got my strap in the car. Fuck this nigga, bro.
Why would you say this?
Nigga, I got my strap in the car. Fuck this nigga, bro.
Nigga.
This nigga just slapped the shit out of me in front of the girls, nigga.
No, the girls didn't see it.
In front of the girls? In front of his wife, who asked you to not stop touching her.
He stopped you in front of his wife. These girls, they didn't see it. I'm being 100%. They didn't see it.
This nigga ain't bulletproof.
100%?
This has to be content. Maybe?
But I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, you my boy. Hey, you my boy. You my brother.
Nigga, fuck that. I'm not gonna get slapped on camera, nigga.
That nigga.
I don't know. Okay. Enough of that. Back to my high white culture. How orange is Trump today? Jesus.
But when I was working with the Royal Navy self-defense stuff, we ended up doing quite a lot of work with Scandinavia because there's a lot of Nordic countries work pretty closely with England and Scotland. Okay, so Scandinavia is all those kind of collections together. Gotcha. I'm trying to remember the basics, but I do remember that one of the weirdest things about those countries was how they stored their warships. This is a really random fact. But whereas all of the English stored their warships, this is a really
warships
random fact. But whereas all of the English warships have names like HMS this and this and HMS this and this, the Scandinavian ones pretty much just had massive barcodes on the side of them. And that was so when they came back, they could Scandinavian.
It's just so fucking bad.
He wasn't going to win this one anyway, guys. Every time Forrest throws is because he's seen so far ahead. He's seen the future. He knows that this is an unwinnable run. So he just makes the maximum amount of content. He throws immediately. Stream can have a laugh. He doesn't waste time. His optimal play style, okay?
He was up all night playing.
Twitch streamer listed declined a $500,000 a month stake gambling deal, accepted a pack draw 18+ gambling deal instead, and started promoting it to his underage audience. In the same stream, after telling his chat he turned down the stake deal. Who stake $500K a month? Stake? How? What am I? What would I get offered? Just kidding. Don't even message me an offer, because I don't know if I'll say no right now. Just kidding. Wait, what?
No furniture, by the way.
He doesn't need furniture. He's got a chair. That's all he needs. And maybe a mattress. Wait. Oh. I thought this was my keyboard. It looks similar. Is this an Asus keyboard? Uh-oh. Don't do it. Oh.
I don't think he messaged me that. Oh.
Might be Corsair. I don't know what that.
Yes? Don't drink it? Oh, okay, I won't fuck with it then. What is? Fuck, that's funny. Oh fuck, that was good. Oh god. God, that's awesome. That's sick. I didn't think it'd be that good. The fuck, Harold? Are we summoning, by the way?
Cute. That was good. What is your favorite piece of streamer content? Like streamer universe content that's ever been made? Besides my Cabal's Manifesto, of course. I feel like it was that... Wait, I'm waiting for chat to say. We'll see if anybody knows what's in my brain. Ice RV trip, train wreck speech, Force and Wreckful IRL, the Reddit pixels, Ice Poseidon homeless fights. You know what was really cute? What's the name of the Pepe frog that's like sad or whatever?
Yo, chat. We have a lot of shit to test out. Oh my god, the mic, dude. Is this live? Okay. Okay, chat, let's go over this. Is there good stuff on it? Okay. Okay, let's go to this. Wait, what is this? Can you just say hello idea for an intro? I'm an artist, I'm a CG artist. I'll do whatever you want. Including bussy action. I made this demo. Big Schnauzer. Guys, what the fuck is this? Dude, fuck you, man. You're not hired, man. This is bullshit. Why is it a nose? Dude, why is it just a standalone nose, dude? Nah, this is dumb. This is dumb. Fuck you. Monka, he dead. Guys, this is... That just was banned for?
Right. Okay, we're not watching all these, but what is this? Game devs want 17 euros for this shit? Forsen plays the Sentinel.
How did you price this 17 euro? Wait, okay, I think we have to turn down the graphics so I can see the actual fucking road. Alright, if I leave and come back, will I spawn at the checkpoint? Alright. Do you think he's retarded when he's pricing the game at 17, or do you think he knows it's a literal scam? So many
Okay. I don't have the time investment to appreciate this right now. Forsen forgets his bucket, gives up, and starts building a house instead. Okay. 4,000 comments. Jesus. UC Irvine Medical School? Whoa!
Horse. Speak.
Jesus, what's wrong with this horse? Or is that... Are there horses that look like this?
He's the same age. He's the same age as me. He's 31.
It's a pony. It just has a dirty coat. I guess I've never seen one that... Wait. How long does a horse's fur normally get if it is like never... Shit, I don't think I've ever seen a horse with long like fur shit before. But then I was going to ask, well, how long does it get in the wilderness? But do horses even live in the wilderness? Or are those like an exclusively, they have to be on farms or they die instantly creature? I don't know anything about horses. There must be wild horses because we would tame them, right? I bet wild horses were like way danker than the lame horses we have now. There are wild horses. Look up Arabian horses. What does an Arabian horse look like?
Hey there, nature lovers.
Hey, not
Today
AI
I'm
voice.
taking you on a journey to discover the incredible wild horses of the Arab world. These majestic creatures are not just a sight to behold, but they also carry immense cultural heritage and historical significance.
All wild horses are domesticated horses that escaped except one breed that is actually wild. Is that true? Where did horses come from initially? They must have been domesticated, found in the wilderness or something, no? I mean, that's surprising. You don't know about wild horses considering you're from Nebraska, but okay. Bro, horses require an unbelievable amount of retarded upkeep to make them work. Like, if they stub their toe, you have to kill them because they become worthless fuck creatures. They seem very incapable of doing anything. But I don't know. They're wild horses in Nebraska. Last wild horse in southwest Nebraska spotted. Heard rumors. With help, we spotted him. Long-range camera got him as he takes off at 300 yards plus. No one claims him, / local farmers have seen him. Horse has no trouble clearing fences. Perhaps the last wild horse in southwest Nebraska? The retarded upkeep in question.
All right, I can watch.
Ugh. The wild horses the natives tamed were descended from domesticated horses that were brought here hundreds of years earlier, for what it's worth. "5'4" former UFC champ versus a 6'3" guy with a 100-pound weight advantage. Mighty Mouse humbles 6'3", 248-pound giant in open weight tournament with stunning move. Mighty Mouse is probably the most decorated MMA fighter of all time.
Show the pressure. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
How is that even a pin? Can't you just get up? What's going on here? Just get up. Just stand up. What a nerd.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Stay on.
Oh, he's grabbing his balls. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
25 seconds. You're fine. Everything's fine. Yes, sir. Go again. There we go. Try to feed the lapel. Adjust. Yes, go. Thank you.
Wow.
First, we travel to Tunisia, specifically the Bouhedma National Park. Here, the barb horses roam freely, descendants of an ancient breed native to North Africa. Conservation efforts are in full swing to protect these beautiful animals.
Wow.
Now let's venture into the
Are any of these videos real, or are the videos AI too?
vast deserts of Saudi Arabia.
I don't even know what to believe anymore.
The Arabian Peninsula is the birthplace of the iconic Arabian horse. Although many are domesticated, you can still find wild populations in the Najd region, embodying centuries of history and
wild
endurance.
horses!
In Jordan, the Wadi Rum Desert is home to a population of Arabian horses. These horses navigate the sand dunes and rock formations with grace, demonstrating remarkable strength and endurance. Lastly, we visit the Hajar Mountains of Oman.
Oh my God. This shot.
Strength and endurance. Lastly, we visit the
It's like when the
Hajar
Fellowship of the
Mountains
Ring was
Oman.
walking to
Here,
Zohran or whatever,
why-
right? Okay. All right. Stop. We don't care anymore. Rob C reacts to Ginny's death.
Passed away from hypothermia. I was like, oh gee, didn't know I died. Damn, I'm just so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Rip, can I have your stream gear, Rob?
Okay, epic. Not safe for work. Can't watch.
Isn't the Tibetan New Year coming up?
I can never tell. Is E-Rob like a piece of shit bad person, or is it all memes? I have no idea. Everybody's saying both. E-Rob is actually Tyler One's brother, right? That's not a meme, right? That's not like a long-running meme. That's actually true. I think he is.
Eyes are okay, but they're bugging out. But my neck.
Hold on. What is this? Volume. Horse bites man.
I'm about to father gentleman.
Why don't humans have ears that emote like this? Oh, because we have eyes, I guess. Is the ears pinned back thing, is that like the universal sign of like this animal is about to fuck you up? Because I think dogs do it too, right? I know cats do it. Pony playing piano? Wait, there was something. Fuck! Was this on Twitter or was this on Instagram? It was like, there was like a pony playing piano to cheer up some sick kid. And I thought the pony was about to do like a trick or something, but it was just fucking retarded. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Therapy pony plays piano. Fuck, is it this? Oh, it was this. Yeah, I saw the title of this. And I was like, oh shit, I'm about to see some crazy shit. Wait. Am I crazy? Did anybody else hear that? Am I poisoned? Yep. Wait, am I crazy?
Good job.
Did I become racist somehow? What?
Wow.
My brain is cooked. I don't even know. I don't even think I watch racist content. Well, not with slurs in it, at least. Okay, stop. Anyway. It's the Instagram reels. They're turning me. Uh-oh.
Dude, it's so funny when a 19-month subscriber goes, can we see your revenue? Are you on...
Damn, Hassan fights with a lot of his long-term subs. I thought I fought with my subs. Holy shit. And it's sad, too, because you know when he opens it, he wants to see like a, like a 1 week viewer, like a new viewer, a non-sub say shit.
Fucking crack cocaine chatter. Do you want every neo-Nazi on the internet to nut at the same time? Just for fun.
Why? Why would they care if they knew your revenue, though? Aren't you a man of the people?
Are you fucking stupid? Actually, are you on crack? Like, Stable Ronaldo could make $1 million a month and no one will fucking bat an eye. I can make $10 a month and everybody's going to be like, dude, you are the biggest fucking grifter scumbag of all time. You know what my revenue is. It's my subscriptions. I don't have any other fucking form of revenue. Do with that information what you fucking will.
Damn.
Why the fuck would I ever show my back end to give every single psychopath a week-long jerk-off session to be like, Hassan is the only streamer that has ever made money streaming, and it's bad.
True. What a good faith engagement. True. Why would he lie about that? Well, because he still likes to LARP as the everyman. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't understand it. I don't know. He's just like a very emotionally shallow person or something.
Niggas, on top of this shit.
This is quiet.
Pulled up on my stream.
This stream must be quiet.
As far as the notepad shit,
or the clipper is quiet.
Shit goes, I'm not embarrassed of nothing. It's called being stolen from and robbed. So it's called jotting down and documenting.
Do you have any family?
I used to. My wife left me because of my gambling. We're not in touch anymore. No, I only bet a little on horse racing. I ruined myself by gambling.
How do you get by then?
Is 9K a lot in child support? That sounds like a huge amount, but I don't think it was 9K in child support. I think it was 9K in child support over like 2 years or something. He was like adding all of it up or something.
Welfare.
Living without having any space to move around slowly destroys the body.
What do you do all day?
I have nothing to do. I just watch television. I'm scared to go anywhere. I'm afraid of my legs giving out and collapsing on the ground.
Bro. Where do you see yourself in 10 years in the future?
Please don't say, please say something. Please say something good.
Years? Probably in a grave.
Hopefully not.
Damn. Okay.
Taiwan, yeah, he gunning for your ass. I'm gonna switch, get a bullet standing back.
People will make fun of this and then unironically listen to death
Okay,
threats.
so he lost. He's grief. This is grief. We literally lose the game off this play. By the way, this is lost. Okay, I see this. I walk up. He flashes. I stun this bitch. She's dead. That's huge. Okay, so he has technically no GA. What? Okay, and then Singe flashes on him and flips him. Okay.
Later, bitch.
He's literally a turret right now. He's AFK. He's not even playing the game. He's like, okay, I want to right-click this guy. You know what? I think they thought he was dead. So what the fuck is this? What is that?
Wait, what?
Huh? Sorry. How is... What? I don't know.
Did they win off this then?
Fuck is this? You know what? I think they thought he was dead. So what the fuck is this?
Okay. I don't know what happens in this game anymore. Too complex for me. Red gun OP with full build late game.
About iPhone 14. Let's take a look.
Wait, XQC heard it too? Oh.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Okay.
You ready from trying to get it? Oh!
쌀국수가 없던데. 왔다. 씨발 새끼야. 야, 개새끼야. 내 맘. 내 맘. 내 맘. 내 맘. 아, 누구야?
Stay down.
Wait, have you... I never know what's real anymore. I think this is real. Do you see the elephant stop trucks to steal bananas? They're hostage takers. Oh, it's sugarcane, not banana, sorry. This clip is 7 years old? Oh, so it must be real. There's no way this can be a thing though, right? Because like, if you were a sugarcane truck driver, wouldn't you just steal a ton of sugarcane and say, oh, the elephant got it. Built from scratch in rust. Seriously. Whoa. Ooh. Yelling at Democrats is an outlet because yelling at your grandparents for electing a Nazi will get you taken out of the will. Okay. True. True. Uh-oh, don't let them steal your keystrokes. We're watching this soon. True. Oh, oof. I saw this thread earlier. This is a brutal thread. OP, where's my link? Hello? Where is my link? Oh, he dodged another debate? Nice. Libertarians used to have intellectuals like Hayek, right? And Friedman. Today, we have Dave Smith and the red-headed libertarian. That one dipshit that appears on Tim Pool all the time. Ugh. What has happened? I explain how libertarianism is often now used as a skin suit by populists and authoritarians. What's intellectual about just dismissing a group of people without even attempting to take any argument on? First of all, didn't he write a whole article on it? Isn't that what this is? Did he not read this at all? This isn't uncharitable. It's cartoonishly ridiculous. Quote, they love evil and authoritarianism and conspiracies, end quote. Granted, I didn't finish it. Then why are you commenting on it? If you can't even read the article, aren't you kind of proving his whole fucking point? Like, aren't you literally proving the whole point? Maybe try to actually grapple with arguments that people make, or genuinely consider why your elite libertarians constantly lose in the marketplace to lowly influencers. Lose where? What a stupid fucking comment. Lose where? Online? None of these people do politics. You're supposed to get elected and do things politically, not have the most subscribers on social media, retard. Also, Richard Hanania writes a lot. He's like a writer person. I would say writer formally. I don't know if he's any books, but like this is what he does. He's got a whole subset. He writes tons of shit. Why would you levy that at him, right? Like, I bet you've never even engaged with this before. Like, well, actually, I write a fuck ton. I've probably engaged with it all over the place. Like, I've written plenty of articles on why the populists are wrong. Even have a book coming out on it in July. I love that his go-to was a COVID vaccine example because you know this is just one of the most triggering points. Here's one on the COVID vaccine. This particular article was about why authoritarians and conspiracy theorists call themselves libertarians. I'm not really interested in reading more of your stuff, but that's quite a dodge. How is it a dodge, retard? What are you talking about? I would seriously recommend thinking about why it is that those elites you mentioned have lost entirely the support of their people. Spoiler, it's not because they're so evil and you're so great. Like, bro, are you okay? Jesus. Okay, well, yes, I'm not surprised you're not interested in reading. I've thought about this question, which again, you wouldn't know because you're not into reading. And the answer is your work is aimed at about the average level of intelligence of the average voter. Oof. It's genuinely hilarious the way you guys pretend to be making some lofty appeal to rigorous intellectual standards and against troll Twitter culture and then immediately just jump to subpar junior high school level insults. It's ironically just so stupid. Have a good night. This is what I mean when I say like everything is like boring today politically. Like he didn't. So Richard writes an article, which you can agree with or disagree with and then engage with. Dave Smith just gets mad. He's retarded and he gets mad and he's only capable of functioning in environments where everybody's jerking each other off. So like on Joe Rogan. Richard replies to him with another example of an article addressing basically exactly what he's saying, right? I have written about these exact same things. And then Dave, I just hate the fakeness of it all. Like if Dave was just like out here like, yeah, reading's for losers, bitch. Then like, okay, cool. We can have an honest conversation. Like Nick, generally speaking, at least, is more honest than most of these people. Or even like Richard Wolff. like the commie professor guy. Like, these guys are more honest, but these people who have somehow captured so much public spotlight by just lying, like by being these like faux intellectuals, is so cringe. How this fucking loser got propped up so hard by other faux intellectuals, like fucking like Joe Rogan, and then all the like the intellectual dark web retards. Apparently, I guess him and Tracy got into it. And of course, Dave Smith is dodging Tracy as well. These people are really scary. Tracy, Hanania, I would say me, like people who don't have like a 100% ideological commitment anywhere. Because I feel like when you debate those types or us types or whatever, like you can get exposed really hard for being just completely and totally full of shit. Like, why would you debate, or why would you dodge Michael Tracy or even Richard Hanania? Like in a convo, these people are generally friendly people.
Look, dude. What do we even, I don't even know what he wanted to debate. It was like, he wanted to debate. He was angry that I said at the Charlie Kirk event, at the famous one with Josh Hammer, that I said Donald Trump just covered up a giant child rapist ring or something like that. So like, all right, I guess I was a little over my skis to call it a giant child rapist. I guess we don't know exactly how many children were raped in all of it, but like he got caught with like 3. There's a bunch of emails that indicate there's more. And like, what do you think? What do you think if he got caught with 3? You think he never ever did it except for those times that he got caught? So like, okay, like again, the point is that I'm not like trying to be married to a thing I said off the cuff in front of a live audience as a rebuttal to a guy who was attacking me or whatever. Fine, I should have said a giant scandal involving sex trafficking of minors. There you go, cleaned it up. So now, what are we debating that? Like, I don't know.
Like, if you're gonna market yourself as like the intellectual, right? The guy who's willing to go on platforms and hash it out, then why not do that? I just don't understand. If there's an easy disagreement, then either one, you build a bridge, and now you've got access to a new audience and a potential new intellectual ally or whatever, right? Or 2, you have a disagreement and you hash it out and you demonstrate why they're wrong. And then you convert some of their audience, or at least show your own audience why you're so intellectually rigorous. But like, these people are so obviously cowardly. They're so obviously fucking petrified of like the shadows of people that they think represent genuine opposition. It's so fucking cringe.
It's the way people are bending over backwards to try to argue that there's nothing there is really weird. And then the other thing, Rob, is
yeah, Richard is also very funny. he just tweets so much crazy shit. I just told a woman of color at CBS that she had a very nice smile while she handed me my Adderall. I don't know. It's just, Twitter's just very crazy.
Really why I don't want to do the debate at all, probably why I won't do it, is just that, and I have very few lines with stuff like this, but there's some topics I'm just not going to debate. But I have heard...
Not sure if you saw it because I linked the wrong tweet last week like a retweet, but Hanania made a post about admitting he was wrong on your stream. Oh, sure. I mean, he's talked about this before in the past, right? I mean, I don't know why... I don't think you have to bring it up over and over and over again.
Whatever Tracy said on Glenn Greenwald, he said, I'm not an age of consent guy or something like that. And then he starts getting into how having sex with a 15-year-old isn't really pedophilia because pedophilia is defined as prepubescent. Like, and you're like, all right.
Learn those arguments, MAGA. You're going to be using them a lot for the next 10 years.
Well, I'm just going to keep calling him a pedophile and I don't ever want to talk to you again. I don't know. That's just like my, like, okay. So like, it's pretty universally, like, colloquially used, the term pedophile as like, you have sex with children. And I'm just not interested in a debate about splitting hairs about when you call someone a pedophile and when you don't. It's just too bizarre to me. I don't know.
I think the problem with this is that 15 is horrible, and it just gets worse every year down. But that doesn't make 15 okay. Like, yeah,
right.
we'll all agree with you. Like, it's more horrific if it's an 8-year-old. It's even more horrific if it's a 7-year-old.
Well, if you had to choose between... That's way too edgy. Sorry, never mind. There's a Denham's joke about not forming memories, but we're not going there.
Every year down, it's like increasingly, exponentially more horrific, but that doesn't make the 15-year-old okay.
Yes, and in fact, if I was like, this is a, if I was going to have like an age of consent conversation, I'm arguing in the other way that I'd go like, well, I agree obviously with everything you said. It gets more horrific the younger the child is.
What, that the age of consent should be like 21 or?
I guess that stops at a certain point, right? Like a 6-year-old isn't any better than a 7-year-old or something like, or any worse, or they're all, it's all just satanic level. It's satanic levels of evil once you start getting to a young enough age. But also there's a conversation on the other side of this. Like, so look, it's somewhat
I know, Shad, is he gonna do this? Oh, the libertarian Dave Smith. Tell us how the age of consent needs to be 25, please.
Arbitrary, always, where you draw the line of when you're a legal adult.
Arbitrary is not the same as fuzzy at like the borders, by the way. The age of consent is not arbitrary. Arbitrary implies that there's no rubric or any system we're using whatsoever to determine what the age should be. Just because it could be 18, it could be 16, it could be 20 or whatever, that doesn't make it arbitrary. It couldn't be 1, could it? We wouldn't have it be 50, would we? It's not arbitrary. It might just be a little bit fuzzy at the edges.
Should it be 18? Should it be 19? Should it be 20? You know, like I don't know. And I certainly, the older I get, err on the side of making it older. But
like what? Would you make it statutory rape for like a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old to have sex? Or a 21-year-old and a 30-year-old to have sex? That would be statutory rape in libertarian Dave Smith's world? That's okay, I guess.
But there is something to like, look, if a 25-year-old has sex with a 15-year-old, we all look at that as a heinous crime. A heinous crime. That's a horrible thing. You should go to jail for that. That is a horrible thing to do.
Statutory
I don't know.
rape.
We've all been 25 before, and you might have, hooked up with a girl younger than you, but 15? Hell no. I mean, that is sick. Okay. But a 55-year-old being with an 18-year-old, in what world is that not worse? Like, I just don't like it. Yes, I understand at a certain point you have to draw the line legally or whatever, but when you're talking, so now in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, just to be clear, even when you're saying the girl was 16 or the girl was 17, this isn't even the case of like a 40-year-old met a 17-year-old. And
this is why I hate all the fucking, this is another angle. I hate the Epstein stuff for so many reasons, but this is another reason why I hate the Epstein angle. The bad stuff of the Epstein angle, the age thing is kind of, okay? And this is also why I hate that it all gets hijacked into pedophilia. For like 18 or 19-year-olds, it's creepy or whatever. It's not, the age thing isn't the big part there. It's the fact that all of these men are people that can make or break your career in whatever fucking modeling shit that he was doing, that are now flying you out to talk to their ultra wealthy and influential friends who might be the ones who are determining whether or not you win or lose or get to participate in some upcoming thing. That's the really gross, disgusting thing. It doesn't matter if the woman is 30 or 20 or 18. That's always that's an actual, but like nobody actually knows what it means to manipulate or like actually groom or to abuse a power dynamic. People just like point to the weakest topics and be like, oh, well, 18 and 55, like that's really bad. It could be. It might not necessarily be. Like an 18-year-old and a 55-year-old that meet at a bar, in America it would have to be 21 and 55, but an 18-year-old and a 55-year-old that meet on Tinder and hook up one time is far less toxic than like a 20-year-old and a 25-year-old when the 25-year-old is their boss at work or a teacher.
And ended up having sex with her, which is sick enough, and criminal. And I mean, maybe not.
And you also can tell like how uncomfortable or incapable he is of navigating the moral arguments too when you keep substituting like, oh, that's gross, it's disgusting. It's like, yeah, it might be. There's a lot of gross and sick, disgusting stuff. That doesn't speak to the morality of it though, right? You could argue he's trying to use sick in like a normatively loaded way, but then you're not having a moral debate. You're just preaching, I guess. I don't know.
And criminal, and I mean, maybe not in every state. In fact, in a lot of states, it's not criminal. But I would argue should be. I would argue should be criminal in every single state. But now you're talking about like trafficking these girls. You're talking about like hiring these girls, making them prostitutes, putting them in situations where they are to have sex with whoever. That is so much worse. So much worse. And so like it's at a level where it's like once someone's trying to split hairs, and I know Tracy kind of makes fun of how there's this like, when everyone's telling me they want to see my search history or that I must be a pedo too or something like that. It's like, yeah, dude, because that's the appropriate reaction when someone starts going down that line. That is the appropriate reaction for most men to have. Like most men's reaction is like, okay, we're going to kill whoever did that. And then what, the guy splitting hairs about it? You know what? Just to be safe, we're going to kill you too.
Jesus.
Not saying anyone ought to kill someone for splitting hairs, but that is the instinct. And like, I don't know, dude.
I don't know why, but Richard and I don't know if Michael Tracy's on it or on a fucking, they're on a rampage to salvage the ephebophile thing or whatever, which I understand it, I guess, for words to mean things. Like there is a significant difference between the mental state of a person who would fuck an underage person who happens to be attractive versus somebody who would like fuck a 6-year-old. Like these are meaningfully different things, but depending on where you're splitting the hairs, like in what environment, it can be a little bit like, why would you argue that? Why is this relevant?
Look, dude,
but if he's so confident about it, I just can't imagine like rattling off all this and be like, but I'm not going to debate him on it. I'm not going to argue with him on it. When this is like, he's like the debater. He's the debater guy, the libertarian debater guy. It's very common in academia to date/marry their students, and I find it disgusting because there's always a bad power dynamic, and most of the time the one holding the power is a man. Yeah, but I think it's not as bad, I guess, if it happens after they finish working together, but I have heard that that's common-ish. Did you see this clip of Tracy from Piers?
Michael Tracy, you've been, a relatively lone voice they're arguing a lot of the public debate about this, especially around hidden elite networks, intelligence links, and so on, is mythologized beyond the evidence that we've seen from courts, documents, official records, and so on. This is not a popular view, but there are some who share it. Why do you feel so convinced of your position on this?
Because the central tenets of what I've taken to calling the Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence that would justify the United States, Great Britain, and the world now being embroiled in this gigantic pedophilia crisis where people like Tara Palmieri and your next guest, David Boies, are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity that was perpetrated and covered up at the highest levels of government. This is crazy-making stuff.
Okay, my king. DGG's not ready for that talk yet. We'll wait till all the files are sorted through, okay? Destiny, within regards to the David situation, how do you feel about the victim's parents not pressing charges for statutory rape? The state cannot be the victim for statutory rape, so they can't charge David for... Wait. No, shot. I feel like you should be able to charge statutory rape regardless. No? Does the quote-unquote victim have to press charges for that? No, the parents have to. Really? So if I find a 17-year-old whose parents are dead, I can never statutorily rape that person? There's no shot. They will have a guardian, Destiny, fucking moron. Does every orphan necessarily have one? Could you not be a ward of the state or whatever? A snow or a sand? What does press charges even mean in a criminal case? What is the actual legal action? I'm not actually sure. I think it just means you're willing to like do a high level of cooperation with the district attorney to like testify and all that is my guess. Another Richard Hanami tweet. Oh, we watched this a long time ago.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Oh boy, what's this? My queen.
For Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
She's a lawyer, by the way. She is. I think didn't she go to a really good law school, or am I making that up? I think you're mixing some things up there. Like, my friend is into drugs, but when he says drugs, I know you guys are thinking like fentanyl and stuff. We're talking about like legal stuff. We're talking about stuff like alcohol or tobacco or crack cocaine. Okay, I think we're mixing some stuff up here, or maybe this is barely legal in Egypt or something. I don't know. She meant barely illegal. Oh, maybe she meant barely who's into? Oh, never mind. I don't know.
And I realized
barely illegal. Like, oh god, that chick is so hot. She looks so young. She's 18, bro. Oh, I thought she was 17. No.
This is disgusting.
Don't worry, we got a British guy to find you a friend. I'm just
definitely
kidding.
not
Stop
trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal.
What? So illegal? That's not. If you look legal, that's not barely legal. The implication would be that it is illegal.
To a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer that for the...
They used to call it child porn, and now they call it kiddie porn. They call it child sexual assault. They used to call it kinder smashing, but now they call it CSAM.
The first time I thought, oh, no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, yeah. Dude, Jank is obsessed with Israel. And Hassan too. It's the Turkish mind virus is taking over. They're like Manchurian candidates. They must get like the message from Istanbul. They get the call, like, it's time, activate, for 2 years. Since they came in last, they'll be calling the Olympics anti-Semitic any second now. Why did Swiss take down perfectly accurate broadcast? Why did Swiss take down perfectly accurate broadcast? Announcer was talking about how the rules were applied to the Russians and French, but not Israelis. Why are you not allowed to say that? Commenter Stefan Renna on Swiss public broadcaster RTS sparked controversy during Israeli captain AJ Edelman's second bobsled run at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina, bringing up Edelman's past social media posts supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza, including one calling it the most morally just war in history. He compared the situation to the IOC's restrictions on Russian and Belarusian athletes and asked why similar neutrality standards were not being applied to Israel. Israel's bobsleigh team
her if she was the nominee.
We'll get to that. Oh, we're going to try, I think, deleting all my YouTube VODs to see if it speeds up this YouTube thing. So good luck. We're still figuring out how we're going to make that work, but true. God, it's so pathetic. Oh my God, it's so pathetic. Want to make a VOD channel? I don't know. We might do something. I don't know yet. Figure it out. Despite being a real lawyer who does real shit, over the past year, it's become clear that politically he's now just as brain broken over the leftist grift as every right-wing YouTube lawyer is brain broken over Trump. I don't think Pisco's like left-wing grifting. I just think he's very debate-brained and doesn't necessarily see the forest for the trees all the time. Aw, Hassan retweeting Newsom press office. Good job. God, he's such a fucking...
Have you ever heard of a drug lord named Juan Orlando Hernandez?
Uh-oh.
It's a wild story. Because he used to be the president of Honduras.
Uh-oh.
But a couple years ago, a federal judge here in the United States sentenced him to 45 years. For
no one watches VODs, just get that onto an internal server at your residence for archival sake? Bro, how many, like... I feel like there'd be like petabytes of data.
Conspiring to traffic hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. He had taken millions from the Sinaloa cartel and used the Honduran army and police to help them run drugs to America. And then
I downloaded all of them. It was 196 terabytes. Oh, that's significantly less than I thought. What is the data rate? Oh, because I guess the data rate on what ends up on YouTube is less. Wait, does it tell you? Wait, hold on.
Donald Trump pardoned him. Donald Trump pardoned a man who helped the cartels make billions of dollars trafficking vast amounts of cocaine into the United States. Donald Trump freed him because he was Donald Trump's political ally. And because this guy sent a 4-page letter to Trump saying he was a better president than Biden. But then they will tell you with a straight face that the raid in Venezuela was about drugs. See, Maduro should have just sent Trump a check. Or sponsored the ballroom. By the way, Maduro's successor in Venezuela seems to have directed $500,000 to Trump's inauguration. Someone should probably look into that. The fact is, it pays to be friends with the president. It pays to kiss this president's ass.
I've seen a little bit of Ossoff stuff. My super vibe take, without digging much into it, is I feel like this guy would be a better candidate than Newsom for like a national level election, especially being a senator from Georgia. Oof, oof. He might go sailing through the primaries. Maybe, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe black people hate him for some reason. I'm not sure. Oh, he's Jewish. Oh, well, but his last name's Ossoff. You know. Eh. Doesn't sound super Jewish. You know what? If we ever wanted like a non-Protestant, whatever fucking president, if we wanted to break that mold, was Biden Catholic? I think we had one Catholic president. I don't remember which one it was. Didn't we have one other recent president that was like a weird... Biden was Catholic? Oh, okay. JFK. Biden. If we wanted to have like a new guy now would be the time to do it. So if you want like a black trans woman, or if you want like a Jew or like an Asian Mexican, like now would be the time to throw them in, because I feel like the Democrats should have a pretty big lead going into the 2028 election. Mongol's debate with Hassan will likely disappoint. If anything, it could work to Hassan's advantage. The problem is... Yeah, I don't know how this will work. The issue is that when Hassan is in front of liberals or progressives and he knows he's got that audience, he mega ultra cucks out on all of his positions. And the only way to really get him on things is like, you said this thing, do you stand by it? Hassan is a shameless fucking snake, so who knows? Who knows? We'll see. I think this is the thing I retweeted yesterday for the fundraiser thing. Jon Stewart has become his own worst nightmare.
Exceptions of China.
We watched this. Heard about that.
All Kamala would have done differently is made sure that the continued growth of neoliberal fascism in this country
would have had rainbow-colored buildings.
Is a little bit quieter, smoother, and maybe just a tad slower paced. Oh. But the issues would have remained the same. The Democrats have been just as quick to limit services, benefits, healthcare, etc. as
just as quick.
Republicans, is just that they do it slower and with a smile. My comparison has always been the Republicans are a bullet to the head and the Democrats are terminal cancer. They're two wings of the same bird. Do not allow the awfulness of Trump to drive you back into the arms of the Democratic Party when they're just going to do the same thing in the long term.
Mark Kelly, the astronaut guy.
Like for
Federal judge rules Kilmar Abrego Garcia can't be redetained by immigrants. I thought he got shipped off to Africa or something. Didn't they? I thought he got shipped off to some crazy random fuck country. Is he not? I don't even know what's going on with this. Jesus Christ.
Texas, for example. Like for Texas, for example.
Another quiet clip. Quiet clip alert. Quiet clip alert.
Like for Texas, for example, Corn is a reasonable Republican, and now that would be money in the bank. But now I don't know why politically, I'm not sure why the Republicans and the president wouldn't sit on that and just lock down Texas. But for me, there's other states that are in flux. So that's why I'm saying, focus on things, focus on securing our border and deporting all the criminals and stop all the kinds of tragedies in Minneapolis and focus on other things that traditionally the Republicans are stronger on, like the economy.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Like for
this clip is the same volume as you.
Texas, for example.
Testing 1, 2. This clip right now is the same volume as me. The volume meters are lying to me then. It must be on OBS that the volume meters are not demonstrating accurately what's happening. Because this is a full, 10 decibels louder on my side. I don't believe you. Now, let me listen. Hold on. This clip is the same volume as you.
Texas, for example.
Testing 1, 2. This clip right now is the same volume as me. The volume meters are lying to me then. It must be. You're lying. You're fucking retarded. I'm just going to assume us are hearing damage, okay?
I have a couple thoughts about this. Number one, there's been this redefinition of partisan now where to be non-partisan now, you have to actually have somebody that is an avowed supporter of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Right? Like that's the only way to be nonpartisan because to be honest, I do believe Hugh Hewitt was involved with the Nixon library at some levels. There might be some Nixon library people that are Trump friendly, but there's none at the W. Bush library. There's none at the H.W. Bush. I'm quite certain that that there's none there. There's been some like internal issues at the Reagan thing where they've been like desperately trying to find somebody that just kind of likes Trump. Okay. Right. Because it's just like college educated people that know about history and care about the presidency don't like Donald Trump unless they're paid partisan hacks. Right? Like that's just true. Like around the country, that's just what has happened. And all of those people have been thrust out and Donald Trump has replaced them with MAGA folks who are on board with his soft authoritarian mission. And so it's like, if you go along with that game now, right? Even if you're trying to be a nonpartisan historian, like even if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt on all this, which is just like, Colleen Shogan thought there's some benefit to having a program that honors the great traits of our past presidents and
the wisdom of Brett Baer.
Yeah, and we're not
president's golfing buddy.
And we're not trying to get involved in partisan politics. This is again just for school children. Okay, like there's a role for things for school children to read about presidents, but like to then participate in their fake game, right? Where it's like we have to find some like Trump people. Like now you're complicit. You might not want it to be, but you're complicit in the effort of redefining all of this, of just accepting their premise that in order to be nonpartisan, you have to be in the Trump cult. And maybe that is the case now because Trump has taken over the Republican Party, in which case I think that we can just set nonpartisanship aside as a value. That's something that we care about anymore. You know what I mean? Like I don't know because they don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Nobody's asking the Republicans, are you concerned that this might be dismissed as partisaning?
Right. Or evangelical church leaders, who are giving their homilies or et cetera. We could go down the list of kind of right-wing institutions.
Holy shit. I feel like this plays into one of the things I talk about that's so fucking annoying is anytime you talk to a reasonable person in academia or anywhere else, and you're like, hey, so what do you think about the redoing of the vaccine schedule? And they're always like, well, I don't want to come off as like overly harsh of the current administration, and I'm trying not to get political about this. And then you ask like the Republicans, what do you think about the current vaccine? I'm glad we got the demon Democrats out of our children's bloodstreams. It's like, okay. It's like
institutions, like they don't care about that. And so
He did the Republican National Convention from the White House.
Yeah. And would I prefer to live in a country where we could have bipartisan historian institutions where people get together and sniff their farts and debate the merits and demerits of past presidents and have people from all ideas? I would prefer that. But unfortunately, one of the parties got taken over by an authoritarian that tried to end the democracy. And so if you're going to write about the strengths of our democracy and how it has been forged through humility and founding documents and how important all these things are, then you have to be able to say in a clear-eyed fashion that the current administration is an attack on all of that, because they are.
Yeah.
By their own words.
Okay. We need to watch this Lib Learn shit. Let me get through these. Wait. $15-minute Hassan video? Oh, we never finished watching that. Does he? He's so boring.
I want
to
nothing
listen
to do with this weird.
What is he?
Which he says is worse than Adolf Hitler.
Instead, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Lenin was awesome. What's his problem? This guy, oh God, the limits of Hassan derangement syndrome. I'm shocked that they have not entertained this in the debate.
He's become Trump. Like, actually Trump. Hassan derangement syndrome?
Up until this moment, because it creates incredible dunks like this. Because these guys unironically think I am, like, worse than Hitler. Destiny has literally said he would rather vote for Hitler, and even Donald Trump, which he says is worse than Adolf Hitler, instead of someone like myself.
I view Jeffrey Epstein.
I said that over Hassan? I feel like when I made the Hitler comment, I mean, obviously, not that context matters because he doesn't believe in anything and these people have no values. But I think the question was more, it was a weird question because they're like, who would you rather vote in? Was it between Hassan and Hitler? And then the next question was that I had was like, are we assuming that like the political margins exist or that this person can enact any policy they want or whatever? Because that would change your answer significantly. And then I think I made the comment, something along the lines of like, I'd rather Hitler be elected than Trump or somebody because I don't think the country is like super Nazi anti-Semitic. So if Hitler was elected as president, I don't think he'd get anything done because somebody would go with his agenda or something like that. But this was the, I don't remember when we did this. This was a long time ago.
As a better leader than Hassan Piker.
No, it's on you.
You know yourself. You know yourself. You know you did.
We all think he would be better than a Trump.
Oh, I keep forgetting why I don't watch this because I haven't seen this back and forth yet. Fuck.
Destroys the country. It'd be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism with Hassan. It would be ideological by design. He supports foreign.
Oh, at least he brings it up. Nice.
He said you're worse than Trump. Yeah, Destiny has said that. Hassan or Trump, who are you voting for if you had to pick? Trump is at least some vague notion of supporting America, however misguided it is. If he destroys the country, it'd be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism with Hassan. It would be ideological by design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism, and put U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology.
That's also true.
All of these people, if you were to ask them, like, wouldn't you put some of the fascists in re-education camps, would say yes at this.
What, man? That's his defense? What? What are the U.S. re-education camps? What does that mean? Also, I love how much he hides behind little weasel words. Wouldn't you put some, who, of the fascists? Who are fascists to you? To him, it's every liberal, by the way.
This point, by the way. What is this? Alleged pedophile Destiny says he's jealous of Hassan Piker?
Alleged pedophile Destiny, yes. Saying he's going to board a flotilla to Cuba. And a lot of you guys are saying there's no shot that he does that. He absolutely will do that. Flotillas are like the best. They're like the best pointless PR shit that you can ever do. That's probably the most Turkish thing he's ever done. Because flotillas love to go from Turkey to Israel to start some. True. What you do is you call yourself a humanitarian aid flotilla. Half your ships or all of them are empty. You might have supplies in a single boat. True. And then all of you are like media trained and press ready. You're live streaming and broadcasting. You know that what you're doing is probably. I'm surprised he's watching, I guess because he brought up that Twitter thing, a full clip of me explaining this rather than like a 7-second clip from the Destiny versus Destiny TikTok account. Legal or is going to get intercepted. It's basically like the grown up version of when Lauren Southern was with.
Yeah, far superior is my method, which is watching Hassan Piker clips while playing Arc Raiders and Malding. Also, did you guys notice he did a.
Because this is the. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. As opposed to Hassan, who's watching me play Arc Raiders.
Dog whistle at the behest of Israel there when he was like, Turkish people love going on flotillas to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened the last time that took place? Israel slaughtered like 10 humanitarian activists. He's such a Israel.
You guys ever see the video for this? And you ever see how it's presented? Fuck. Do I have this saved in my notes somewhere? I'm not going to be able to find it. This is a peaceful flotilla of peace-loving people who were on their way to the Gaza Strip as a sign of peace. And then Israel snuck up on them in the middle of the night and started attacking all these peaceful people. Fuck. Is this going to be a good video? They had stun grenades? Wait, is this true? Holy shit, wait. I haven't seen footage from this angle before. And this is 15 years old, but it's also by the IDF, so who knows? Fuck, where's the night vision one? Give me the night vision one! Oh shit. Wait. IDF videos. Where they throw one of the dudes, I think, don't they throw one of the guys overboard as soon as he lands? These motherfuckers came ready to fight. The flotilla people. God damn it. Somebody find it in my notes somewhere. But anyway, there was a group of people, they're looking to fight and stir shit up or whatever. These humanitarian things are always like a big virtue signal. They say that they're floating there because they're trying to deliver humanitarian aid to the people, but half the ships will be empty or all of them will be empty, and it's just retarded as fuck. Or, I mean, you could argue it's not retarded, I guess, if you think it's bringing attention to the issue, but I just don't like it when you're lying about everything you're doing. I feel like it's not good. But.
Writer, it is crazy. He's also still pining for Lauren Southern. Unsure what he's attempting to say because you're Turkish, huh? He knows how to.
That doesn't even make sense. In the context of that clip, I just compared something stupid Hassan is doing to something stupid that Lauren Southern did. How is that pining for Lauren Southern? Okay. Here's the video. Wait, is this one? Oh, it is. 1:22. It was a short video. So they try to get the they try to get these little rope things onto the deck, but I think they cut the first one. They managed to get the second one, and then all these guys are waiting with, I think it's chairs and pipes to fight with them. I think they managed to throw either the first one or one of them overboard. Peaceful protesters, by the way. They're ready to go. Kings. I think one of the IDF soldiers got shot, but I think the guns were either tossed overboard or never recovered for other reason, or maybe it was all made up. Maybe it was all fake from the IDF. Who knows? Because everything that comes from them is fake. So. Oh, this was a guy getting thrown overboard. That's not funny. You could die. It's not good. Sorry. Or maybe he's not being thrown into the ocean. Maybe he's maybe he landed in that little boat and he's safe. Jesus. It's just funny though, because like when they talk about it, this is what Hassan was just referencing. They're like, they killed 10 peaceful protesters or whatever. Like, it's just like, okay, bro.
Needle you? Needle me? Mother... His hatred for his derangement, his Hassan derangement syndrome, is so maxed out that it has caused literal people in his own orbit, people in his own sphere of influence to go, yeah, you're out of your mind, man. You're actually being a little weird about this.
Identity Europa or whatever in the little tugboat.
Yeah, comparing humanitarian aid flotillas to what his what this girl, this white nationalist, he like literally tried to, which was to intercept refugees to.
I'm comparing you disfavorably, both though. I'm not. Wait, what? Identity Europa or whatever in the little tug
influence to go, yeah, you're out of your mind, man. You're actually being a little weird about this.
Identity Europa or whatever in the little tugboat.
Yeah, comparing humanitarian aid flotillas to what his what this girl, this white nationalist, he like literally tried to, which was to intercept refugees to kill them.
What? Don't make me defend the fucking cringy white nationalist movements of fucking Europe that are all cringe. But the goal was to turn back the refugee ships at its strongest, right? I don't know if they ever thought they were going to be able to do it, but it was to make them go back, send these refugees, not intercept the ships and kill the people. They're in like little, bro, what?
Refugees that were trying to get to Europe to basically drop their boats, causing them to die. Many of those ships had children in them, for the record. Comparing that to the exact opposite is, of course, once again, demonstrating that his politics are so hollow.
With the little flare things or whatever. That's basically, it's just my God. It's so many lies. Holy shit. The grown-up version of that. Like, oh, we're going to get in a flotilla that doesn't have any real humanitarian supplies in it, knowing we're never going to reach this place.
Also, he's just making up the fact that there's no humanitarian supplies in it.
We know that we're violating some naval blockade or some naval thing.
I don't
even know if... I'm pretty sure you can just sail to Cuba as well. Like, as long as you don't come from the United States. And if you do, it probably doesn't matter. Is there an actual fucking Navy blockade? Are there ships here that are ready to blow you up if they see you sailing from the U.S. to Cuba? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Maybe there is, and I just don't know about it. But
more specific with them wanting to supremacists.
Well, maybe there might be something different now that Trump mobilized shit in the Caribbean or whatever for Venezuela or whatever. Maybe now there might be some weird stuff. Maybe.
Just wanted to and suck every Nazi, for the record. Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde possibly at some level, because they did collaborate, and definitely Lauren Southern.
True.
You despise him at a personal level. He lets it completely...
He's just mad because I'm calling out for fucking children at that brothel when he was making the bro tip videos on how to rape girls after drugging them at parties at frats in college. He's just mad that he got called out for that, but that's okay, buddy.
Warp his political ideology and taints all his... You mean he despises me at a personal level, right? Because like I think his worldview is disgusting. I think his
What is my worldview? Like pedophilia and hate Hassan? All Destiny does is pedophile and hate Hassan, I guess?
I think the way he operates is disgusting in general. Like I think he's a freakish little perv.
The way that I operate, what does that even mean? I like how it's always just these vague... This is what I mean. No more they, thems. No more vague shit. Give examples. What are we talking about?
But if he was like a normal liberal who didn't spend every waking moment trying to like talk about how I should be killed by his cult, like sex cult fans or whatever the fuck.
Where it's like so many personal things. Holy shit.
It would be... I wouldn't give a... Right? He also doesn't comprehend...
Every waking moment we're planning in DGG how to kill Hassan. Every moment of our lives is dedicated to this. True.
like a big component of this flotilla is not even just bringing in humanitarian aid, which of course exists in the flotilla, but it's beyond that. It's actually to bring awareness of the blockade.
Oh, because nobody knows about Cuba. Thank you, Omi. Yes, thank you. Cuba? I thought that was up in the Arctic. I didn't know that. Thank you, bro.
That is also taking place. Like the activism there is twofold. Not only are you bringing in much needed humanitarian supplies, but you're also showcasing the everyday existence of Cubans. It's like the PR and the visibility is a big component of this.
The everyday existence of Cubans is floating on a ship. Why not go to Cuba and do some content, little bro? Tons of people do. And then once we get intercepted, we can complain that it's a human rights violation, repeat ad infinitum. And then if you're really, really lucky, someone on your boat will get shot by some kind of Navy, U.S. Coast Guard or something like that.
Why would that be lucky?
That, and you have a huge media attention for you.
Wait, was a right-wing woman trying to actually kill refugees? Yeah, this is back in the day. Identity Europa is a neo-Nazi group. And Lauren Southern, this white nationalist YouTuber that Destiny has...
He's so obsessed with where he thinks my dick is going. He's so obsessed with me on a personal level. Maybe he's gay. Would be the first time.
Was a part of that, and she was throwing up flares at like refugee boats. They were shooting flares at a refugee boat. Bro, when you say stuff like this, I can't begin to explain how disgusting of a refugee boat. Bro, when you...
If you let D hit, you wouldn't have this issue. Not every Nazi, if you let him suck you, you wouldn't have this issue, bro. Let D hit and you won't have these... I don't know what this... Hit Hassan? Like, fuck him? Or I don't even know what this is.
Say stuff like this. Like, when you say stuff like this, I can't begin to explain how disgusting of a repulsive freak you are for saying dumb like that. Let him hit, bro. Let him hit. Like, I understand that you're trying to make a joke about Destiny being a creepy little pervert.
How can you get mad at your audience for making jokes like that when you're constantly obsessed with my cock? Like, I don't understand how you can get no shit they're going to make comments like that when you're constantly talking about every place you fantasize about my dick going. I don't understand why he is so surprised. What do you think's going to happen?
But it's gross. Fallen H3 fans.
What the fucking virtue signal? What?
Shit too, and I hate them. Yeah, I despise that shit. I want nothing to do with this weird freak who is literally...
Why not either not talk about me at all? You're obsessed, Hassan. You do. You know a lot of lore about me. It's very fucking weird. Or you can just engage with my political points instead of being obsessed with my cock all the time, maybe.
A predator. His entire worldview is repulsive to me. He's a bad person. He's a bad father. I mean, objectively a bad father. His son is now a neo-Nazi.
True.
And it's directly a consequence of like him not paying him any attention whatsoever.
True.
He's just a bad person in general. He is an
egomaniacal
loser.
And the reality, bring in my Kiwi farm so you can do some more psychoanalysis if you want.
The matter is, if his politics weren't dog shit, and if he wasn't like a weird sociopath who constantly uses and abuses people.
True. So, yep, that's true.
And you know, has engaged in a litany of possible sex crimes.
Okay, true. Okay. Anything else we got here?
Procured sea salmon shit. I wouldn't have any issue with this person at all if he was just like a regular
tax fraud. I'm surprised he doesn't bring up my expired license plates for 7 years or whatever in my car. That's technically a misdemeanor crime.
As Lib.
And this one I've admitted to on stream.
Why the f would I ever bring him up? Yeah, if he has a child. He has no redeemable quality. He was just like a regular ass Lib. Why the f would I ever bring him up?
So I have to bring him up because he's a sex criminal, or I don't even know what the point of that was.
Yeah, if he has a child. He has no redeemable qualities. He's just a decent debater, and for a lot of these like weird...
decent debater. Oh, it hurts him so much to say that.
Freaks on the internet, that's all that matters for them, because they see it as blood sports. It's a holdover from the neo-Nazi back and forth like blood sports community back in the day, which Destiny would debate all the time, and he basically became their god because he defeated all of these other dumbasses because they're all very stupid Nazis.
I am the best debater of my size in the world. That's true. I am. Stay mad, okay? I'll accept any challenge from any person, at least on my platform or larger, on any platform.
It wasn't like an impressive feat at all because they were all incredibly stupid.
You were losing debates to Charlie Kirk on stage in 2016. Charlie was like 12 years old. You would have killed yourself trying to come up in the era of Twitch that I can. You can't even handle LSF today. You can't even handle dual streaming on YouTube, and you're pretending like you could have survived in that environment. Oh my God.
And then he basically took on all of their audience and became their champion. And
and then this is why I understand. Because my whole audience were just the neo-Nazis of old, but they're still neo-Nazis, even though I beat their neo-Nazis as a liberal and then took that audience, but they're all secret Nazis. And, well, I guess because I'm a secret Nazi too.
And in the process, like the community's interest in blood sports never really went away. And now every single day that that goes by, he will every now and then debate another person. Sometimes if he loses to a person that is more knowledgeable than them, more knowledgeable than him, he will sick his audience on them forever.
This is Hassan behavior, by the way. I don't even have an audience that can do this. I wish I did sometimes. No, I'm glad I don't. But like, this is what the snarky left people do. The idea of like sicking audiences onto people forever. You can tell just by the way that he talks about me, the amount of lore that he's invested in me for.
and they will just like engage in a cyber stalking operation where they just like
this is what his audience does.
Try to smear that person over and over again. Myself.
This is what his audience does. Like I can see, we can go and find fucking Hutch's Twitter, and you can see them arguing with anti-fans of mine every single day. Like they're in Pisco's chat, they're in Hutch's chat, they're in the Lib Learn chat, they're in all of these Discords. Like you can watch them all move. Like it's so fucking obvious. Like what is the equivalent from the DGG side?
Included. Michael from Pennsylvania is another great example. He's a skilled orator exclusive.
Michael? Wait, Mike from here? Wait, what about it?
It's on them forever. And they will just like engage in a cyber stalking operation where they just like try to smear that person over and over again, myself included. Michael from Pennsylvania is another great example.
I don't think we care about Mike from PA. We make fun of him every now and then when he pops up, especially when he's attacking us. But what do we talk about from Mike from PA constantly? If he goes hard or if he brings me up, every now and then we'll run through his couch punching scenario because it's funny. But he's the one who wants to fight me online, but then never wants to have a conversation. Like, I'd have no problem debating him if you wanted to.
He's a skilled orator exclusively because he is very confident, very, very confident. But obviously when he...
What is this fucking... This is the craziest fucking cope. Holy shit.
He met his match, someone who is far superior in intellect and far more knowledgeable than him, like Norm Finkelstein. He got ritualistically humiliated on the timeline.
True. And now he's going to show Norm Finkelstein dominating me through some factual argument.
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject.
How close has 242 gotten to the Palestinian peace?
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about Chapter 6. Do you know what Chapter 7 is?
Flew too close to the sun, and he hasn't really recovered since then. And he is...
Got me, I guess. Okay. By the way, what have we learned here? Credential citing is always a sign of weakness, especially if you're losing an argument.
Still very much pro-Israel. He just takes the worst positions possible. He's basically like the loyalists, like the unionists in the north of Ireland, simply assuming...
Oh, and the Irish relations because of the pro-Pally positions they have. Ugh.
The wrong side of every political equation.
Every single one, optimally, yes.
Why do you still cover this guy? He's more irrelevant than ever. I don't get the point of highlighting him as some important all-controlling figure. He still has a pretty reliable network of cyber stalkers.
Who? Unless maybe he's including Dan.
And the only reason why his influence has actually fallen apart is due to his own actions, like harming his own community members and harming his own content creators that have come out of his own community. And now they're all eating his ass alive. So every now and then...
All of them are? Like you? People who came out of my community?
And harming his own content creators that have come out of his own community. And now they're all eating his ass alive. So every now and then I want to prop up the people who are doing that, you know? But a lot of the anti-Hassan...
Oh, what, like Gisticle? The guy who used to shit on you constantly but is now trying to... It's so funny that he outwardly admits this too. Yeah, I will prop up people that I think are fighting against Destiny, even if they're neo-Nazis, which he does, by the way.
Like a lot of the Hassan derangement syndrome, he is at the heart.
Why is he even covering you? You were traveling for all drama, so it's not like you have been hitting him that hard compared to Hutch, because everything has to tie back to me. And Hassan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan a pedophile all the time, who fucks his kids or whatever. It's because Ethan gave in because he's a spineless fucking hack to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny doesn't get me talking points. I seriously think me and Ethan have traded 2 messages. I think I've gotten 1 message from Ethan in my entire lifetime. And it was that Twitter convo. It was 2 messages back and forth about the, I don't even remember. This is right after the Israel war thing. But he's like, Hassan is convinced, or maybe he's not actually convinced. Maybe he just knows that this is a good tactic. That if you try to rope people in with me enough, eventually you can get them to start seeing the same hallucinations that Hassan sees. Yeah, so that's, yeah. Because, fuck, what was there was some drama that came up with Hassan. Fuck, I wish I could remember what this was. I feel like his community, or he might have tried to blame me for it, but I was traveling when it broke. I didn't cover any of it initially. And he was trying to, I think he was trying to pin it on me. I'm trying to remember what the drama was, though. It was a couple months ago. Was it the dog thing? Oh, it might have been the shot caller thing. Oh, fuck.
Of. He has no morals, no principles, no values. He supports the opposite of whatever he thinks you support, pure spite-based.
True.
Politics, yeah, 100%.
There's more stuff posted online that substantiates all of my beliefs, little bro.
And while he is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, the reality of the matter is he still very much has a bunch of these edgelord centrist content creators who do a steady flow of on content because they basically use all the talking points that they create in his subreddit. So he has a fairly sophisticated smearing and outrage manufacturing operation that transcends far beyond his own personal growth and his own personal clout. Many of those guys don't want to do work, and they've realized that making Hassan derangement syndrome style commentary is going to secure them at least like 200,000 likes, or I mean 200,000 views on YouTube.
Is he referring to? Is this supposed to be an attack at Hutch here or Lonerbox or?
And it's the easiest place to go to is like the subreddits that he occupies. The subreddits is community brigades aggressively. You're everything he thought he could be.
What subreddit? There's the Destiny subreddit, and then my fan base has a presence on LSF, but every large streamer's fan base has a presence there. So, as opposed to lefty, tanky child rapist types like Hassan, where they own like fucking half of Reddit, like Foul Moy, every fucking politics related subreddit, every economics related subreddit. Like I feel like so many different subreddits on. Is it FOMO? I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. Subreddit. There's so many huge. The subreddit drama, a lot of the meta subs, like all of these are ran by super far lefty tanky types.
I'll never forgive you for being that. Yes. Overlap with Nazis too. Very liberal Asmonfold audience. Yeah. They have no base values at all, which is precisely the reason why they will cooperate with anyone and everyone. Is the base
like what? Like
they have. You're everything he thought he could be, and I'll never forgive you for being that. Yes. Overlap with Nazis too. Very liberal Asmonfold audience. Yeah. They have no base values at all, which is precisely the reason why they will cooperate with anyone and everyone.
Cooperate with anyone and everyone. Like, I'm banned from Twitch. I'm demonetized on YouTube. I had like 7 accounts banned on X. Hassan has never been banned meaningfully from any platform in his life. And he had preferential treatment from Amazon and Bezos for his super elite Twitch contract. It was not a standard one, not even a standard partner one. Like, he gets cooperation from the Chinese government to fund his fucking adventures overseas to do propaganda. I know he got paid a very pretty penny for his Qatar trip. He'll never publish that. But okay, bro. Yeah, I guess.
His debate style is to come at you with all the stats and facts is easily defeated by not using any facts or stats. Just hit him with a nah, bro. You're lying. Dude sucks. Wait, what? He doesn't actually approach the subject matter with like a full assessment of all the facts. He just cherry picks data points and then mass produces them.
Like, it's so much cope. It's like cope after cope after cope after cope after cope after cope. Like, tear into some then. Like, notice how when he brought up that whole 10 peaceful people or the 10 protesters that got killed by the IDF assassinated, and I said, well, I think that's a lie. And I can show you a video of the IDF boarding that ship and the people on that boat that were attacking the IDF as they were coming on and throwing them fucking overboard and shit. Notice how, like, that's a factual claim that I can make to counter the single factual claim that you made here. I can't show that I don't like children or fucking kids like you do. I don't know how I would demonstrate that I don't enjoy that. But I mean, like, what else am I can't even counter anything else here. It's all just like random personal attacks. So a 15-minute video that he decided to upload. This is a worthy upload. Or maybe this isn't his channel. Maybe it's another channel. I don't know.
Galloping. He goes to Wikipedia pages and tries to craft the most successful, most reliable narrative. Yeah.
Then own me on it. Like, if I'm so wrong on all these things, then own me on it. Like, I smacked the fuck out of Norm Dickstein when we had our conversation. Then own me on it, bro.
It's cool. Adam interviewed Clavicular and mocked his ass. Aren't these people literally living off of you? Yes. I have a large audience. And I understand that when you have a large audience, there can be people that either are antagonistic towards your position and try to like farm hatred off of whatever you say by lying about your positions over and over again. Or they could actually be...
Who's lying about your positions? You can't just say they're lying about my positions and then go, it's out of context, 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 over and over and over and over again.
They could actually try and understand what my position is, and maybe...
Your positions are indecipherable, bro. You mask on depending on who you're talking to in a ton of different places. Tons of people have made huge videos analyze your political positions. You have none. There's a reason why you're too scared to confront anybody about them. Or he does, but he has to lie about them. And when I say Hassan lies about his positions, we know this because we've seen videos where he says he lies about his positions in order to radicalize people more further to the left.
We agree with it. And so I have to do better at...
Also, when he says I'm spite-based, there are people that Hassan literally hates and has said that he'll never platform. The Bad Empanada person is a great example of it. But then when they're against me, now all of a sudden they're making stops on his stream. And now that they're not attacking me anymore, but they're being critical of Hassan, now they're persona non grata again. And Hassan's, we don't do anything with Bad Empanada. He was shitting on the squirrel girl on Twitter a week ago because she was tweeting stuff critical of Hassan.
I have to do better at, supporting other content creators that are in this ecosystem that aren't shitheads because what my position is and maybe agree with it. And so I have to do better at, supporting other content creators that are in this ecosystem that aren't shitheads.
Oh, hard one. Because Hassan doesn't want to support anybody with any level of clout that's less than his. This is why when I got banned from Twitch, like the politics scene on Twitch basically fucking died. Vosh won't support anybody. And Hassan absolutely will never share clout with anybody. I was the only person who would do smaller panels or talk to smaller creators. Like even for Hassan's orbiters, they're true orbiters. They never make contact with the planet. He doesn't do content with Frogan or with Denims or with Caseytron or with Mike from PA. I think he's had Mike from PA on like twice maybe for like a 30-minute call. Not even. But Hassan won't share clout with anybody.
Because I realized that, let's be real, For a lot of these dudes, it's about who they are orbiting. Like it's not about politics that much. It's more so about clout. Let's be real. And
the projection, bro.
I will
There's
say
so much destiny clout, bro. Like what you can monkey branch once you're in with destiny. Who's next? Obama, Gandhi, the ghost of Einstein.
the only reason why a lot of Destiny's community fell apart is directly because they did start having political disagreements that were born out of like Hassan derangement syndrome and also.
Oh, I thought it was because a girl in her hoe phase was in denial about it and decided to have her, you know, wealthy daddy baby her through a lawsuit at the urging of her insane fucking fellow crazy white woman friend. But maybe it was just political disagreements. True.
That much. It's more so about clout. Let's be real. And I will say the only reason why a lot of Destiny's community fell apart is directly because they did start having political disagreements that were born out of like Hassan derangement syndrome and also Destiny being ruthless to a lot of the people that were in his immediate vicinity. A lot of content creators that he like f***ed over.
I have built so many careers, maybe more than any other individual politics streamer easily. I don't know, for Twitch people maybe, because like the awesome streamers would help each other. There are so many people that I put on the map that I supported in like a variety of ways. What a crazy statement to make. Hassan included, by the way.
I've had Torres tweet against you way beyond simple clout chasing. What do you mean? It definitely became a much larger problem though after October 7, because Israel is basically the only country with like, you know, country level power that will also engage in this kind of like serial harassment, doxing, and mass deplatforming initiative. So they basically fucking join forces in this like.
No one is going after you like that, bro. The only person who cares about you is Dan, because Dan doesn't give a fuck about politics. He just personally hates Hassan. Nobody's trying to deplatform Hassan because Hassan is not a threat to anybody. This is why Hassan will never get banned from Twitch, will never get banned from YouTube, will never be demonetized from any of these places. Hassan's not a threat. If anything, you're controlled opposition. Nobody's scared of you. Nobody cares about you. There's a reason why nobody on Fox News or Donald Trump, nobody's tweeting about you. Nobody gives a fuck about anything you do. You're controlled opposition. Everybody on the right loves that people like you exist on the left. They view you as a net positive because they know that you people have no desire for political power, and all you'll do is constantly hamper the left in every single thing they do. And occasionally, when they need to throw a bone to their own audience, they can spotlight some crazy retarded shit that you do and then try to pretend that all Democrats believe that. Like, that's it.
Perfect. In this perfect unity. Also, Israel, not exactly known for being anti-Israel either. Israel also known for working with Nazis. So it was a perfectly harmonious relationship. Yeah, this person is also one of...
Technically, that would have been the issue. That would have been pre-Israel, not Israel itself. If you're referring to the pre-IDF forces, that it's okay.
Of like Destiny's orbiters, but I actually kind of like what he's been doing as of late. I don't know why he blocked me. He used to hate my ass too. I'm pretty sure he's like a Destiny orbiter. He's one of those like...
How do you know that? This is the Scrub King, right? How deep into my lore do you have to be to even know that? What the fuck? What? To know that Cameron was the Scrub King? It was a guy who does... Jesus Christ. He sees me everywhere.
Nazis. So it was a perfectly harmonious relationship. Yeah, this person is also one of like Destiny's orbiters, but I actually kind of like what he's been doing as of late. I don't know why he blocked me. He used to hate my ass too. I'm pretty sure he's like a Destiny orbiter. He's one of those like super lived up guys, but I do appreciate his takes against the Trump administration, including defending AOC. Have you ever seen the New York Times quote Trump word for word like this before? The double standard is insufferable. It's perfectly correct. This is an absolutely correct statement. Adam Wren did this on purpose. I think this is such a, I think this is a, this is an editorial decision. Make no mistake. What they're doing, what Adam Wren is doing here at the New York Times is an editorial decision. Journalists will always clean up quotes. They don't put the ahs and ums in there. They always clean up quotes. And they do it for Trump all the time. They did it for Joe Brandon all the time as well. They did this because they don't really the AOC, I assume. They did it. Is an absolutely...
It would depend on what came before or after this. If they're trying to make the point that she stumbled here, then of course they're not going to truncate the quote. They're going to, or I don't know if truncate is appropriate here. They're not going to clean up or edit the quote down. They're going to leave in the uhs and ums because they're trying to make a point that she stumbled on an answer. I don't know what came before or after though, because it's just a fucking picture.
Charlie Kirk! Stop it! Get him out! Yeah, he's in art now. I think it's... Yeah, no, wait, no, he's like bottom main-ish. Could be in the T hallway. Oh! Shit, Charlie Kirk! Stop it! Get him out!
No! No!
Jesus Christ!
Wait, I don't understand. Oh, is it like a spray or something that somebody... Okay.
when I came to you with those calculations, we thought we might start an AI SLOP meme that would destroy the internet. A meme so massive that could destroy the other memes like Triple T, John Pork, King Von, or even P. Diddy.
I know Kirk remembered, Charlie. What about it?
I believe we did it.
Repeat that again, Charlie.
I believe we did it.
Epstein.
God, I hate that fucking movie.
President.
Oh no, don't fight with Lycan. That's a black hole of nothingness you're not prepared to go down, Hutch.
Now, I'm not defending the president, but I will say he hasn't defied a single court order yet. He hasn't. And there was the big freak out that he was going to run in 28. And I'm like, no, he's not going to run. That's not going to happen. And now, of course, he's not going to run.
What's your relationship with him like now?
I wouldn't, whatever. But my point, it's like, if I have something to say, it's not going to be, you know, in an insult. It's not going to be extreme things. When you have
Oh no. Do I care about this?
We are papering over.
Last week, comedian and political commentator Jon Stewart published an interview with Nobel Prize-winning economist Richard Thaler, where Stewart revealed that despite his nearly 30 years as a prominent commentator on American politics and policy, he has no idea what economics actually is. Stewart ostensibly brought Thaler on his show to explain what the field of behavioral economics is, but as Stewart's misrepresentations and misunderstandings piled up, Thaler quickly found himself in the position of defending and explaining basic economics, the kind of things many of us learned in introductory college classes. In one of the more egregious examples, Thaler began explaining how behavioral economics might influence laws or regulations to address climate change by pointing out that most economists, in accordance with standard economic theory, believe that the optimal response to excess carbon dioxide emissions is a carbon tax. Before his guest could get any further, Stewart laughed disbelievingly and argued, "May I suggest that that's incorrect?" adding that the minute you put a carbon tax on, people see their energy prices go up, and you will no longer be serving in office politically. Sure, but this is a politics question, I guess, not an economics one. This was a bizarre non sequitur, because while it's true that a carbon tax would be politically dicey, Stewart's concern about political risk is totally unresponsive to the question whether it's an economically optimal policy solution. Thaler tried to explain why economists like a carbon tax, but the moment he said that, said that it helps people behave in a socially optimal way, Stewart interjected again, rejecting the premise, but that's not economics. Economics doesn't take into account what's best for society. He exclaimed, adding that the goal of economics in a capitalist system is to make the most amount of money for shareholders. So my point is, since when is economics about improving the human condition and not just making money for the companies that are extracting the fossil fuels from the earth? Oh boy, hold on. Oh boy.
We are...
I'll listen to like 3 minutes of this. I don't know if I'd be able to...
Concede.
Great. So let's take climate change as an example.
Great.
All economists, including this one, think that the first thing we should have done when we figured out there was climate change is impose a carbon tax.
Wait, most economists think that?
Yes.
May I suggest that that's incorrect?
You may, but I'm included in those.
Can I say why I think it's incorrect?
Yeah, sure.
So the minute you put a carbon tax on, people see their energy prices go up, and you will no longer be serving in office politically.
All right, then we're in agreement. Well, what I'm saying is, if you're God or king, or president, and you could say, all right, what policy should we have? Then the correct policy is the one that sets the prices to give people the incentive to. So if we increase the cost of heating your home,
yes,
to reflect the externality, the cost you're imposing on other people,
yes,
then you'll have the correct incentives to put in solar or insulate or switch to a heat pump or whatever.
Right.
We run a poll of expert economists every couple of weeks at the University of Chicago, and there is one on that. And yeah, everybody says, yeah, that would be the ideal policy.
So they're saying a carbon tax would be the thing to solve the climate crisis because rather than changing the behavior, you have to make using fossil fuels, which are the driver of climate change, so much more expensive that it changes people's behaviors because they won't change behavior on their own. Is that standard economics or is that behavioral economics?
That's the most fundamental. I feel like that's the most fundamental driver of every economic thing in the universe. People respond predictably to economic incentives. Like the most basic fundamental thing underlying any possible thing. Given two equivalent products, all else equal, one is more expensive than the other. What will people choose? The cheaper one. Like
that's standard economics.
That's standard.
That's standard.
Feels behavioral, but that's standard.
No, because
oh God, I don't understand how you can do political commentary so much and not know just the basics, like the basics of like psychology or political science or economics or just like really basic, like high school level things.
It's standard because it's just changed the price. And then the alternative is we say you're not allowed to have, we can't have cars that get less than such and such gas mileage.
Right. Which we've done.
We have, right. So we have lots of regulations.
Okay.
We essentially don't have a carbon tax.
So the way we do it is, so standard economics, what they say is we have a series of either incentives or regulations. So it would sort of be
But this is good, no? It's good that he's doing this in front of a camera. Well, yeah, but he's had strong opinions on a lot of economic policy and everything before. So to not even know like the basics of it, I mean, theoretically, if he's like copy pasting somebody else's opinion that he believes is respectable, like that's okay. But I don't know, that's kind of spooky.
A mix of is we have a series of either incentives or regulations. So it would sort of be a mix of subsidies and regulations. And that is how we will manage the energy market while also keeping an eye on trying to reduce emissions. And that's how economists would.
Isn't all economics behavioral? What's the difference? True. Actually, I don't actually know. Oh fuck, I'm trying to think. What does behavioral economics study? I feel like behavioral economics, doesn't it try to study things that aren't like, that maybe you wouldn't predict just through like pure ultra, like economics market things, like people might value a thing in a way that would be difficult to account for economically. So like, let's say there are two, so what I just said all else equal, you can buy product A or product B, but B is cheaper than A. Well, you'd obviously buy B. But then let's say a bunch of people are buying A because A was made in a green factory. Oh, well, people are making a different choice. They're valuing it differently. I feel like behavioral economics is studying like those types of like psychological factors that might that basically change the way that people value things. It's not just like a strict like dollar amount.
Design a program.
I don't know why let's just look it up. Behavioral economics. Wikipedia. Is a study of the psychological factors involved in the decisions of individuals, institutions, and how these decisions deviate from those implied by traditional economic theory. I think my answer is, yeah. Concerned with the bounds of rationality of economic agents. Behavioral models typically integrate insights from psychology, neuroscience, and microeconomic theory. Oh, also, I think like I think when you talk about things like loss aversion and stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah. Like these are, like if, so like if people were computers, machines, well, maybe actually not even technically, but let's say that I were to offer you, a bet. Let's say that your net worth is $100, or let's say that your net worth was $100,000. And I say that I can either multiply your money by 1,000, so you'll have $1 billion, whatever the fuck that is, I don't know. You'll have $1 million, $1 billion, whatever. And if I flip a coin, there's like a 50% chance of that happening, or I can zero out your money and put you massively in debt. Hold on, I'm not using a correct example. Wait, I just had a huge fucking brain ejection. Scratch everything that I just said. If we could flip a coin and you would either be given $10 million on a heads, or you would like lose everything on a tails, even if the expected value of that coin flip was like massively positive because you're worth less than $5 million, people have a fear of loss. And there might even be like a rational way to justify it. So they wouldn't take a 50-50 coin flip to get $10 million or they were going to lose everything just because that loss aversion is so strong. But there might be ways to account for that. I don't know if this would strictly be behavioral econ, but there might be ways to account for that because like, well, let's say that you're worth $1 million and you could flip that coin. Going from $1 million to 10 million net worth is actually a lot less significant than going from 1 million to 0. So maybe there's like a way to account for like the difference in utility for the marginal utility of the next dollar earned or some bullshit or whatever. I don't know. He defines it at 435. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess.
To solve it. So we've done that with, we subsidize solar, we subsidize electric vehicles, and we regulate the miles that they must get there, and they must have a catalytic converter. Right, all that is what you would consider to be standard economic theory.
No. So we're almost there.
I am fucking this up.
You are not. You're not. So what economists would say is, we don't need all those rules and regulations. Just set the price right.
But doesn't the market set the price? Isn't that free markets?
No.
Yes, but that's would be the point of carbon tax, is to make the price higher than the market would ordinarily set it, right?
Oh, the carbon tax will automatically raise the price of a Hummer, of operating a Hummer, because it only gets 8 miles to the gallon, compared to some EV. So we don't have to regulate. All we have to do is get the price right. That's standard economics.
And then the market will change.
Then the market will change.
But isn't that just an intervention? How is that a market? That's just the government saying, if we set a price that is unreasonable, the market will behave.
It's just setting the price so that you have the incentive to act in a way that's best for society.
But that's not economics. Economics doesn't take into account what's best for society.
Yes, it does. Yes,
what? Wait a minute.
John,
wait a minute.
Let me
hold on here.
Economists know about externalities. And now here's the point I want to make. We don't have carbon taxes. Why? Because, and you started with this, so you got to the answer right away. You got to this because people hate taxes. They hate high prices. So what do we have? We have lots of subsidies. We have no taxes.
Yes. Well, we have, that's not exactly, I mean, we have gas taxes. Like if you go to California, it's very different than buying gas in New York.
Correct.
It's very different than buying gas in Minnesota. Or,
That's right.
All
But even in high gasoline tax states, the taxes on emissions are still way too low compared to what they should be.
Compared to what they should be if our goal is to reduce carbon emissions. Right. But that's not the goal of economics. The goal of economics in a capitalist system is to make the most amount of money for your shareholders. So my point is,
he's talking about fiduciary responsibility of like a board, I guess. I mean, this guy, if he's a Nobel laureate, he's going to know way more than me about economics. I don't know if I would necessarily say like economics is trying to make society better, but like an economist is probably recommending a policy that he thinks will make things better, because the whole point of an intervention is that you think there's some, if you're talking about an external thing, when he says externality, there are some things that aren't captured or reflected in the price of a given thing. And people might be incentivized to buy a thing, and there might be external harm that's done, but it's not captured in the price of the actual thing itself. So if you find a way to tax that external effect, then it can be reflected in the price. So like if it costs $5 to make a shirt with a Chinese child slave or whatever, or it costs $10 to make a shirt from Walmart, which is probably coming from the same place, sorry. $10 to make an American non-slave shirt or whatever. People will buy the $5 shirt because it's cheaper than the $10 shirt. But if you put like a $15 slave tax, and now you've got the $5 shirt is now a $20 shirt, and now the American-made non-slave shirt is a $10 shirt, well, now you found a way to account for that external negative effect. If you assume that slavery is a negative effect from society, well, now that you've captured that in a market way, now when consumers are shopping for things, they'll be more likely to buy the non-slave produced shirt or whatever.
Since when is economics about improving the human condition and not just making money for the companies that are extracting the fossil fuels from the earth? Isn't that everything else is interventionist?
Okay, so I did not anticipate.
Oh, shit, fuck. Somebody on YouTube just said, this guy is not very good at explaining the basics. I think he's about to say what I was just going to say, though. I think that this guy probably assumed that, like, Jon Stewart would know, like, what an externality is, or wouldn't make a statement like, economics isn't about making society better. It's about returning money to shareholders. That's, like, for somebody to make a statement like that, you have to be fairly either ideologically captured or just very uninformed about just the broad field of economics, I think.
That, everything else is interventionist.
Okay, so I did not anticipate that my role here was going to be as the defender of neoclassical economics, but here I am.
Oh, we're here, baby.
I am here.
All
and,
right.
You know, my economist friends will be proud that I'm defending them.
All right.
So look, there's an economist named Arthur Pigou.
Sorry, somebody said externalities don't have to be bad. True. What I'm thinking of more particularly would be called a negative externality. Sure, true.
Oh, Pagoo's work is I don't miss an essay.
Yeah. So no, he died 100 years ago. But
that's what I meant.
Anyway, there are Pagoovian taxes. So in any economics textbook, it will say that if you're causing some harm, then the way to fix it is to charge you for the harm you're causing, so that you will decide just the right amount of harm.
Is Pagoovian familiar with the 2008 financial crisis? Because that is not what happens.
Yeah, but like that would be the point, right? The issue was all of this run up and all of this external harm wasn't being reflected in a market price anywhere, right? So everybody was incentivized at every single step to make a bad financial decision. Whether you're talking about a homeowner getting a home that they probably shouldn't have gotten, a bank writing a loan that they probably shouldn't have written, an investment firm buying a mortgage they probably shouldn't have bought, a person selling a CDO that they probably shouldn't have put together, an investor investing in a thing they probably shouldn't have invested in for returns that were probably higher than they should have been, right? Every single actor along the way was incentivized to make a decision that was short-term profitable, but maybe represented a bad thing altogether, but that wasn't being captured or reflected in any market price anywhere. And it needs to be reflected too, because you can't just make moral decisions in a market where people are competing with each other. Imagine you think there's going to be a massive global financial meltdown related to, mortgage-backed securities, and imagine you're the single bank in the neighborhood that doesn't sell those mortgages. Well, you're just going to go out of business. Your employees are going to starve, or you're going to have to fire them. They're going to go somewhere else because nobody's going to do business with you because every customer is going to go to the next bank that's going to write them a more preferential loan, right? So you're kind of like forced to participate in these bad market activities because your competitors are going to do the same.
Okay, I'm not saying any economist thinks that we have these optimal policies. What I'm saying is
that's how it's supposed to work.
That's the way any economist basically would have advised, take any council of economic advisors before this one, because they always had real economists. They would all be saying something similar to, well, what we really should do is this. But then they would say, but it's true, boss, that people hate taxes. And if they're Republicans, they really hate taxes. But we all hate paying taxes. And so we'll subsidize EVs. We won't tax Hummers.
Okay, but the disconnect here is that the average person feels trolled by an incident like 2008, and they aren't being communicated to by academic economists, but by popular perceptions of economics. And the popular perception is literally that it's just how to make a lot of money for rich people, incidents and trolling included. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of like weird myths and dumb statements that underline that. Like I said before, like people are like K-shaped, 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 K-shaped. And like, I'm sure there's like a better, like there's a Steelman version of the K-shape argument that I'm just too lazy to read into. But like in any economic situation, rich people are always going to be postured to make more money than the poor people because they're just going to have the capital. They're going to have the money to invest correctly. They're going to be able to they just have more options available. You're rich. You can do so many more things to capitalize on a good situation than poor people who might see their 401ks grow or something, but like, most of their money is in wages. They don't have a ton of investments, like that's it. They're not, doing startup capital for businesses or expanding their own business for exciting new opportunities or markets or whatever bullshit. And then when economies crash, well, for laborers, you're kind of fucked because you just make money based on your wages. You usually don't have a huge net worth to draw from in times of economic crises to kind of like float your finances for a while. But if you're rich, you can draw down accounts if you need to, assuming it's not like super bad. Like you're going to be okay. Nothing bad is going to happen. And then you're going to be poised better for recovery. You can usually navigate those in more sophisticated ways by allocating money in different places or whatever the fuck you'd have to do. So like everything, rich people are always going to do better than poor people in times of gains and in times of crises. That's just always going to be the case. But for some reason, people don't think that's true. But I don't even know how you would communicate. I don't think you could ever change that. This would be like, imagine if you're kind of like an overweight dude and you've got like a ton of ultra shredded like gym friends. And they're like, bro, we're going to totally pig out this month. It's fucking, we're just going to eat a ton. It's dirty bulking month. We're going to eat a ton. You can join us if you want. It's going to be awesome. And then you've got a friend who weighs, 280 pounds. Like, yeah, fuck it. I'll come with you guys and we'll do it. And after like a month or two, this dude's gained like 20 or 30 pounds or whatever. He's fucking pigging out like crazy. That's not a big deal to all of his super weightlifter friends because they're going to burn it off because they know how to manage their diet. They probably have a lot more muscle to work with. They've got a higher capacity for work. They've got training schedules. But the guy that gained the 30 pounds is like, fuck. He's like, well, hold on. I was pigging out with you guys. It's like, you were, and you enjoyed it. Not as much as we enjoyed it though. And we can get back to normal very easily. And the run up to the global financial crisis, there were a lot of normal citizens that were in houses that they absolutely should have been in, making way more money than they should have, especially if they ever sold or traded up. And they got to enjoy that. They got to sit at the table with their weightlifter friends, all the finance bros and the rich people for a little bit and enjoy the food. But then when it came time to grind, when the global financial crisis came and fucked everybody over, well, the poor people are kind of left like, oh shit, now we're mega fucked because we don't know how to navigate these environments. We don't have the tools to be in these environments. I'm not blaming poor people for this, by the way, or people that got houses. Like, the people that got the houses that didn't belong in them should have gotten the houses. They were economically incentivized to as well. The one big criticism that I think is fair is when you're in some of these huge capital institutions and you have like public backstops for your behavior. I don't think it's fair that they can price that in. I think that's kind of bullshit, but that's a way more complicated argument.
We won't tax gas and we won't tax... So, and that all goes back to the mugs. That it's because we hate losing more than we like winning. So what we'll do is we'll have all these policies where we subsidize you to do the right thing as opposed to penalizing you via prices for doing the wrong thing.
Folks, do you love coffee, but you think the names are...
This guy's name is Jerusalem Demsas. Uh-oh. Okay. We don't need to bash Jon Stewart here.
Is it's not regressive. But the other piece to keep in mind too is it's not regressive. Most consumption in America is done by the wealthiest people. So the idea that it's somehow regressive is just wrong. And by the way,
perfect. A tax on wealthy people. That ought to get unanimous approval in the Hakeem Jeffries house.
What one would think, but again, these tariffs aren't making their way down to consumers anyway.
That's absolutely not true. They're making their way down way more than we thought they would. But okay. What was the DSP meme?
Necker.
I missed it.
Phil is the guy who literally rebroadcasts and steals my content daily. He outright knows what he's doing is illegal.
In my house, matter of fact, you ain't even got to meet nowhere. Pull up in front of my house. Matter of fact, you ain't even got to pull up in front of my house. Pull up in front of the motherfucking precinct and let's bang out. Right down the block. You know where's that? You study my whole neighborhood. Or pull up in front of the Kmart and let's bang out. And let's do it on camera. I throw my life away. You throw your life away right now. Right now. Let's do it for the camera. Right now. And if you win, I'll make sure I got like $70,000 in my pocket. If you blind me, you can take the money. Right now. I hate you, Nicholas. Stop.
Okay.
Nothing. I know that for those who have watched budget.
This is quiet. This video is ridiculously quiet. I hate all of you.
After budget.
I can. Okay.
I know that for those who have watched budget after budget, it is tempting to assume that we are engaging in the same dance as our predecessors. Let me assure you, nothing about this is typical.
Uh-oh.
That's why our solutions won't be either.
Uh-oh.
There are two paths to bridge this gap. The first is the most sustainable.
Oh, raise revenue or cut spending?
And the fairest path. This is the path of ending the drain on our city and raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations. The most profitable corporations. The onus for resolving this crisis should not be placed on the backs of working and middle-class New Yorkers.
Fuck the middle class.
If we do not fix this structural imbalance and do not heed the calls of New Yorkers to raise taxes on the wealthy, this crisis will not disappear. It will simply return, year after year, forcing harder and harsher choices each time. And if we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a second, more harmful path. Faced with no other choice, the city would
Austerity?
have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control.
What?
We would have to raise property taxes.
What's wrong with property taxes? Base revenue collector. Ooh, and you could target those high-value homes, those high-value property. Oh, we love property taxes here. Hell yeah. Why is that the last resort? He should have opened with that one.
Taxes. We would also be forced to raid our reserves.
Oh, that's not good.
To balance the budget as required by law, our preliminary budget takes the only path within our control, the second path. The options of the second path are the options of last resort, options that we will only employ if there is no other means of arriving at a balanced budget.
Okay. watch that. That's later. This is later. Big Lib Learn thing. Wait, why do I have... Oh, this is a Hutch video about Hassan.
Whereas a century ago...
What is this?
Those who formed their ideas in the 1880s were not around in the 1920s.
Interesting. Are there any politicians...
Literally every local politics scene, property taxes is the third rail. I don't know why. Even tax positive people, everyone just unanimously despises property tax. Because it's because of fucking losers. It's just fuck them, okay? It's a good ass tax, all right? It's a good tax. It lets you go after people who have a fuck ton of money because they live in big ass fucking homes. It's targeted just so well. There's very little ways to kind of like avoid it or elude it. Like you can't like hide your money. Your properties are appraised at a certain value. You get fucking taxed at that value. Like boom. It's just such a good, and if you don't want to pay it, even if you make a lot of money, you don't have to. Just don't live in a huge fucking house. It's so easy to. It's such a good. People that have fucked their property taxes, I feel like they have so much trouble raising revenue. I feel like that's one of the big issues with California, with their whole weird fucking property tax cuck out shit. I know Florida is thinking about getting rid of theirs, but I don't know. I feel like I think most economists agree too. I think not Miami, Chicago, UF. What's the name of the forum? Economist, property tax. Wait, let me make sure we're in step here. Wait. It's like the UGM. What am I thinking of? Poll. Is it not a Chicago thing? Am I making the Chicago word up? Fuck. I don't care about LVT. I don't care about anybody bringing up LVT. That's people that bring up LVT are pedophiles. It's probably better, but we're so far off. People who bring up LVT are the equivalent of people who say every single thing in the entire economy should be socialism and we should have perfect. Like, I think LVT would maybe be a good idea. Everything I've read about it seems fine, but we're so far away from that fucking or not LVT, land value tax. No, it is LVT. Yes, yeah, IGM Chicago. Oh, that's what I was thinking about. What's the difference? Go look it up. No, and it's all giving me these fucking land value tax bullshits. Ugh. Somebody will find it on this forum, okay?
Change is slow.
Or not on this forum, on the site or whatever. It polls like economists to see what their broad opinions are on subjects.
So those of us who formed our ideas in the 1980s are going to be around for a while. Whereas a century ago, those who formed their ideas in the 1880s were not around in the 1920s.
Interesting. Are there any politicians that you think get it? Who do you look to with hope, in American politics today?
Why was I like this?
Well, I have trouble answering that question because I'm not sure what I'm hoping for. And I'm just going to present to you something I'm wrestling with. And I talk about this in a number of podcasts. I do not have my answer to this question, much less anybody else's. But here's something I work about. Is the right response should we get to the other side of Trumpism? Is the right response Merrick Garland 2.0, forgive and forget, move on, let the past be the past, let the future be the future? In which case, that points to one set of categories. Yeah. Or do we need some accountability, some punishment? Do we need backward-looking action? In which case, different kind of people. Let me be concrete. I don't think if you want to turn the page, I don't think Gavin Newsom is your guy because I don't think he has any ideas about politics or the future of America. But if what you want is accountability and holding people who did wrong to account, Gavin Newsom looks like your guy because he really seems to have that mission and feel it very intensely. So I don't know who to hope for until I know what I'm hoping for, and I can't quite make up my mind what I'm hoping for.
So I guess another way to ask the question is if you were advising someone to run for president, a generic Democrat presumably, or a lonely centrist Republican to the extent they exist, what would you tell them?
Well, for my generic Democrat, I have a few things that I would tell them. Criminals belong in prison. The borders must be secure. If somebody makes a good living, they're doing a good thing for everybody and should keep most of their money. I just would go through those basic things that the left wing of the Democratic Party treats as controversial and that move the Democrats between 2014 and 2022 into a lot of places that just don't make any sense. In the middle of the 2010s, we'd achieved the lowest crime rates ever recorded in the history of American statistics. And that progress was undone. Partly the COVID, you can blame the COVID epidemic to some degree, but the problem started before COVID. Democrats, state and local governments began saying, you know what, we have just been too successful against crime. And we are going to undo the things that worked in the 80s and 90s. So in 2014, California passes a referendum that decriminalizes thefts under $950. If people committed casual assaults on the streets were on a revolving door where they were let go to repeat the assaults against women and the elderly over and over again. How? And I just kept thinking, how hard is it to say criminals belong in prison? If you steal $900, you're a criminal, and you belong in prison. Maybe not for a long time, not for the rest of your life.
What fucking Democrat has ever said we shouldn't put criminals in prison? There was dumb shit in San Francisco a long time ago. And by a long time ago, I mean like around like, what was it, around COVID time? Okay, we don't think about that anymore. But this guy might also be, I don't have any strong opinions on that. Okay. My DGG Politics people want to do their monthly war thing, but I need to also... Or no, I'm waiting for that. It's in 10 minutes. I don't know if I have anything else before. How much am I going to get triggered? People said this was really triggering. This episode yesterday, the Lib Learn one. This Jose guy was giga-based. Okay. This is good messaging for winning over moderates.
The religious right, a political movement that is, well, for 50 years, the religious right, a political movement, that is the perfect description for it. They convinced a lot of our fellow Christians that the most important issues were abortion and gay marriage. Two issues that aren't mentioned in the Bible, two issues that Jesus never talked about. Jesus in Matthew 25 tells us exactly how you and I and every one of our fellow believers, how we're going to be judged and how we're going to be saved. By feeding the hungry, by healing the sick, by welcoming the stranger. Nothing about going to church, nothing about voting Republican. It was all about how you treat other people. Don't. I've said before, don't tell me what you believe. Show me how you treat other people, and I'll tell you what you believe. And I think in our faith, we've got to get back to those fundamentals. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, and when I was little, he told me that Christianity is a simple religion, not an easy religion. He would always clarify, but a simple religion because Jesus gave us two commandments: love God and love neighbor. And there was no exception to that second commandment. Love thy neighbor regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation or immigration status or religious affiliation. And it's why I have fought so hard for the separation of church and state in the state capitol in Texas, because
we've got the patriotic messaging kind of back, right? I don't think capturing the religious messaging is necessarily bad. It is kind of cringe and weird. Like if you were to describe Christianity and then ask a totally neutral third party, like an alien, like who seems to map onto this more, Democrats or Republicans? I seriously doubt any of them would ever pick Republicans. Jesus. What is this?
Pysznej zupie nie ruszam dupy z klopa, ta zupa była w mlecie, na mleko mam alergię. Po swojej pysznej zupie nie ruszam dupy z klopa, ta zupa była w mlecie, na mleko mam alergię. Po twojej pysznej zupie nie ruszam dupy z zapada, zupa była.
Okay. Are you the guys? The dudes?
Oh my God, hi. Yes, wait, you need to bring in the other guy. Our good friend Josh. There.
Oh, hi.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you going?
Yeah, we are the award dudes. Thanks for having us on.
You're welcome. Always.
So today we have on Andy, who is going to share his screen, and then we will begin.
Okay. Just 1 second. Wait a second. It's not allowing me to share the screen for the slideshow.
Wait, what did you just say?
It's not allowing me to share the screen because I have a slideshow that we're going to use.
Okay. Do we need to take
doesn't
notes?
let me.
Is there a quiz?
Yeah. There's a test at the end of this.
Yeah.
We'll do our best.
All right, I will share my screen then.
Okay. Watching stream of Sunforger, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm figuring this out, I promise. Okay. We can see it.
We can see it?
Yep.
All right, great. So my name is Josh. For those of you who don't know, I'm a coordinator with Digital Ground Game, and I lead the DGG Arcin Award. What Digital Ground Game is we're an organization, and our core idea is to connect digital politics to real world. So basically, we're taking Destiny viewers, and we're getting them off the couch and to do real world political activism. So the Arcin Award is a monthly way for us to recognize someone who has done this. Winners receive a pinned Reddit post, a Discord shout out, featured article in the Pragmatic Papers, and they get to come on stream, and they get this wonderful certificate that we have as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait,
so
for people in chat, how is Digital Ground Game related to DGG Poll?
It's the same thing.
The exact same thing. Why is one called
exact same thing?
DGG Poll and the other called Digital Ground Game?
So we're not DGG Poll anymore. We're now Digital Ground Game. DGG Poll is sort of, our internal Destiny audience. I mean, if you think about it, Digital Ground Game is already DGG, right? We're already signaling.
Okay. Acceptable answer. Go ahead.
So this month's winner is Andy, who lives in Minneapolis, very close to where Renee Good was shot. After the shooting, he decided to start taking photos of the protests. So he went from being a student who just takes photos of birds to someone who's documenting what will be probably one of the most significant protest movements of our time. Alex Preddy was shot while holding a camera. Systems like what Trump is doing, they fear documentation and images. When you think of big movements in history, you think of the photos. You think of, less so abstract concepts and ideas. People think of the photos. Photos capture emotion, and they humanize struggle, and they change minds in ways words cannot. So we have a short video that we've had prepared that we'd like to play. But one thing about Andy's work specifically, and why we picked it, is it doesn't just show conflict, it shows unity, and it shows how communities, specifically in Minneapolis, they can come together in moments of crisis, and that all of us are able to act, right? All of you, 10,000 people watching, you're able to actually do something and make a difference. So we have our media team prepared a video. So let me know if you can hear the audio.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business.
we've got here is failure to communicate.
We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line.
She was basically my neighbor, and she was killed by these people.
What kind of American are you?
That was falling by the way, Lord.
If we can't discriminate between serious arguments and propaganda, then we have problems.
But they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite.
And 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
Elections matter, voting matters, organizing matters, being informed on the issues matter. And what I consistently say to young people, I say it in the United States, but I'll say it here in Germany and across Europe. Do not take for granted our systems of government and our way of life. I think there is a tendency, because we have lived in an era that has been largely stable and peaceful, at least in advanced countries, where living standards have generally gone up, there is a tendency, I think, to assume that that's always the case. And it's not. Democracy is hard work.
So, you know, this is just something our award team made, our media team made about this. And yeah, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy, who lived through the Minneapolis protests, took some very compelling photos, and, you know, hopefully you two can talk a little bit about the protests and, you know, what really happened. So.
Okay.
If it will let me go to the next slide.
Yep. So, hi, yeah, I'm Andy, and I guess where this all started was with Renee Good. So, I mean, I remember hearing on the news that Renee Good was murdered, essentially, and I remember looking at my phone, reading the article to see where exactly it happened, and I remember like reading the cross streets and realizing, wait, I know exactly where that is, and it was just like an absolutely like crazy realization that this would happen so close to me. And so later that night, I went to the location where she was shot to see what was happening. And I took this picture. Now, this is just a picture with my phone. I didn't even think to bring my camera at this point. But after seeing all these, like, I mean, you can see here, there's like thousands of people out. And after just seeing all these people come out, you know, just like that, with like no notice, people were just ready to come out and show their support. It made me feel motivated to do something myself. Cause like, I felt so angry, like after seeing this and the reactions where they're lying about, oh, this is like some domestic terrorist person and that they're like killing all these people. It made me fucking angry. And it was like, if they're gonna kill somebody who's essentially my neighbor, you know, who's to say they're not gonna come after people who are much closer to me next?
Have you, just curious, before going out to photograph this stuff, have you done any kind of like local protesting or anything before? Or is this the first time you went out and kind of captured an event like this?
I mean, I'd gone to like, I used to live in Chicago, and there was some protests there, but they were pretty, I mean, you'll see with some of these photos. The previous protests I've been to have been pretty chill, just like the marches where people are just like chilling and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll see there's much more contentious and like crazy protests that happened here in Minnesota. So you'll see some of that. But yeah, you can go to the next picture, Josh. Yeah, so the very next day, I decided to go back to the exact spot, but this time with my camera. And this is one of the pictures I took. I really like this photo because you can just see like on the faces of everyone there. I mean, they look like clearly like fucked up over all this. And it's like exactly how I felt in the moment. Like it's like hard to really put into words. Like you don't realize how fucked up this is until you go to the exact spot where it happened. And you're like standing on the exact ground where Renee Good spent her last moments. And you can just see it on everybody's faces that they're feeling like exactly how I was feeling. Like, it's really fucked up. Our government would do this to an American citizen. Yeah, and so what you're seeing here is they're actually all looking towards the right where the memorial for her is. So yeah, that's what you're seeing here. But kind of a silver lining, you can go to the next picture. Kind of a silver lining to this was seeing how people came together to support each other. So these are just people handing out free food, free drinks. And I think really importantly, the based Somali Americans showed up in Minneapolis. There were tons of them. They were like handing out like Somali food and Somali drinks. It was really nice. And like the fact that like Trump and all the lies they're spreading about the Somalis, it's like they want me to hate these people who are like handing out free food to me, but they want me to love and thank the people who are killing my neighbors. And like they're just like the psychosis that is, you know, in this administration is pretty wild. But no, it was great to see everybody supporting each other in this really tragic moment in the community. But yeah, you can go to the next picture now. So like a few days after was a pretty big protest. I think the estimate was like 10,000 people or something that occurred in like the general vicinity of where Renee Good was murdered. And so this is what you're seeing here. I thought the really nice thing was like everyone was laser focused on like the ICE shit and not getting distracted by other like adjacent issues. I feel like at a lot of protests, a lot of times there's like people there for like Palestine or like whatever other random thing. But here, like everyone was like completely focused on ICE and had that singular message, which was really nice to see. Yeah, and you can go to the next picture now. Yeah, this is from the same protest. I just like this picture because there's 3 young men together showing their support for America. And I mean, I just know that this picture is probably like MAGA would not like this picture because here's the thing, like in Minneapolis, like people don't care about like the crazy racial divides. This is stuff that they're trying to push on us. Like nobody is going around Minneapolis thinking like, oh, the Somalis are destroying our city. All the black people are destroying this city. All the Latinos are destroying. Like nobody is thinking this way in Minneapolis, and yet they want to impose this stuff on us. And so yeah, I just think it was a really nice picture to just see friendship between three young men. Yeah, you can go to the next one. So this is a few days later. Basically, when things started to get more contentious, or how things started to get more contentious is basically every single day there was like hundreds of people who would show up to the Whipple building. And the Whipple building is like this federal government building where ICE was operating out of in Minneapolis. It's kind of like their headquarters in Minneapolis.
What is the? Can you explain? Because I've heard this brought up before. What exactly is the Whipple building? When you say federal building, does it do anything, or does it normally house like a certain thing, or what?
It usually just has like a bunch of different federal agencies work from there. So like the VA works from there. Like it's not just ICE, but ICE does like work from there.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so there was always like tons of ICE vehicles entering and leaving there that would cause people to start like screaming and throwing things and whatever. And so what the protesters would do was kind of try to block the street into the Whipple building. And so what you're seeing here is them trying to push them back. And so you can see all these guys with their weapons. The guy with the yellow mask is actually Greg Bavino. You can see how short he is, little guy. But yeah, you can go to the next picture now. Yeah, this is a picture of them throwing flashbangs at people. They loved the tear gas. They loved the flashbangs. Sometimes when people weren't even doing anything, they'd just be standing there and they'd start rushing through and arresting people and throwing flashbangs and tear gas and beating the shit out of people. And you can see in this picture, like people are just standing there, like they're not doing anything, and they're still getting flashbanged. Yeah, next one.
Wait, I'm curious. Were you outside a lot during the, I guess, like when ICE was there doing crowd control?
Just like randomly in just around the neighborhoods as they're like arresting people and stuff.
One thing I guess I'm kind of curious about, I don't know if you necessarily know this or not, but like you see videos of doing like the massive crowd control. It's like one of the hardest things, or maybe not one of the hardest. Well, it's a very difficult thing for cops to do, and you have to bring in like specially trained cops to do it. It's kind of crazy that ICE, that barely has any training to do any kind of law enforcement stuff, is also like doubling as massive crowd control people. And I'm curious, if they seem hectic or like if they're just like, I don't know. I just can't imagine being somebody who is in the position now, if you're an ICE agent or you're an ICE officer and you're trying to do crowd control of huge crowds and you don't have even like basic law enforcement training and you're doing some of the most complicated police work. It's like,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, especially at the Whipple building where there's like hundreds of people who can get very rowdy. They basically had to do crowd control, which they're not trained to do. They're all fucking incompetent.
Mhm.
I remember there's one day where they were like rushing through the crowd to like arrest some people, and they ended up dropping like actual ammo in the middle of the crowd, and then one of the protesters took the ammo for themselves. Like it's just fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have no fucking clue what they're doing. But yeah, you can go to the next picture, Josh. Yeah, so we had to blur this, but this is like an example of an injury that somebody got here. So this is from shrapnel from a flashbang, I believe. I mean, they're not supposed to be like lethal or injure you or anything, but if you're close enough to them, like the shrapnel can like hit your different body parts and cause injuries. And so that's what happened here. And their knee was like all fucked up and bleeding everywhere,
Mhm.
which is not fun. Yeah, next picture. And here's them chasing after this guy with the blue helmet. I don't really know what he was doing. It kind of just seemed like he was standing there. But yeah, they started chasing after him. And then if you go to the next picture, you see them trying to tackle him. One of them falls on their head.
Jesus
And you go to the next one. And yeah, this is the poor blue helmet guy getting arrested. I don't really know what he was doing, but you know. Yeah, next picture. Yeah, so this was there was like a lot of like normal regular people here. So this was a Navy veteran who was there almost every single time that I was there. And I remember talking to her. She was crying, and she was like, you know, I had been at home watching everything happen and was so like depressed and sad, just like doom scrolling and seeing all this crazy shit on the news. And she was telling me how she felt so much more hopeful being here, seeing all these people showing their support. And she was such a sweetheart. She was always just there with her little American flag. And she got caught up in like all the tear gas. This like elderly veteran, like she was getting tear gassed and shot at with like non-lethals and stuff. And she was just standing there. But yeah, next picture.
And sorry to interrupt. I just want to point out with this previous picture, one thing that I think is really crazy is how it's taking like 4 officers to tackle one guy.
Yeah. But yeah, so on the 14th, this is after Renee Good, but before Alex Preddy, there was another shooting, but this one was like, it wasn't a lethal one, like nobody died. Like it was this Venezuelan guy who was like shot in the leg. And so this is like a few hours after it happened. People had like heard about what happened and were starting to gather. And what you're seeing here is like this cloud of tear gas that is being illuminated by the like street lights that have turned red, or like the traffic lights that turned red. And so I really like it because it creates this like blood red like aura everywhere. And it felt like it really captures the mood of this, because it was like, holy shit, this is actually a pattern. This isn't just going to end with Renee Good. Like they're going to keep doing this. And so it was kind of almost foreshadowing what would happen with Alex Preddy. And yeah, it just feels like really ominous and scary, this picture. So I like it a lot. But yeah, we can go to the next one. So on the 23rd, so this is the day before Alex Preddy was murdered, there was like a really massive strike that was organized and like all throughout Minnesota, really. And there was like a major march in downtown Minneapolis as a part of the strike. And there was like 50,000 people who marched, which for a city the size of Minneapolis, like that is huge. Like I think the city itself has like 400 something thousand people. So having 50,000 people show up to anything in downtown Minneapolis is crazy. And then I think I saw like a poll that like a quarter of Minnesotans participated in the strike in some way. Like not going to work, not shopping, not going to school, that type of thing. So it was really cool to see everyone like actually kind of sacrifice something and again be united on this single message and these single demands of getting the ice out of Minneapolis. So yeah, that was really cool. But then unfortunately, of course, the kind of like positive mood of this protest was interrupted the next day by Alex Preddy. So if we can go to that, that's the next picture. Yeah, so this is like a few hours after Alex Preddy was murdered. And I mean,
wait,
it's
real
hard
quick,
to
because
say
I don't
like
think people
how
appreciate this all the time. So what is the
Yeah.
temperature in Minneapolis at this time?
Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention. It was like -40 with the wind chill, I think. With like, and people were out there for like hours in like -40-degree weather. It was fucking crazy.
It gets fucking cold out here. Some people don't realize the like when it's below like 5 degrees Fahrenheit, like on the actual without the wind chill, like when you're out there and the weather is that cold, like if you inhale, everything in your nose instantly freezes.
Yeah.
And you can't breathe when the wind is blowing in your face. Like you have to turn around or you gotta like put your hand over your nose. You just can't do it. You can't catch your breath. It's crazy how cold it is.
Yeah. But Minnesotans were built for the cold. But yeah, so this is the very next day. Alex Preddy is murdered. It's hard to say how close this is to me without completely doxing myself, but this was like extremely close to me, and which made it like very crazy, very scary. And I mean, I just had to go out there to see for myself what was happening. So this is like a few hours later, after he was murdered, and you're looking at exactly the spot where it happened. That's why there's all of these police and armored vehicles and shit, all these protesters. You can go to the next picture. This guy got taken away on a stretcher. I don't know really what happened to him, but he was kind of like behind the police lines, and he got taken away for some reason. I don't know what happened to him, but yeah, next one. Yeah, then after they took that guy away, they started tear gassing everyone. I don't know why, again, but they just started throwing their tear gas. You can see everyone's freaking out, trying to get away. If you go to the next picture.
Real quick, was there any violence from the protesters at all, and were you tear gassed?
No. I don't think there was. I mean, people were screaming, people were getting up in their faces. I didn't see them like try to throw anything or like attack anybody. I didn't see that. I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, it was kind of funny on the picture that you had of the flash grenade. I feel like there were 2 or 3 people that you could clearly see lit up that were like in pajama pants. It's kind of goofy.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go to the next one now. Yeah, so this is like called the tear gas engulfing this like apartment building. And yeah, I mean, it just looked like a fucking war zone out here. The first floor of this building is actually a grocery store, and it was actually really nice. The grocery store allowed people who were getting like fucked by the tear gas to like come in for like shelter and stuff, which was kind of nice of them. But yeah, you got next one. This person, we had to blur out a bunch of this stuff, so you can't really see in full detail what's happening here. But this person, okay, he started like running away from the police, like screaming, and then like collapsed on the ground, and it looked like their hand got like their hand was really bloody, and like I don't really know what happened. You can see like kind of in the ice and like snow and stuff, it's like red from all the blood. But yeah, so very, very chaotic. Again, I didn't see any violence from any of these people. Yeah. Your next one. And so this is after they were finished tear gassing everybody. The police decided to leave, and then the protesters basically took over the street. And so you can see them all gathered here. Again, like notice like the complete unanimity in like the messages here. Like all the signs are about like ICE, fuck MAGA. I like this one in the bottom left, same shit, different hat. You know, ICE out, killer ICE off our street. Like everyone is just here about ICE. There's nobody getting distracted by extra shit. Which, if we go to the next picture, I know this one is just for you, Destiny. This picture is just for you,
my boy.
Go to the next one, just yeah. Woo! There we go. I kid you not. I was standing there listening to him as he was, you know, talking and streaming and stuff. The entire time I was listening to him, he was talking about like Israel and Palestine and how the Democrats, whatever, are like horrible. As he's like standing on the exact place where like Alex Preddy was just murdered hours ago. Like, I think the two pictures you see like of Hassan and then the previous one, I think are like perfect contrast between the people who took this seriously, you know, the protesters who are there all just there for ICE, and Hassan and people like him who try to make it about, you know, other bullshit. I thought it was just like really beautiful contrast. The good thing is that almost all the people of these protests were very, very, very focused, which was nice. Yeah, next one. And so this is another picture I took. This is like a few days later after he was murdered, the like memorial that people set up with all the flowers and candles and notes and stuff. I just thought it was very beautiful. Seeing all the people, like, I mean, there are people who came in from like all sorts of different states. There was somebody who came in from like Wyoming. I have never even met somebody from Wyoming until that day. So it was just cool seeing people from all over the country show their support for the good people of Minneapolis. So I think this is my last picture, actually. Oh, wait, no, there's one more. Yeah, so this was like the kind of last really, really big protest in downtown Minneapolis. Again, it was like tens of thousands of people showed up. And I just love how all of the signs are just about ICE. You can see lots of American flags, very based, lots of Minnesotan flags. And yeah, just that unity, that like support from the whole community, I think is really good. And I think I have a little bit of a message for the people of DGG, because I think it's like really timely that we're talking about this, just like a few days after they announced that Operation Metro Surge is going to be ending. I think the people of Minnesota like really showed like that you can kind of make Trump your bitch. Like, people did things that they had never done before, right? There's all these videos of protesters being like, I had never done any of this shit before. This is like the first time I'm doing this, and I just decided to go out. You know, you have the ICE Watch people who are going around observing ICE. You know, Alex Preddy was one of those people, as well as Renee Good. And like with that like singular message and people doing more than what they had been previously doing and being laser focused and with clear demands and stuff, you can actually get like the Trump administration to like run away, to like flee. You know, like this has been a whole fucking disaster for them. And it's because of how Minneapolis and how Minnesotans responded to this. But yeah, so that's kind of my whole thing. But yeah.
Cool. Are you, I don't know what my follow-up is. I have no follow-ups. I don't even know. I don't, yeah. Do you, I guess, what do you do when you take a set of photos like this? Do you just like save them in your photo roll? Do you have like a portfolio, publish them online? Or are you going to do more, try to like capture more protests, I guess, on camera in the future? Or was it just like a one-off thing because it involved an area that was local to you?
I mean, honestly, with this whole experience, I have thought about like, if I want to do this, like for more things even outside of Minneapolis. If there's going to be like a January 6th 2.0, you can bet I'm going to be there, Destiny. You can bet I'm going to be there.
Have you?
I'm not participating in the January 6th stuff.
Of course. Have you shown these photos anywhere else before?
I mean, I have like an Instagram where I sometimes post things, like the DGG or the digital ground game people have been using some of my photos. Yeah.
I only bring that up because I think if you've like tagged onto local stuff on Instagram or wherever, sometimes news media will reach out to ask to use photos or whatever for stuff. The one ICE agent guy playing QWOP, I think, was like a funny photo, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well that with digital ground game and the platform that we have here is we've been able to actually use these photos, and we have a whole media team, very, very talented people. At least the people who join our Discord server are very, very talented. Discord.gg/DGG poll, and there's a lot of like really, really, to be honest, more than I'd expect from this group, like talented people.
What do you mean more than you'd expect from this group?
Like, I don't know, it's like a bunch of online people, but I think that's what we do, right? We've taken those online people and we've converted them into real action. And I mean, even just this platform, I know you mentioned like local news media, but I mean, this is being broadcasted to 8,000 people right now. And, I think even that is a fairly big thing. And in terms of the quality of these photos, I mean, I've been doing what no one should do and reading chat, and it seems like chat mainly, likes these photos. I've shown these photos to quite a few people who I know, like, this is really and also I want to point out that Alex Preddy was shot for taking photos and for having a camera. So it's very cliche, but what administrations, what groups like this fear most is really having what they do documented. And I think...
Yeah, I agree with that. You saw the way that
important.
Kristi Noem was willing to lie blatantly about the events that had transpired with Renee Good and with Alex Preddy. And if not for, well, really multiple angles too of video footage, it's kind of silly, but even if you might think there's a lot of people out there recording stuff, sometimes it's like the second or third or fourth person recording. Like with the Alex Preddy thing, that guy in the car, or I don't know if it was a girl, but whoever's in the car who recorded from that angle, that was a pretty important angle in my opinion. And I think that was one of the later ones to come out. By later, I mean like a day or two or three after. But that, like, I don't even know if Preddy even touched that officer. And that third video looked a lot different versus people who were trying to claim from the first one, well, he strong-armed him or he elbowed him. He was trying to push him aside. So yeah, every little bit helps for sure.
Yeah, it's also sort of the bystander effect to an extent, right? Like, the reason why we have so many angles, I think, is because people were motivated to record it. People were motivated to document it and act. And I think what these photos highlight, and Andy, correct me if I'm misreading, but it's really everyone in Minneapolis. Like, this is a small city, right? Like only, I want to say 550,000, certainly less than 1 million. And 50,000 people protesting is an insane amount in, minus 40-degree weather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, yeah.
So, connecting to real-world activism, one thing we do at Digital Ground Game first is people watching. There are 8,000 people in the stream. There are 2,500 people roughly in the Digital Ground Game server. Those numbers don't really compute. Discord.gg/DGG poll. But one thing we have is we do a call to action every week. And this week's is particularly important. So I'm going to send in the live chat, I'm going to send a link. And if you could click on that link, that would be great.
Wait, me or?
You, yeah.
Hold on. In the chat and Discord? In this room?
Yeah. Oh, I can't send... if you could just go to digitalgroundgame.org.
Yep. Okay.
So, do you see on the top where it says call to action?
Yep.
If you could click on that. And are you familiar with the SAVE Act?
Maybe? No, never mind.
So
I was thinking of FACE Act. Oh, I'm aware of this. This is the one that people were worried that women especially were going to be like removed from a bunch of voter rolls because of, I don't know if it's the way last names worked or something, but yeah, tell us about it. Go ahead. You know more than I do.
Yeah, so there's something that is, and part of, I want everyone here to like follow the example and contact your senator. We're really pushing very hard to try to oppose this act. And, anyone here, all you have to do is just follow the instructions listed on the website. It shows you how to find your senator. It shows you, who they are, what the contact is, and we even wrote up email templates. But one important part of the SAVE Act that people kind of miss is how it connects to the GOP's larger, ideas of like subverting the elections. And if you're interested and you click on the link on the top where it says SAVE Act, it'll hyperlink you to the text of the act. But there's two interesting parts of it that I think are really kind of insane. And it's that it criminalizes, basically, if a state election official fails to register someone to vote and fails to provide documentation of that, that is now a criminal offense. Additionally, private citizens can now sue, if this were to be passed into law, state election officials for failing to provide documentation of citizenship for the people they're registering to vote.
I think. Wait, can you read the first one again? The criminal thing. I see the private right of action thing. What was the first one? What was the?
It should be. I'm not sure exactly where it is in the bill. It's.
Or just the
criminal penalties there under there.
Oh, it's just this under this. Okay. It was
so
after,
registering an applicant to vote in election federal office who fails to prevent, and notice that says fails to present, right? So if this basically opens up the door for the Trump administration and private politicians to start suing or prosecuting state election officials for, perceived voter fraud. And this opens us up to kind of a situation where, like, let's say Georgia, for example, goes all blue, right? There's nothing in theory stopping the, opponents in these midterms from suing the people who they ran against in court under the SAVE Act for, voter fraud or for failing to provide documentation. Not, it doesn't even say registering someone who's not a citizen. It says registering someone without documentation, right? So in theory, if they're a citizen, you can still be. And then also the government can now hold them criminally liable.
Mm-hmm.
So we're basically giving pretext for the Trump administration, who has said multiple times that they're not really interested in allowing the midterms. They want to nationalize voting, and there's rampant voter fraud. We're sort of giving them pretext to do basically what he was doing when it comes to the electoral scheme, January 6th, all that stuff, but now more officially passed by Congress and basically just tie up all these elections in courts. The idea a private citizen can sue state election officials is kind of insane.
Yeah. Especially because anybody can file a lawsuit for anything, or you can allege anything in a complaint, and if you have a private right of action, you can just state that as the reason on the complaint, and then that's kind of a crazy thing, for sure.
Yeah, so, that's why we think the most important thing that can be done right now is calling your senator, first, discord.gg/DGG poll, join our organization. But second is, if you don't do that, call your senator or email them to oppose this bill, because it's the floodgates would be completely opened if this were to pass. It's it's really bad. And I know there are a lot of people on the left who frame it as actually, Republicans are less likely to have ID, and this would, help us. But they're wrong. That's not the goal here. What the goal is to allow the government to control elections and to clamp down. So it's really, really, really important for midterms and basically the integrity of U.S. democracy to an extent to make sure this does not get passed.
Sure. Okay. I'll link the CTA in chat. Yeah.
And that's all we have. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for joining. People can always join the Discord if they want to get involved. I think that was linked in chat. You can link it again. And thanks a ton for joining us. Have fun, be careful, stay safe.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Nice. Question, would this bill allow even Dems to sue if they lose elections? Well, the issue is that Democrats are trying to govern and Republicans don't want to govern. So it's like, imagine you're tasked with making a building and then Republicans are like, we're just going to give sledgehammers to everyone. And you're like, well, we get sledgehammers too, right? And it's like, yeah, but they like, it doesn't help us. All right.
Question for you, Hodge.
Wait, there's two Lib and Learn parts. Bucket. All right, let me use the restroom 1 second. We'll load it up. Time for the trigger zone. Are you ready?
As between communicate, unfortunately, that's like the major part of politics now, is being able to communicate in that way with the broad section of America. I have a question for you, Hutch. As between Piers Morgan and Hassan Piker, who are you more mad at? based on their coverage.
Jesus. Wait, based on the coverage of which thing? Hold on. Let me get some context. What a question. How do you compare those two people? Oh, man.
Way in the other direction. So
here's the hard truth, in my opinion, with respect to like where to orient yourself or triangulate your position. I don't know what you want to call it. Populism and populist politics is having a moment right now, and it's impossible to deny that, with some exceptions, maybe Mark Carney in Canada, but really with few exceptions, Albanese right now is getting thundered in the polls, Keir Starmer, Macron, across the world, there's a populist moment, and the lefties are absolutely right about that. And I don't think...
God, fuck. Piskich doesn't know. I just don't think he has much of a political... Understand, I'm trying to be mean, but like lefties are not just populists though. Like they use that vehicle of populism to kind of shoehorn in the cringy ultra socialist stuff, depending on who you call, I guess, lefties, or depending on who you call populists. But like all of these labels are so fluid and they mean different things to different people as well. I feel like you should clarify more there, but I don't know.
I think that where the American people are at is ideologically committed to the right or like on these cultural issues. I think it's about how they're being spoken to with what kind of aura. And so, yeah, I'm not really committed ideologically to one particular version of the Democratic Party. I want killers who are able to communicate. Unfortunately, that's like the major part of politics now, is being able to communicate in that way with the broad section of America. I have a question for you, Hutch. As between Piers Morgan and Hassan Piker, who are you more mad at based on their coverage?
Who do I think does more harm, you mean?
Both. Mad at and harm.
Fuck, that's such a hard question. They do harm in such different ways. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. That's hard to say. Like, yeah. I think they do different kinds of harm. I think
we're mind melded.
I think Piers Morgan,
because like with Piers, you kind of know who he is at least. Piers does this like faux centrist, like, oh, like I'm just a centrist guy. No, they don't say that. He says, I'm a liberal. Really? You guys just got so far away from me. And it's like, okay. But Hassan is like supposed to be on our team, supposedly, right?
He thrives and capitalizes off of really thought-terminating, idiotic debates that can be sort of entertaining in the way that two dumpster trucks colliding at 90 miles per hour in 4K, 500 frames per second is entertaining. But I think Hassan is very actively
undermining,
creating a permission structure.
Yeah.
To not support the Democratic nominee in 2028. And I think he is more consumed with a delusional fantasy that he's this leader of a vanguard movement of a new kind of like socialist party.
Yeah, Piers is delusional on Trump and like claiming that, like what I'm going to say is basically the following in response to like what should be done with.
This is super desanct. I don't know why. Don't complain about it. I can't do anything about it.
It almost feels like a mafia line. Like, should something be done with them? Like, I just feel that we should respond to them as appropriate, call out their bad takes as appropriate. But the obsession is something I don't understand. The obsession is something I don't understand, and why, as opposed to someone like Piers Morgan, as opposed to like Joe Rogan.
If you don't understand the obsession at this point, you're probably just not qualified to have an opinion on anything going on here. I don't think you should talk about it. If you can't understand the frustration or the upsetness of having somebody who is supposed to be on your side constantly undercutting all of your candidates, refuse to actively endorse or support Kamala Harris in the last election, and continues to maintain the position that either party would have been more or less the same in power, I just don't know why you would even venture out into this territory at all to offer an opinion. It just feels like you're like, this would be like me coming out and having like strong, I don't know why people care so much about AI doobers. I'm like, I don't know enough about it. I don't have a strong opinion on it because I don't know that much about it. I don't know why you would venture this opinion here. Well, why are you so obsessed?
As opposed to like Dave Smith. I see a Dave Smith tweet, I fucking respond. But Hutch, it seems personal.
God. Oh my God. That's such a fucking shitty way of framing it. Also, Hutch could even argue that for him, it might even be a little personal because was Hutch, I'm trying to remember, was Hutch one of the people who got doxxed when Hassan was platforming Bad Empanada, when he was going through his video and showing the addresses and everybody on Twitch and nobody gave a fuck about this ever because Hassan is literally controlled opposition, right? So Hutch could even use the argument, and he's been attacked also a lot by Hassan. But I mean, obviously that's not the only reason, that's not even the primary reason why Hassan is so problematic. But...
No. What I find like personally aggrieving about Hassan is that I think his actions and his attitudes, and it's not just him. I don't just talk about him. I'm very focused on him in the last week because of what he said. And I think it kind of vindicates like what I've been saying, what I've been trying to tell people about this part of the internet, that they are destructive. They are arsonists. What I find particularly aggrieving about this is that I think it leads to really bad outcomes where people get hurt. We ended a program that is estimated to have saved 91 million lives from 2001 to 2021. USAID, is estimated to have saved 91 million lives. We can restart that program again if we elect a Democrat president and potentially spare 10 to 15 million dead people over the next 10 years.
Do you think I don't agree with everything you're telling me right now? Like,
no, I'm laying out my reasoning. And so like, if I focus on one person, it's because I think there's value in attacking that viewpoint. And I think like the people that say, why are you so obsessed with Hassan? This reminds me of when people say like, why are you so obsessed with Donald Trump? It's like, well, the reason I'm talking about Hassan so much is because
it's such a weak way to kind of get people off of somebody's back. Like, here's my criticism A, B, and C. Why are you so obsessed, bro? Like, it's such a loser way of trying to fight against criticism, in my opinion. I don't know. I think it's a really cringe line of attack.
Literally one of the top streamers in the world. He's insanely influential. And I think there needs to be people that are out there actively trying to discredit his idiotic, vapid, grifty bullshit.
Yeah.
But Hutch, and I would say it is Hutch, can we turn it around on you? Would you commit to voting for Hassan over JD Vance in the general?
I already told you I would Minecraft myself if you made me choose between
No, come on, that's a cop out, Hutch.
Like, this is, oh my God, this is such a bullshit question because Hassan theoretically, like, they're trying to act like it's the same thing as asking Hassan if he would vote for Newsom versus, JD Vance. I don't even know. I just had this thought pop in my head. Did Hassan even support USAID? Because a lot of the hardcore lefty types, Hutch just gave his opinion that like, well, things like USAID leaving are really bad. A lot of the lefty types that I saw posting on Twitter and shit, because that's the only place they are, were literally saying, well, USAID was just a CIA psyop in order to give us access to other countries to do evil things anyway. So it's not even that big of a deal. Like Hassan might actually think that. I don't know if I've heard him give comments on like, oh, USAID going away is really bad. Or if he endorses that point of view, that it's just a giant fucking co-op, or not a co-op, a giant psyop. Or I don't know if you call it. No, that wouldn't be a psyop. That would just be an op-op, I guess. Like a CIA operation.
I would literally do that. I'm not even kidding.
No, that's not the question. You said Epstein. So it seems like you're saying that you prefer to vote for Jeffrey Epstein than Hassan Piker by transitive property of equality.
Wait, hold on. The choices are Jeffrey Epstein and Hassan.
No. So you said you would vote for Jeffrey Epstein and Democrat soup, and so that's already given. And you're no. So you said you would vote for Jeffrey.
Did he say he would support Epstein over Vance, or was it Epstein over another like lawmaker, like for Congress? I don't remember. It might have been Epstein over Vance, maybe. But
Epstein and Democrat soup, and so that's already given. And you're equivocal. You have a different position seemingly on Hassan Piker running against JD Vance, and it seems like based on that, the transitive property, therefore Epstein is preferable to Hassan Piker as leader.
I don't understand.
Unfortunately, probably, yeah. As bad as that is, but that's a really hard bullet to bite. But it's also kind of a bullshit bullet to bite. And Pisco's not really making any point here. I think the goal here is just to try to humiliate Hutch, but
logically follows.
I don't understand how much more Hassan needs to say for people to realize.
Can you respond to what I just said about the Epstein comparison to Hassan Piker?
Don't do the debate bro thing. I'm going to say what I have to say. I don't know how many more things Hassan needs to say before people fully understand.
It is bullshit. Do we even know what Epstein's politics are? My guess is, based on listening to him talk about finance, he probably think a standard like neoliberal political perspective. Plus he was Jewish, so probably like center left or left leaning, like for social issues, say for the fucking kids thing or whatever. Like so.
Understand that he does not believe in liberal democracy. He is a Marxist.
I just made a point about Epstein. I'm not going off this point, Hutch. I'm not going off this point.
He's a Marxist-Leninist. No, you're trying to moralize about Epstein and whatnot. And we're talking about a guy who...
You think Hassan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein.
That's like what Pisco just said there, and he knows this. I'm just going to call these out as they happen. These are bad faith talking points, right? Like, saying that you would vote for Epstein over JD Vance is not an endorsement of either person's character. Saying that you would prefer one over the other and then using this transitive property, however the fuck this works, I guess, for absurd hypotheticals, is not saying, well, I think that Epstein is a better person than Hassan Piker. It's showing like who you preferred. It's showing how horrible it would be to have a MAGA administration that you might even prefer a pedophile in power who at least has some notion of what American values are, regardless of his horrible personal, whatever horrible personal misgivings you might have about them, that you would prefer that to a continuation of MAGA. But then to do this weird substitution of, so you think that Epstein is a better person? Like I half expect Pisco next to be like, so you'd rather have Epstein babysit your kids versus Hassan Piker. So you think Epstein's better, right? You'd rather have babysit your kids, right? Like it's such a stupid. He's just bullying, I guess. Yeah.
What shows you, Hutch? That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey Epstein?
Did when you said I would vote for Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
There we go. That was a good question. Wow, what is his policy platform? Because we know Hassan's, it's real bad. It's about as bad as it can be.
Dude, you don't need to know Jeffrey Epstein's policy.
You don't need to know.
See, like that was the dumbest possible thing Pisco should have said. He should lay into that. He should not let him forget that quote. Or he should just, what do you mean, explain that? It doesn't matter what the policy platform is? We're literally talking about electing somebody for president on their policy platform. Or did he think that when Hutch said, well, I'd vote for fucking Epstein over JD Vance, that he did it because he thought Epstein was a better, like, more moral individual? Or what does he think?
What I know about
him. You said you voted for him on abortion.
You voted for him over JD Vance.
Here is what I know about that. Here is what I know about Hassan. He romanticizes, lionizes, and idolizes Vladimir fucking Lenin. Do you know how many people, fucking millions of people, died under his regime?
This is a dodge. This is a dodge.
No, you're doing prime time.
This is a dodge. This is
you're doing prime time. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You justified me.
No, I'm not moving off this.
I also, and I don't know, this just is, if they just do this on the show and they all kind of understand this and it's cool or whatever, but like this is a friendly, I imagine, like a friendly-ish conversation on a podcast with people who are like friendly with each other. And when Pisco's so eager to be like, you're dodging, this is a dodge, intentional dodge, you're dodging. It's like, bro, he's answering the question. He's not like being deposed right now. Jesus.
Why you would vote for Hassan? Why would you vote for Hassan?
Harm reduction. Hassan would be better than JD Vance. That's why you vote for Epstein over JD Vance. Wait, that's why you
harm reduction. How? You should ask how.
Vote for Epstein over JD. That's why you would vote for Epstein over JD Vance, right? Isn't it the case that you would vote for Epstein over JD Vance? Didn't you say that? And presumably your answer.
You're saying it would be harm reduction to vote.
So then say it, Hutch. Say that I view Jeffrey Epstein as a better leader than Hassan Piker.
No, it's on you.
You know you fucked yourself. You know you fucked yourself. You know you did.
No, you're telling me that you would vote for somebody who presided over tens of millions of deaths. Pisco.
That's Hassan Piker?
He modeled his politics after fucking Vladimir Lenin, and then you're turning it around on me.
So then just say, then say Epstein is preferable to Hassan Piker.
I'm starting to feel embarrassed because Jose's here, and it's like we're fighting. So let's.
I'm still wondering why. I'm still wondering how a corpse would get nominated to be the Democratic nominee.
Well, it's Ghost. Well, I can say it without any hesitation. I would vote for Hassan over JD Vance in a heartbeat, and I have a feeling Jose would too. Jose, what do you say? Hassan versus JD Vance?
Yeah, if somehow Hassan decided to jump into the Democratic fray and become and run and win, yeah, of course. Of course, I would vote for him as the.
You're the odd man out here, Hutch. We'd all vote for Hassan. We all think he would be better than a Trump presidency.
We have very different kind of opinions about like how Marxist-Leninist governance like functions and actually is.
Pisco probably doesn't even believe he's an ML. I don't know how much IRA even follows the Hassan stuff. He probably, I don't know how much like political philosophy IRA dives into. So he might just think that Hassan is further left. I never know Soypill where he's at exactly. I don't know what Jose's familiarity with him is either.
The worst possible outcome of unintentional policies from Hassan and comparing them to intentional fascism and saying they're about equal and I would off myself.
Soypill.
I think that's not right.
He legitimately stands Vladimir Lenin. He thinks that that's
like, this is also one of the reasons why when I was talking to Ryan Getty yesterday, I'm so uncomfortable with Americans kind of embracing like the democratic socialist label or the SOCDEM label. I don't call myself a SOCDEM anymore because people are so mind-fucked and have like absolutely no concept. They just think that like, I guess in some ways the Hassan, it's not even a grift. It's the concealment of his actual political beliefs. It kind of works on these people, on like Pisco or the Soypill. Like, oh, he just wants, like single-payer healthcare and an expanded welfare state and maybe, no more genocide in Palestine. Like, that's what they think the extent of the beliefs are. And then, so of course, from that level, well, it's not that bad. He's basically like AOC or Bernie Sanders, but even more left. Like, that's what their engagement with the subject matter is. And so you sound unhinged if you try to say that you wouldn't support Hassan almost under any circumstances, but like it's just so
model for how to like conduct governance. Do you understand that?
I understand campaign rhetoric, Hutch.
Okay, so why the fuck would I ever asking me to choose between him and Jeffrey Epstein, I guess?
You picked Epstein already. You've already laid that out.
Wait, Hutch. Do you think Hassan wants everyone to have health care?
Oh my God. Oh! I don't know, bro. I don't know what you can do for these types. This is why I'll never embrace these labels or endorse these labels. I think it's too cancerous. It's too scary. It's too risky. There are just too many like unaware types, I guess, that unironically believe this.
Yes or no? No, I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm just saying.
Bro.
Do you think he wants that? Do you think you actually think okay? So like, I would pick someone who's trying, maybe in a bad way, to get universal health care from everyone. Than Donald Trump, who says, "I'm going to cut taxes on billionaires, fuck people. I don't care if they die, and let's go send ICE in and round all these people up." I don't care if worst case scenario it could be bad. I'm saying,
hang on a minute. Would you fucking defend?
Like, it's such a dumb, like, fascists don't necessarily oppose universal health care. Like, if Donald Trump were to say, if we, you know, get rid of every single Muslim, every single brown person, every single African immigrant from this country, we can use the money and get some kind of, like, big healthcare program for the average U.S. citizen or whatever. Like, people who are hardcore fascist types, this is why they're called, like, third positionalists, right? It's because they'll be economically very left, but culturally very right-wing. It's just such a stupid... it's all good.
Kim Jong-un because everybody in North Korea has healthcare?
No.
Okay.
Do
So
you think it's a Hassan
here, bro? Come on.
Do you think Hassan wants Kim Jong-un healthcare? Is that what he's like? He's like
Hassan,
yes.
Oh, have you heard of Venezuela, guys?
Hassan literally said.
But like that, but yeah. Oh my God, dude. I don't know who these guys watch, where they get their information from. I don't know. Good memes, I guess. I don't even know why the fuck I'm trying to kill this thing.
Literally, this is what he believes. Like, he believes in a uniparty. He would ban political opposition. Do you understand this?
Yes.
What do I care if I have healthcare if I can't?
Like Hutch should push them on this because they're not saying yes. I don't know if it's because their audience cucked or they just don't know or they just don't want to engage with it or maybe they believe it secretly and they just don't want to admit it. I don't know. Like, he should get them to acknowledge that. Like, in Hassan Piker's world, maybe not eliminate every other political party. Maybe there would be multiple socialist parties. That guy's not shooting at me, is he? Maybe there would be multiple socialist parties, but like capitalist parties would be banned. Like, you wouldn't be allowed to have these types of political movements in your country, in his ideal world. Uh-oh, who joined?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, shit. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I saw you were watching the clip of us on Lib Learn. Can you blackpill me on Hassan? Like, if it was literally Hassan versus Trump, why would this somehow be like a hard choice?
I don't think I can convince you of that. I don't think you...
Why not?
I could kill... This guy sucks. Hold on.
Oh, are you playing Arc Raiders? Sorry, sorry.
I can't win now. This guy missed every fucking shot. He's really trying to... Oh my God. Hold on.
Do what you gotta do. Win, son.
What is wrong with you? I'm out here trying to farm the spider. You make me do this. I didn't want to have to do this, and you made me do it. Oh, and I can't even fucking loot him. Okay. Okay.
Well, before you say anything, let me preface.
Yeah.
One, I'm already on your side. One, I think Hassan's a fucking idiot. A lot. Two, like everything that I was talking to about Hutch in that conversation, I agree with him, where it's like, yeah, obviously harm reduction, obviously I'm voting for Gavin Newsom. So this whole rhetoric, I've been on the same side. But it doesn't make sense to me that the worst that Hassan Piker could possibly do is somehow worse than Trump. I'm lost there.
Because Hassan Piker is not liberal, right? He doesn't defend liberalism. He doesn't believe in liberal concepts. Like, he's illiberal. Sure. He would want to find a way to basically create some type of single party system that bans free enterprise, that bans private investment, that bans opposing political parties. Like, this is like the...
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, this is the disaster end goal with Trump as well, with fighting liberal people. Yes.
Right. So in my mind, I can imagine a world where we get some, tanky hellscape. There's only one party. It's all central planned. There's gulags and re-education camps. Don't get me wrong. I can imagine if he could snap his fingers, do whatever he wants. But in the same way, Trump is like held back by certain systems and checks and balances. I think Hassan would be as well. And it doesn't make sense to me that the worst that
Stop. You don't believe this argument. You don't believe this argument. I don't know why you just did this. No, you don't. Because the argument that you just put forth here is that the only thing Hassan wants is social payer or single payer healthcare. Okay, so that's not an argument saying
I did say that. I did say that in the thing. But
so number one, number two, when you described Hassan earlier, you just said he was stupid or whatever, meaning that you think that he's just kind of silly, not that he actually has a coherent political ideology that would take us away from a liberal framework. And then number three, obviously it's a much different question from a harm reductionist perspective. If you're saying, well, I would vote for Hassan because I don't think he would get anything done. Right? That's a totally different answer that I'm gonna guess is probably never gonna come up in this show.
I'm saying the worst in case of Trump right now is really fucking bad. Let's say, like, to the extent, if we're looking at a spectrum of like what is being allowed within the system and all of these like rules being broken and institutions being demolished, I have yet to see a good argument as to why the worst that Hassan would want and accomplish to the same degree is worse than what's happening right now.
Well, it would be, what the worst thing that he would want to accomplish would be worse than the current admin because we would completely abandon our liberal democratic framework. But the worst thing that Trump would want would be worse than what we have now because he still has to be constrained by the system to some extent. So I don't know how to grapple with that.
So when you come at me and you say Hassan wants to end liberal democracy, I can accept this premise given if he's like a tanky, right?
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, okay, Trump wants this too, right? He would have a single party. I get to do whatever I want, dictatorship. So I'm like, where do these things? Do you just view them as exactly equal if
Pretty
they have
much.
exactly the same amount of power?
If I have a spectrum and like liberal democracy is at like 100 and fascism is at 0, then the thing that Hassan wants is at like 3 or 4. Like they map onto each other almost as perfect circles. They just have different enemies and they use slightly different language. But
okay, well, help me out then. What if Hassan was flip everything? Trump admin route, Hassan's in power right now. What is the worst thing happening right now? I see. Okay, yeah, like maybe USAID. I think the tankies are anti this for like, oh, it's the CIA or whatever bullshit. But it's like, okay, all the ICE crap, all the tax breaks, all this crap is awful. I think and destroying our country. What to the same extent would Hassan be accomplishing with the exact same amount of power and checks and balances?
I mean, it could be starting with the expropriation of every private industry in the United States. Maybe the United States government takes over all of our private sector. So like the
wait, no, hold on. I'm aware that he wants to accomplish this, but he wouldn't have gotten this far with the exact same power, the exact same progression as Trump is at, right? Like,
okay, hold on, wait. Do you agree then with my tweet where I said I would rather elect Hitler than Trump or whatever?
Is this the one where you said, well, Hitler, in current day,
because if this is
not be able to get
if this is the argument
done.
I'm going to go with, then Hitler wouldn't get anything done. He's fucking Hitler. Nobody likes Hitler. Even Republicans en masse probably wouldn't support Hitler.
Right, which is why I'm asking if Hassan accomplished the exact same amount of progress that Trump has had with Trump's, ideal world that we're not getting to, but he's trying to get to. Hassan wants to get to this world that you're like, hey, this would be awful.
Then they'd probably be, I guess it would be similarly bad. It would just depend on who you, things would just play out in different ways. And then I guess you would have to try to find a way to quantify what would be worse. So for Trump, of this hyper-retarded nationalist obsessive agenda, has decided to tariff the entire world, which has a hugely negative impact on our local domestic economy. Hassan Piker would start expropriating a whole bunch of companies, which would also have a massive drain on our local economy. Tariffing every other country in the world makes us a very unstable platform that nobody wants to invest in. Expropriating all of our businesses makes us a very unstable platform that nobody wants to invest in. Like, I don't know how you would measure which one of these would necessarily be worse, but they would cause very similar types of harms just using different routes to get there. Trump might want the secret police to go around and round up people using ICE. Hassan might want the expropriation police to go around and, bully business owners until they, I guess, divest from their companies and either flee their state or they have to give all their shit up to, whatever government official comes by. I don't know what that would look like. Because Trump wants to put political opponents in prison. Hassan wants to put them in re-education camps. At the end of the day, this is why Hutch said he'd rather kill himself. I don't know how you even compare these at the end of the day. Would I rather have Hitler or Mao leading my country through some type of industrial revolution? Fuck, I don't know. That's a genuinely difficult question. In a way that Newsom versus J.D. Vance is not a difficult question. That's a very easy question.
Right. The reason we brought it up is because it's it seems like, yes, obviously the situations are different, but it's you're going to shit on Hassan for saying, oh, I take the third option out, which is, for some people is killing yourself. The other is, or voting third party, whatever. But when faced with a harm reductionist argument, it's just, oh, these things are equally bad. And the reason
wait. You just gave an opposition to a point that I literally just answered right before you said that. What was the thing I said right before that?
That the degree of potential badness is not really quantifiable between Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance versus Hassan and J.D. Vance.
Newsom versus J.D. Vance that's a no-brainer. AOC versus J.D. Vance or Bernie Sanders versus J.D. Vance. These are no-brainers.
You're right. I don't disagree with this point.
Yeah. But a Marxist-Leninist, a super fundamentally illiberal person who hates the West, who's going on Hate America tours, whether it's in Minneapolis, Qatar, or China, that's a much more difficult question. And I'm sure that if you were to,
I agree.
I'm sure if you were to tell Hutch, we could sit down and do all the math, and let's say that we find out at the end of the day that Hassan's, total revision of the entire United States would be marginally better than J.D. Vance's fascist derivation of the United States. I'm sure Hutch would say, okay, fine, I guess I would go with Hassan in that perspective. But you are you're moving fundamentally into a horribly different world there.
Okay, yeah, potentially. I think the reason I think it's not a it's still like obviously a harder question, but not an impossible question, is like, okay, this person, at least on the path to getting all the things I probably disagree with, is going to get me a lot of things I do agree with, and that's why I brought up the single-payer healthcare thing. Or at
but
least
Hasan doesn't
like
care about single-payer healthcare. He doesn't advocate for these things. This is lip service that he pays. He just talks about class struggle. He hates it when people bring up stuff like single-payer healthcare or minority issues or trans people or whatever. He gets so triggered on these because he just wants to talk about class stuff and overcoming the proletariat. Like he'll pay lip service to the social policies every now and then, but then when he's talking about them at a later date, he'll say these are just things that you throw up in front of the proletariat to satiate them so that they're happy with the horrible state of capitalism and they allow it to endure.
So, right. Okay. I'm taking your word on this because I've not seen this, but
of course
I watch a lot of stuff on. No. This isn't me like saying like I've never seen this. It doesn't happen. I'm just like sure. Let's assume this is true. But again, in my calculus of this, it seems to be that like on the road to Trump getting what he wants, which is this dictator fascist bullshit, we are getting all this horrible policy, right? Tax cuts, Republican neocon bullshit, getting the tariffs, all this stuff, and it's like. My imagination is the reason why Hasan Piker, even if you're saying it's just paying lip service, is supporting a AOC or a Bernie or a Mamdani, is because at the very least those policies that I like, that AOC, Bernie, and Mamdani propose, are on the path towards his crazy, insane ML bullshit, right? So would that not be at least a better option on the way there?
Like maybe, but we're engaged in. There's like a heavy predictive philosophical, like a lot of guesswork. Like this is not an easy question in the way that JD Vance versus Newsom is an easy question, right?
I agree. It's not the same degree, but it's so much easier for me to say, obviously, I align with a Marxist-Leninist on more things than I do anything on the right? So like
do you?
At the very
well, then
least,
if
this
you
is
do,
still
but then
harm
you should just.
reductionist.
But if you do, then you should just say that, and then so then you would be we'd view you as an ML, and we would argue from that perspective. Then it would make sense.
But I'm not saying I'm an ML. I'm saying MLs. I don't have an ML ideology, but the steps that America would need to go through to transform into Marxist-Leninism are going to be things I agree with partly.
What if the first thing that Hasan wants to do is capitalize on this weird like Trump share thing in Intel and U.S. Steel, and he wants to nationalize all of the U.S. energy? Like that could be a thing that could potentially like catastrophically destroy our country. It's part of what fucked with Venezuela so hard was their nationalizing, expropriating, and then trying to run all of their energy stuff. So like that could be a thing.
Okay, if that's the first thing that happened, yeah, that could fuck us. Okay, I understand that.
What do you think would be the first thing that would happen?
Well, if I'm imagining again, like this is an equal sides of the spectrum. If we're assuming these things are equally bad, but one is to the left and one is to the right, I imagine we'd be like, all right, we're raising taxes on the rich right now. Okay, now we have like ICE is abolished, or like like.
I guess, but I don't think he wouldn't want to raise taxes on the rich. He wants to expropriate, like take their wealth and control it with the state, not just raise taxes.
I'm aware of his end goals. I'm saying if Hasan was president, the hypothetical I brought up earlier was not Hasan gets everything he wants. It was if I'm voting between Trump and Hasan. It's if you're saying these are not ideal, sure. What happens on the path towards then? Obviously, more things that I want are going to be on the path left.
Listen, I think like there's a intellectual exercise that you can engage on for this, but it's so far removed from the Newsom Vance hypothetical that it's not brought up in good faith. Like this is like having a debate with somebody over whether or not a 16-year-old girl could consent to Jeffrey Epstein, and then you bring up like a case study of a hyper-intelligent 9-year-old, and it's like well, could a 9-year-old theoretically, hypothetically engage sexually with a person if their brain developed twice the speed? And it's like, I guess, but like in the context of the Epstein conversation, this is not brought up in good faith. This is not like an appropriate forum to discuss that particular topic again. Much the same that like on Hasan Piker's way to realizing a Marxist-Leninist version of the United States of America, could the first few steps he take also be the same steps that a super progressive person would take towards like taxation or social welfare? It's a question you could ask, but it's so far removed from Newsom over JD Vance. It's like I
agree, but also the other.
Well, wait. If you agree, then why have that conversation then? Why would that be the comparison?
Because in regards to Hutch specifically and analyzing this question, he has brought up like, hey, segregationists or like any other like very extreme like people that you would accept into the coalition to win against fascism, which by the way, I agree with. Theoretically, this might be something we could do, although there's arguments about what happens as a downstream effect of this. And Hutch's argument against this is, well, I'm willing to accept that fight and dealing with those things in short term because I believe it's easier to deal with these like people within our party fighting and stopping the fascism in the immediate and then dealing with the other stuff later, which is the same kind of thing that I would say he should bring up with Hassan, where it's like, yeah, okay, maybe we'll get some good things and we'll stop fascism in the short term, and then we have to stop him before he gets more party.
But the segregationist can align with you on a lot of things potentially. He's just racist, right? Which is not good, and maybe he wants to see that embedded in government policy.
That's a pretty fundamental difference, though. I would consider segregation pretty much like ML in terms of this is completely incoherent with my ideology.
Sure, you would just be completely and totally wrong. Like a segregationist could want single-payer healthcare, they could want private enterprise, they could want freedom of speech, they could want protection for religion. Like a segregationist theoretically could want all of these things. They just think that different races of people go in different areas. An ML is going to be fundamentally misaligned with liberals on a whole bunch of things that are.
And ML will say, I don't like segregation, right? Like there are things I could find overlap, but I'm still like, I heavily disagree with this person, right? Like this is what I'm saying. It's like in both of these cases, these are heavily people that I do not want in power, period, but might accept. Hutchett definitely would accept the long-term consequences over the short term, right? And so it's like, why is this not then applied to the Hassan argument? That's the whole point.
Well, I guess it comes down to how much you think you have in alignment with them. I don't think a true liberal will have much in alignment with Hassan Piker or those types, like with ML types. You're just not going to have that much in alignment. Segregationists can just be racist, but MLs have like a whole ideology that is completely contraindicated by liberalism. That's completely contradictory and opposed by liberalism, and the manifestation of like the best segregationist versus the best. I mean, we were segregated as a country, and we came out of segregation. We won that fight. We were segregated. We came out of it, and it was liberals that won that fight. I don't think we've ever been socialist, and I don't think we would ever come out of or come back from socialists leading the political party. Like,
okay, that's fair. I guess as long as you understand that I'm saying that there's clearly, and you can say, if we did the math, we did the calculus, probably a preferable outcome in this. Yeah, it's not comparable to the Newsom thing, but it's still like, I think a cop-out to say these things are exactly equally bad, because I don't think they are.
Well, it's not, it's not a cop-out. You already agreed with my point, so you should agree that it's inappropriate to bring it up here. Newsom versus J.D. Vance is infinitely easier than a tanky versus J.D. Vance. That's a hard question. And even I would be willing to admit, for all the personal hatred I have of all these fucking losers, there might be, if I were to really sit down and really hammer down, really think about it, maybe I would support an ML over J.D. Vance, because Vance might be an actual fucking fascist. Like, that might be, I think I'd almost be willing to do it, like I said, I just haven't done enough digging into it, but probably. But that would require it's a lot of thinking. I don't have to think about AOC versus Vance. I don't have to think about Bernie Sanders. I don't have to think about Ilhan Omar versus Vance.
The reason I'm saying, why do you have to do a lot of thinking if it's like one of these things is going to be some things I like, most things I don't like, but I can stop them versus all things I don't like in the other direction?
How is fascism all things I don't like? You don't think you would align with a single thing that a fascist government would want? Not even one thing?
I mean, I guess I'm okay with the food dye ban.
I don't think food dye bans are necessarily inherent to fascist ideology.
Referencing the Trump.
Wasn't the meme with fucking Italy, like the trains are on time or whatever bullshit? Like, I'm sure like fascist people wouldn't mind, like the reason why they were called third position is because they don't mind being economically left on things as long as it's benefiting like a native certain racial population. So they might say things like for instance, a lot of the rhetoric around being super xenophobic comes down to protecting native workers. That was a thing that Bernie Sanders agreed with Donald Trump on. Bernie Sanders was with dramatically curbing the H-1B vote program and dramatically curbing a lot of immigration, saying that it harmed native workers. Now, Bernie Sanders doesn't come at it from a racial perspective or a hardcore, heavy nationalistic perspective, but that could be.
Yeah, but they align.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you can find things like this with fascists.
Right, but the reason I say it's still easier, I'm not saying it's not a harder question than Newsom Vance. Obviously, it's completely out of the ballpark, but it's like, don't you think there are more things that on the steps towards an ML getting power you would agree with than a fascist government?
I don't know. I don't think so. When you start talking about banning political parties, we can look at historically. I know they like to disown all of it, but like historically,
before we get that, I agree. If you were to say like the extremes of an ML versus the extremes of a fascist, but it's like, obviously, the path towards the ML's
I understand
exactly
the extremes, but you seem
world.
to think that they're fundamentally different things. Like, I'm sorry. You seem to think that like the ML stuff is further along the spectrum of progressivism. They're not. It's a totally different paradigm. You're moving like orthogonally or whatever to the current political framework. It's like saying you can eventually be convinced to. I'm trying to think of a non-pedophile analogy. Like if you start eating worse and worse, if you start eating worse and worse food at some point on the way to like a guy who advocates for eating shit, like he might get you better recipes or something. But you're just like, they're fundamentally completely totally different things. But in your mind, and this is why I said at the very beginning, I don't think I convinced you. I think in your mind, like Marxist-Leninism in its purest form is just like socialized healthcare and like really, really high minimum wages and maybe banning billionaires.
What? Just to be clear, I'm aware that I very much do not want Marxist-Leninism. I think it's anti-liberal. I think it's like horrible the way that they control like people's freedom. And there's secret police and all this bullshit, right? Like I don't want that. But what I'm saying is, if the people that are MLs, Hasan, are on the steps towards getting to what I wants ideally, supporting politicians that I align with, I would always say it's easier for me to pick the ML over the fascist who on the steps towards getting the fascist government.
Sure. What do you think is the most likely thing, the most likely steps that would benefit you? The most likely one. Name the one most likely step you think Hasan would take.
Oh, like as in power?
Yeah, we are like, oh, well, I could see at least in heading in this direction, I would be okay with this.
Healthcare was the first one to pop to mind, but yeah,
how much time does he talk about
any Bernie or AOC thing? Yeah.
How does he talk about how often is Hasan talking about like single payer healthcare?
I have no idea. I don't watch Hasan. I'm just assuming based on the politicians he supports.
Yeah, but the politicians he supports are not tankies or ML, and usually
that's what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that on the steps of Hasan getting the end goals of what he wants, he's going to go through the steps of progressivism that I support. And that is so much obviously better than the steps that people will take to get to the ideal world of fascism.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong or that I even necessarily disagree. I'm just saying that I would have to sit down and think about this a lot. But to go back to my point earlier, whatever the answer to this question is a much more difficult question to answer.
Yeah, I've already conceded that. It's a more difficult question, but it's still an easy question for me.
That's because you either are super naive about what Hasan believes, or you're much closer to the ML position than you're letting on. But it's it has to be one of those two things. But then the question is, why the comparison between Hasan and JD Vance rather than like AOC or Bernie Sanders to JD Vance?
The point was to pick someone that that Hutch very clearly hates, and it says, look, here's these two options, and this is the reason Hasan won't pick, right? It's not because it's a hard question. It's because in his crazy ML framework, these two things are so close to being like these are both fascists. Like the Democratic Party is fascist, or they will enable fascism. So it's basically over. It's doomed. And this is like, all right, Hutch. Well, you think Hasan is just as bad as Trump? Like, is that truly just how bad it is? Because let's put you in Hasan's foot. Like, can you actually pick one? Is there a harm reduction still here? And I still think there is.
Wait, but then Hutch has the same position where he says the same position basically as Hasan, where he says, well, I think these two are so bad, it would be really difficult to choose between.
I think Hasan's stupid, and I think if Hutch picks that, I think that's also stupid.
No, but there's an underlying factual analysis there where one could be correct. That you already agreed with.
Hutch is more correct. Hutch is more correct.
No. Newsom and JD Vance are very easy to choose between if you have any connection to the real political climate in the world in the United States. Hasan Piker, a Marxist-Leninist, and a flirting fascist guy, JD Vance, is a much harder choice to choose between.
It's harder. Right.
Much harder. Much harder.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. But what I'm saying is, it's like, all right, Hutch, put yourself in Hasan's shoes. Like, you have to dumb yourself down to believe that these things are equal. They're not. However, you see these two things as pretty fucking bad. Can you still pick as a harm reduction argument? Because this is how you would have to apply this to Hasan. I think Hutch is being dumb,
but
just not nearly so dumb, because it's a much more difficult question.
But that's not true. The issue with Hasan is that because it's so obvious what the answer should be, and he's unwilling to choose, it shows a fundamental misalignment in values. Not being able to choose between a Marxist-Leninist and a fascist, I don't think shows that's not a good litmus test for anything.
Well, it's seeing if you can do harm reduction, right? Which is like the big thing Hutch does, like every Lib Learn is this like trolley problem. Like what is
harm
worse?
Reduction is
I understand one of these things where I'm not trying to say these things are equivalent.
It's not about it just being worse. It's about it being like a kind of worse. Like it's almost categorically different. Since pedophilia is a hot topic, I will lean into it. One guy is saying that he wants to lower the age of consent to 17. Okay, and Hutch is like, I don't know about that guy. And then another guy saying he wants to lower the age of consent to 1. And Hutch is like, definitely not that guy. And you're trying to make this comparison that because he's like against both, it's somehow the same thing. But it's like it's not. Like there could be
the fact that he can't pick. He can say one is worse, right?
Well, no, as opposed to comparing it to like
the 1-year-old one, right?
But for Hasan would be like, imagine you have a guy, I was imagining the status quo. Like, imagine you've got like 3 people. It's a 17-year-old age of consenter. It's a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old age of consenter. And you're like, well, for harm reduction, fine, lower the age of consent to 17. I'll go with that one. And you're like, oh, but you wouldn't pick the age of consent 1 versus the age of consent 0 or the age of consent 2 over the age of consent 1? That's a much, Jesus, fuck, at that point, holy fuck. Like, you're weighing things that
we're
are
fucked at that point. But to be clear, one of the things that Hutch has brought up is, would you vote for Hitler, but he's going to kill 3 million fewer Jews? And it's like, I'd still pick the 3 million fewer Jews. Like, this is the whole point of harm reduction. Yes, obviously we're fucked either way if Hitler's in power. But if Hutch is going to bring up these arguments, like, you could still do the harm reduction.
If you want to go down,
I'd just kill myself.
If you want to go down, if you want to go down this road of argumentation, then the question should be, let's assume, because I would make that same choice. Anybody would make the same choice. But notice, because what you've done is you've said all else equal, we can quantify that there will be less harm under the minus 3 million Hitler. But for Hassan and JD Vance, that's a hard call. But if you were to preface the question of, let's assume that you know that Hassan's agenda is only going to go so far. Hassan will come in as an ML, but the only thing he'll be able to get done is single payer healthcare. Maybe he will take over, nationalize the airlines, and maybe the minimum wage goes up or whatever. That's the only thing Hassan can get done. Would you go with Hassan or JD Vance? That would be a more fair question. It's like, okay, well, harm reduction, yeah, of course, I'm going to go for Hassan. I would say that there. I'd say, yeah, sure, harm reduction, I would go for Hassan. But when you're hanging it out there, like a Marxist-Leninist versus a fascist, holy fuck, that's a hard question to answer. I don't know what the answer to that is. Again. And the reason why I'm saying I don't know isn't because I'm just showing that it's so extreme or whatever. I'm saying it's like a different kind of question. It's a much harder question to answer.
Especially if it's like, if they got everything they wanted. I agree with this.
Even if they started moving in that direction, that's just a very, very, very hard question to answer. So it's not, I don't think you're getting at the meat of
I'm not sure I understand, because you're like, if it's just the moving in the direction, we both seem to agree that on the steps there's probably going to be way more things I'd be okay with if we moved left than right.
I never said that. It's not moving left or moving right. It's moving more authoritarian or more liberal. Like, leftists want to move more authoritarian. It's not just a single healthcare higher minimum wage thing, because that might not be Hassan's first steps. His first step might be to unally with Israel and declare a world war on them, because he thinks that their treatment of the Palestinian people is so horrible. The second step might be to capitulate militarily on every single base around the world, because he thinks Western imperialism is unethical and evil. The third step might be to completely withdraw from every type of the world, the WTO. Well, I guess I don't know. Everything like that. Like these might be the steps that he takes, because he wants to see a multipolar world. I don't know if the people still use this term anymore. He might want to see those other countries rise up and thrive. Who knows? If those are the first steps he takes, it's, well, fuck, I would rather have the fucking JD Vance. Jesus.
But JD Vance is doing a lot of that, except for the military-based stuff. Like, we're pulling out of stuff, we're doing isolationist things, we're cutting ourselves off from globalism. Like, this is like...
Sure, but we're comparing. But you're asking about
things, bad.
But this is why I'm saying it's also weird, because you're asking like the worst thing that Hassan could do. But then it's also like, well, the worst thing he could reasonably do. Like, the Trump admin wants to do more than they're doing now, but they can't. It's just, we're looping on this. I'm just saying it's very, very hard to analyze. I think that you take it for granted that a step in Hassan's direction, because again, you're just viewing this as like this left-right paradigm, and you don't have this other dimension of like,
I need to expand my axes,
authoritarian-leaning stuff. But okay.
All right, gun to my head, I'd still pick Hassan, but obviously not an easy question. But I think that last thing you said about the military base, isolationist, like America evil stuff. Yeah, I think that could
and
be
vibing
very
it out.
harmful,
I think I would probably, like, without doing a bunch of research, I'd probably go with Hassan too if I was vibing it out.
Clip it, send it.
Yeah, but like, but also like, it's just such an irrelevant. It's just such an irrelevant question, because it doesn't get to the heart of like what they were talking about before. That's not harm reduction. That's like advanced severe calculations of trying to figure out what would be better. Like, if I were to ask you, would you rather have your entire arm chopped off or your hand chopped off? Then you would say probably just your hand. But if I were to say, would you rather have 80% of your liver removed or 1.5 kidneys removed? Pick the harm reduction one right now. It's like, Jesus fuck, I don't know. I'm sure one of the answers to this is correct, but I don't actually know. And demonstrating that I might not have a clear-cut answer there doesn't make me hypocritical for criticizing somebody else who doesn't want to choose between their arm and their hand. The arm and the hand that's an easy, you want your arm, you might have to lose a hand, but that's better than losing a whole arm. That's an easy answer. And to say, well, you can't answer this thing about losing one ventricle or whatever the fuck, one compartment of your heart versus losing 1/5 of your amygdala. Like, I don't know, fuck, that's a much, much harder question. And it doesn't get to the heart of harm reduction at all, because you guys don't even agree that harm reduction will occur. You haven't even settled the harm reduction question. Whereas for Newsom and Vance, the harm reduction they can settle. Newsom for sure would be less harm than Vance. So you would pick Newsom. Hassan might not be less harm reduction than Vance. It's a different type of question. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts on the the idea that like, hey, it's so doom-pilled because all the Democrats lead to more fascism, therefore it's not harm reduction in the long term. Like, I don't agree with this either, but like, what's your take on that?
That all of them lead towards harm reduction in the long term? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like, Obama, the conditions that Obama did by not delivering on the agenda that he promised allowed voters to be disaffected and led to Trump.
Retarded. There's a whole bunch of other reasons why that's just a massive anti-liberal cope. Anybody that says that, you're either you hate liberalism or you're just being a useful idiot for people that hate liberalism. But anybody that says that it's the Democrats' fault that Republicans came up is assuming way more coordination and control from the Democratic Party because the Republican Party has that. It's a super copey, weird argument, I think.
The argument is not that it's control. It's the argument is that it's like, hey, like this failure to deliver and make lives ultimately better in the long term, because it's short-term benefit. I think they don't disagree with this, but in the long term, people become disaffected and vote for some populist on the right because they don't get what they want. And this is going to happen if you elected a Newsom or whatever.
The reason why this is a tanky talking point is because the assumption there is that at any point in time, Democrats could have maximally delivered on everything, but they chose not to because they're ultra captured by corporate interest. So that's an argument that both parties are essentially the same, although people just don't realize it. But that's what underlines that argument. So Obama could have gotten us all these things, but he's controlled by big whoever the fuck, corpo, pharma, whatever the
Green
fuck.
Lantern theory. He should have fought harder. ACA, that bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Also, hi Dan and Mootin. Nice to meet you guys.
Hello.
Hello, Soypill.
How's it going? I'll get out of your way. You guys doing a pod or something?
No.
I'm watching this video.
We're just Hassan connoisseurs as well.
Oh my God, yeah. I heard you, Dan. Is this true? I heard from a source that you, Hassan posting, are almost single-handedly responsible for the Twitch adpocalypse.
I would like to take as much credit as I can for the adpocalypse and for, well, at least for Hassan not being able to run ads and for Kaya Gate. I would like to take credits for both of those things.
You get none of Kaya Gate.
I get a good portion of Kaya Gate, okay? I had a lot of stuff, okay? Like, you're not even going to let me have Kaya? Really?
No.
Okay. Whatever. I don't care. Honestly, winning is winning. I don't care if I get the credit. It's fine. You can do the copium emote at the end of the day. By the way, real quick question for you, Soypill, because I think this is a fantastic litmus test, and it's funny because both people think it's a good litmus test.
Sure.
Did Hassan shock his dog?
Yeah, it seems pretty obvious. Yeah.
Duh.
I don't know why. The weird thing to me is like I don't think there's anything wrong with like shock training a dog. I don't even think it's cruel. Like I don't know if you guys have ever used a shock collar. Depending on the setting, it's totally fine.
Why the fuck are we in Stella? We're supposed to be getting snitch scanners.
Super obvious given all the evidence that I've seen from everyone posting, and it's like this is not a bad thing, but you lying about it makes it so much worse. Like you can just be like, yeah, I trained my dog with a shock collar. I know a lot of people that do this. I don't think it's cruel at all. It's sometimes a training method. It's fine. So the shocking part and the lying part is fucking insane to me. Because
I will say the lying part was, I think, what made it go 0 to 100 lolcow status, because I mean it's very similar to what happened to pirate software. I think if you just be like, all right, you're right, I used.
Okay, wait, what are we doing right now?
We're farming friendlies.
Running down lobbies, farming friendlies.
Okay, shouldn't we be getting snitch scanners? Isn't that like the point?
Sure, we can do that. We can do that too, man.
Okay.
Just don't shoot people.
I would never. Can we kill this Bastion? I don't like him.
No.
Fuck, I hate you. I hate you so much. But okay.
Fuck, extract.
Really? Don't we have to stay in the game for some number of minutes so that it sees us as being friendly? Or was that made up?
I don't know. I about made that up.
The complete, like, opposite take on that question. Like, they'll call you insane if you say that that's not the case. Like, that you're brainwashed. Like, truly,
Okay,
I had Nazi parties in Germany, and honestly, I'm okay with that. So
it's like asking me to choose between like Stalin and Hitler. I choose neither. I would welcome the warm embrace of oblivion before I had to choose between.
Then I don't think. Can you criticize Hassan for saying I view look, I disagree, but he thinks that Gavin Newsom's policies lead to the same bad outcomes that Trump presidencies do because eventually get a new Trump. Okay, and I disagree with that, but you're making the same argument now. I feel like you don't have a leg to stand on.
I'm right. Who cares if he's saying something different? I don't care. Who cares? Okay. All right, hold on. Let's do it.
I'd vote twice for Hassan.
Sorry, Jose. We get derailed a lot.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm enjoying it. I mean, I think Hassan's a pussy, but I mean, it is what it is, and I don't think he has Riz either. It's just because he has a lot of influence, right? And when you call him out on it, when you're like, hey, you have a lot of influence, you should have not said XYZ. Maybe Kamala Harris could have won. He then backpedals and he goes, well, you know, I'm just a streamer. I live in California. You know, I'm just this idiot. He doesn't really double down on the influence that he has on the folks that watch.
Yeah, but he's not Jeffrey Epstein, though, right? He's not.
Oh
Jeffrey
yeah, he's not. No, I said I would vote for. I mean, Jeff Epstein's dead, but I would vote for Hassan if he was the Democratic nominee. I just don't think he has the spine that it takes to even reach that level. Because again, he talks a lot of shit on his stream. But if you were to call him out on it, he always backpedals. Even on Twitter, like when people call him out on it, he always changes the framing of what is being discussed when he quote tweets someone, and he never properly addresses what the person that he's quote tweeting.
Oh yeah, I think that's totally true. And that's one of the reasons why I do get triggered when my boy Hutch, who I love Hutch with all my heart. When he has the lefties in his replies, like 99% of the time, they're not like responding to anything he's saying, and that triggers me as someone who wants their question answered. Hutch, it triggers me when people dodge, and I think that he does it a lot. And I think that's wrong.
Like my answer.
Josiah's calling you out. If Hutch can't choose between Stalin and Hitler, ask him what FDR should have done in World War II, and ask him why he hates America.
FDR did the right thing because
He chose Stalin.
He chose Stalin.
Yes, he did, because Hitler represented the immediate larger threat. And then what happened as soon as the war ended? We ended up in a fucking 50-year Cold War with the Soviets. That was the correct decision. No, that was the correct decision.
Okay, so you should vote for Stalin, Hassan Piker, and then afterwards we can have the Cold War with Hassan.
We can have the Cold War with Hassan Piker.
I see what you're doing. I guess you trapped me with that one.
Got him.
Good job. Good job. We did it. What's going on in the news, folks? I mean,
like the choosing of the reason why this is such a disingenuous question is because the choosing of the Soviet Union over Nazi Germany had to do with our the geopolitical objectives and who was situated for what at the time. Like, if it would have been the fact that somehow that Russia had taken over 80% of Europe, and Nazi Germany was a much smaller country that didn't have that much military success, we probably would have supported Nazi Germany over the Soviet Union, right? It's not like we would have just said oh, good job, Soviet Union, take over the entire take over all of Europe. You can have everything. Good job. We're gonna help you beat up the Nazis, and you'll be good to go.
Freaking out over this financier.
Let me just say something real quick. I'm calling for a total and complete shutdown of Jeffrey Epstein mentions until we can figure out what the hell is going on, because he's come up. The reanimated corpse of Jeffrey Epstein has come up in the last 4 Live and Learn episodes. So I'm calling for a complete
shutdown. It's in the news.
Yeah, we can figure out what the hell is going on. All right. Anyways, switching to Bondi, the Bondi hearing. That was
Epstein.
About Epstein. Yeah, this financier guy, this random dude who is. I thought he was gonna run for something, but no.
Okay, when does this come back?
The U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a, this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States.
Okay, so I watched that thing 3 times.
Oh, I want to see the whole thing.
Well, that's Fox. That's all Fox News gives us. But
canceled.
Canceled. Yeah. Well, I think it's a pretty.
I don't give a shit.
Isn't this an easy answer?
You guys care? I mean, you just say, I can't make a decision right now. I can't preempt. Context matters. I suspect that we would have a very strong response, but I'm not going to pre-commit what I think should happen before I see all the facts. I think you just say something like that.
I mean, so I don't know. This makes me think that she's not seriously considering a presidential run, because if she was, surely she would have prepared for that question before she went to that
Taiwan
conference.
Question?
That's a big upcoming answer.
Yeah.
Why did Pisco say that so unbelievably? The Taiwan question? Really? I mean, China is looming as kind of this is potentially the next huge geopolitical conflict of the world. Yeah.
On a security conference, yes.
I'm not. Listen, you guys can say that. That's
at a security conference too. Yeah, Jesus, yeah.
I'm doing too light of a treatment of AOC, but to be honest, I think that a lot of these presidents, they're informed by their staff and by their security people. And do I think that it's a bad moment? No doubt about that. But to be honest with you, I don't really give a fuck.
Should the United States defend Taiwan if China decides to invade?
I think I agree. I agree with Pisco there. I don't think it's a huge deal. I am surprised that she flubbed that question, because she must have known that was going to come up. I don't know if her head was somewhere else or something was asked beforehand or something. I'm not sure how she airballed that so hard. But I don't think it's huge. I don't think it, especially for retarded fuck Americans saying this proves that she's too stupid to be president after fucking having Trump for 8 years.
Hang on a second. So I think it depends on context. I think it totally depends on context.
China invades.
Yeah. So if China invades,
China wants them
I think
chips.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly predict all the multitude of different factors that would go into that decision, Soypill, and so I couldn't. It's too complicated of a question to answer. That's how I would answer it. Something like that.
That would never be the way a politician would ever answer a question. That's just not allowed. Oh, that's too complicated to answer. Right? That would be crazy, but.
What happens tomorrow?
if it happened tomorrow, should we put troops into conflict with the Chinese? I don't fucking know. The answer is I don't fucking know. If I'm being honest with you, I don't know what the fucking smart strategy is, and you don't know what the fucking smart strategy is.
I would say
yeah, but you guys aren't running for. Well, she's not running for president, but you're not representing the United States on a global platform where our position and her position would be relevant, right? Like, if there was ever a declaration of war, or whatever the fuck Congress does even these days with relation to wars or military attacks, her opinion on this might be relevant because she'd be voting on it, right?
Ukraine? We are committed to our allies and
weren't we committed to Ukraine? So do you support Biden's decision not to commit troops to fight Russia? Yes, we fucking were. Yes, we fucking were. Yes, we fucking were.
Calm down.
No, we weren't. I don't know. He's going to pull out that 94 agreement. We weren't. I mean, as upsetting as it is, and I do think it's upsetting, we didn't have like a formal commitment there, just like a promise not to basically fuck with it, which Russia also had and violated.
We were never, ever, ever committed to American boots on the ground in Ukraine. We were committed to independence and sovereignty. We have had a long-standing policy of being willing to commit boots on the ground in Taiwan, not Ukraine. There is a difference.
Hang on a second. So we were committed, along with the Soviet Union and the successor Russian Federation, to the sovereignty of Ukraine. Yes. And to say that it's like that we should say, for sure we will commit troops to Taiwan if China invades. I'm not sure that that's a smart decision. If you're going to be the next commander in chief, I don't know that would be smart. That's just me. That's my position. To be honest with you, I don't think it's that big of a deal for her to flub in that situation. And frankly, it's not that different to say something like what I proposed to like what was Vice President nominee, oh my God, Tim Walz and Kamala said in response to some of the different hypotheticals levied at them during the debates. It was a bunch of word salad nonsense, basically non-committal answers. That's what I expect from this kind of shit. And I expect that in any given real situation that they would be sort of briefed and given the best possible response.
Well, maybe not boots on the ground, but you could at least say we will commit to defending our allies and maintaining our treaties. That's
like a nothing statement. Yeah, I mean, that's all it took. And so the difference between that is she looks weak, she looks like she's not prepared or whatever. But it's not like we're looking for the most coherent policy explanation of what would happen from a hypothetical, which, it seems like
very likely.
A very likely situation to say, if China invades right now, we know for certain that the right policy move is to put troops on the ground. I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you committed to that?
Specifically, boots on the ground is necessarily the right answer. I know what you're saying, yes. Yeah. But to be fair, I would have said, what do you mean Taiwan? You mean China? And then just had an even bigger Fox News.
Yeah, so we're memeing. So we're memeing. This is a kind of like whatever.
If Gavin Newsom, though, went to like an economic conference and then somebody asked him, would you keep our current tax brackets the way that they are or propose a different tax bracket? And then he fumbled through a non-answer. What would your response to that? What would your response to that be? What would you think?
If he's fumbling on tax brackets?
Yeah, just a basic question. I mean,
he should never fumble. He should never fumble. No, the question about specifically troops on the ground in Taiwan in response to an invasion, I think that is not in AOC's wheelhouse as much. And I would look over at Gavin.
Yeah, but you're at a security conference. Like, hasn't she been talking about a bunch of international issues that aren't necessarily? When he says in her wheelhouse, you're going as a representative of the United States legislature. So theoretically, everything that the U.S. is involved in is going to be up for conversation here, and it's a security conference, right? I don't like arguing so heavily on the side. Like I said, I don't think it was a huge deal. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, AOC is a fucking idiot. It was a huge fuck up. It's just kind of like floating an answer. Can you fucking fuck off? Oh my God.
Has made flubs before. Gavin Newsom has
not in her wheelhouse. What do you mean? She's a member of Congress.
Wait, hang on a second. The specific military situation in Taiwan and China, do you think that's in AOC's wheelhouse? Do you agree that it's not in her wheelhouse?
No, of course it's in her wheelhouse. What do you mean? The Congress appropriates these funds. They would sign off on these kinds of things, right?
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah. She's not a foreign policy guru. She's a domestic.
You don't have to be Congress, Pisco.
You understand that Congress people have different domains of expertise. You agree with that, don't you?
What is this argument? Fuck. Hold on. Can I get onto that platform if I jump from this? Is there any way to get onto that platform, or am I perpetually cut off?
You want me to get you, or do you care?
I need to be gotten. I don't know if I can make this jump. Oh, just kidding. I made it. I'm a god. I can extract myself. I'm a brave, strong, independent man who's pushing that button.
Do you have Survivor?
No, but I don't need it because I'm outside the train.
Okay.
Never say this to discredit her policy position on Israel, her policy position on Ukraine.
Let's just I'm focusing on Hutch real quick. You understand that different. I'm going to finish Hutch. I'm going to finish the question.
You would have to go through Congress. You would have to go through Congress.
Hutch, I'm going to finish the question. All right. The question is following. You agree that different Congress people have different portfolios? Yes or no?
Yes.
And so you would agree, don't you, that part of the reason why AOC is out doing this may be to shore up her national security bona fides, right? Because it's not in her wheelhouse, correct?
No. That's a crazy. I went to present at a security conference on behalf of the United States legislature so that I could learn stuff while I'm in active conversations about them? No. That might be the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, I don't agree with that.
It is in her wheelhouse. So, okay, so every congressperson's wheelhouse is Taiwan, correct? I want you to say that.
If they're going to a security conference, they should probably have some kind of opinion on it or be ready to answer a question about it. Yeah? It's not like this is some... You motherfucker. Oh, he didn't get my shit, I think. Please tell me that train is moving. I hope it is.
By virtue of being a member of Congress.
Literally, yes.
Hutch,
Yes.
okay. So,
Yes.
so when I say when I said it's in their wheelhouse, I didn't mean it's in their technical domain where they could conceivably legislate on it. Do you understand when I say wheelhouse? I mean it's not her area of expertise. It's not her area of domain, technical ability.
Then don't volunteer to give a talk there. And she doesn't have to know the exact... We're not asking her to lay out, like, what are the strategic maneuvers that the United States needs to make with regards to Taiwan. It's not like we're asking for some hyper-specific answer.
Do you understand that's what I meant by that?
This is like one of the most important security, like national security in terms of like geopolitics.
What did I just say
for the United States? Pisco, if the president were to commit ground and like troops in Taiwan, would they not have to go to Congress?
Yeah, well, apparently not. Apparently not. Just to be clear, apparently not.
No,
But, we're not. We invaded Venezuela without any congressional approval. Yes or no?
No, this would be a protracted. This would be a protracted fight with
China.
China.
The answer to that, Hutch, is unclear. So my question for you, Hutch.
You would be expected to... And you know what? The counter to this is, what happened after we invaded Venezuela? Congress got mad that they weren't informed. Congress is like, yo, what the fuck? We need to know about this shit. How are you telling other people or having secret operations without even keeping us in the know? Oh my God.
It's a very simple question. So is every topic of federal importance within the wheelhouse of every single Congress member?
Bro, what is this strategy? We need to have a name for this, like of the going out and coming in and going out and coming in, where you do, the Soypill kind of did it, I would argue, when he was in here. Maybe not intentionally. I think like Pisco does it, which I think is more intentional, where like, should you know about probably the most important geopolitical conflict of all time? Yeah, probably. Really. So they have to be ultra informed about every single possible topic to ever come before a federal legislator. Every single topic? Like, no, bro. But it's like, this is like kind of a big one.
It's a very simple question. So is every topic of federal importance within the wheelhouse of every single Congress member?
Every single member of Congress.
Hutch, I'm going to finish the question. I'm finishing the question. I'm finishing the question. Right. So do you think that every topic of federal domain is within the wheelhouse of AOC or any member of Congress? Yes or no?
All that involved Congress. Yes.
So you understand when I said
now he's about to ask the most esoteric question ever.
Wheelhouse. I just meant it's not. She doesn't know a lot about it. That's what I meant. It's not in her wheelhouse.
Why would you, that's difficult for me to understand. Like, why would you not know much about the dynamic with Taiwan and China and our longstanding like agreement with Taiwan if you're a member of Congress?
Wait, because it's not her area of expertise.
So you know nothing about anything that's not a thing that you're particularly personally well versed. That's just a crazy. That's just an insane answer. This is a debate bro attack. There's no way he legitimately believes this.
Agreed?
Okay, well.
Wait, she could be called to vote on it tomorrow, Pisco. She should know at least something.
100%, but there's a thing called special...
At the Munich Security Conference, at a security conference, where they're going to be asked questions about foreign policy.
She could be called to vote on it tomorrow, Pisco. She should know at least something.
100%, but there's a thing called specialization, there's things called committees, and not every Congress member is read up in that's what policy.
Like, this is such a goofy... This is such a goofy fucking... this is just goofy. I don't even know what we're doing here.
Domain expert on every single issue, and you guys are lying to yourselves and your audiences if you disagree with that.
So I was going to actually just jump in because she's a member of like a few committees, 3 or 4 committees. None of them are Homeland Security or foreign affairs. That being said, yeah, this is not her wheelhouse because she didn't make it her wheelhouse.
So you disagree with Hutch?
Oh my God! And Pisco is like so obsessed with getting an own on his co-host. He wouldn't even let the fucking guest finish his sentence. Like, wait, so he's a fucking retard, right? Tell this bald fuck that he's fucking retarded, right? Like, Jesus Christ, chill.
Yeah, this is not her wheelhouse because she didn't make it her wheelhouse.
So you disagree with Hutch? You disagree with Hutch? I just want to be clear. You disagree with Hutch. When Hutch said, "Of course it's in her wheelhouse," you disagree with that, right, Jose?
Here, I'm gonna.
Did Hutch say, "Of course it's in her wheelhouse," or that she would be expected to vote on it, so she should know something about it?
Explain why I said
yes.
and I'm gonna explain why. So here's the problem. This is not her wheelhouse. So
you disagree with Hutch. When Hutch said, "Of course it's in her wheelhouse," you disagree with that, right, Jose?
Here, I'm gonna explain why I said
yes.
and I'm gonna explain why. So here's the problem. This is not her wheelhouse. So why is she going to the Munich Security Conference when she knows this is not part of her?
Exactly. If that's gonna be your answer, then you shouldn't be there. And please go earlier with that really fucking weird statement of like, well, maybe she's just going there to learn. And that's why you're giving that's why you're a presenter? What? Or a speaker?
her expertise. She's going to be asked on foreign security affairs, on things that have to do with security around the world, and she doesn't know anything about it. And it was clearly an issue when she was asked. So why would you show up and be like, if you just want to be an audience member or accompany someone, cool. But why are you now a main speaker talking about foreign affairs when you don't know anything about it?
Yeah.
So listen, no doubt that this little segment you've seen, you're claiming it's representative.
And whenever you get these types of people that are like the ultra debate bros, nobody else does it to them. I'm guilty of this too. I don't do it to other people. But like, this is when Hutch should start screaming like, wait, you admit that Pisco, what he just said was correct. She shouldn't have actually been there. So what you said earlier about her going there to learn, that was really fucking stupid, right? You admit that was completely incorrect, right? That was totally wrong, right? He should do that here. But now Pisco's going to get the opportunity to worm his way around into a better, more amenable answer.
Let's say that she flooded the whole thing, and that this clip that you've shown is representative of her broader, position there. And I'll ask the question actually: is this representative of her overall performance throughout the whole thing?
What?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I've seen 3 clips.
Hutch, and then I'll ask Hutch. Is this representative of her overall thing? Okay, so given that, I'm not sure.
I haven't seen one good clip. I haven't seen one good clip. I'll say that.
Maybe there's a reason for that, but I'll grant you that it was a bad showing. That the whole thing was a bad showing.
The whole thing? No,
like, is that the most important aspect of who I want to be the leader of the Democratic Party? The answer to that question is no. The answer to that question is fucking no. How many times, by the way, have we seen politicians flub up answers, not be domain experts in given areas? I would vote for someone like AOC or someone who's more domestic focused for those strengths, and I would hope that they would shore up their other bona fides through the course of experience.
Well,
and that, by the way, was something that was done with Obama. Obama was noted.
Who the fuck is Pisco even talking to? This is like a personal stream rant. I don't even know what. Nothing he's saying has anything to do with what anybody's talking about. His entire fucking show right now. What?
To be an experience, and sometimes that actually did show. And you know how he shored up his inexperience in foreign policy? He picked Joe Biden. Joe Biden, who does have.
Nobody's talking about that though. Like if Obama was off giving speeches on international politics or geopolitical security strategies across the world, they'd be critical of him, rightfully so. Man, you guys suck. How are you dying out here? What's going on? Are we not in friendly lobbies? Wait, did Prine get PvP'd or die to Arc?
I got PvP'd.
Well, damn.
He baited them. It's getting friendlier. But this is 3 out of 10 that we need to run, so hurry it up there.
Okay. You really don't think the time matters? You guys.
A little bit, yeah.
We're flying
like 30
blind.
seconds.
Okay, wait, I'll go extract, okay?
I think we're
domain expertise in foreign policy, who was on those committees, and contrary to Hutch's view that every congressperson is wheelhouse is everything, actually did have some specific expertise there.
What I'm saying is, let me clarify. I'm not saying this is disqualifying. Like, I didn't watch this and think, I could never support her, in a primary or a general. Like, that's obviously not what I'm saying. What it did make me do was pause a little bit and question why she didn't do more to prepare for a question that she was very likely to be asked. I mean, this particular issue, would America commit to boots on the ground, in a military confrontation with the second largest superpower in the world if they were to invade Taiwan? I mean, everybody that serves in Congress knows that this is, a relevant issue that is always salient to one degree or another. And I did feel a little disappointed and slightly embarrassed for her that she didn't seem to prepare for that question.
She had a brain fart. Pisco, I do want to add one thing. I do think she's smart enough and knows a lot more than this clip let on, to be clear.
Yes,
I think she was being cautious of anything. And this was indicative of her saying, wow, I really don't want to be clipped, saying I'll commit to boots on the ground in Taiwan without fully knowing whether or not that's our policy position. And she didn't know a good way to articulate that. Because you know what the other Fox News clip would have been in the other situation is AOC commits to going to World War III with China at the Munich Security Conference, right? So I'm not saying
it's so fucking funny how it really is a double standard. I have to talk about it. Like, yeah, no doubt, bad showing in terms of this clip. I haven't seen the rest of it or whatever. But the double standard is palpable. I mean, Joe Biden says we finally beat Medicare, and like it's half the time sounding nonsensical.
And every single person cringed like a motherfucker. What is Pisco? Who is he fighting against? What demons is he trying to excise on this platform? Where were all of the Biden defenders when he fucked that debate up? What the fuck?
Standard is palpable. I mean, Joe Biden says we finally beat Medicare, and like it's half the time sounding nonsensical in response to this shit. And we are willing to put that like, oh, it doesn't matter. He has gurus. Oh, it doesn't matter. Whatever the fuck. And he has brain farts where he's literally catatonic, staring at shit. To say nothing of Kamala Harris, who I again think is honorable and noble. And like, yeah, you want to know how much fucking word salad answers, rambling shit, which I wouldn't do anything differently than Biden. Whatever, we did everything perfectly. Yeah, these are fucking brain farts. But you raise the importance of it so much when it's a lefty Hutch because you have a vendetta against.
What the fuck? Everybody thought that was an embarrassing answer for AOC. You don't have to be a lefty hater to think that. She's at the Munich Security Conference, speaking as a representative of the United States of America, and a question is brought up about Taiwan. Like, you probably should be ready to answer that question. Again, to reiterate for the millionth time, I don't think that she's like disqualified or something or needs to fucking resign or we should all hate her or whatever. I know that she, I know she knows more about the situation than that answer seemed to imply, but Jesus.
Everything perfectly. Yeah, these are fucking brain farts, but you raise the importance of it so much when it's a lefty Hutch because you have a vendetta against lefties. You have a vendetta against Hassan Piker, and that's what's going on here.
I think it's important to note. I think it's important to note that when when people say that about Joe Biden and people say that about Kamala Harris, you can offset it with accomplishments. We don't have that with AOC. AOC hasn't gotten a single bill out of committee or have a single bill to her name that has become law. And she's been in Congress for how long? So so if okay, we can say, yeah, you know what, maybe foreign policy isn't her wheelhouse, but what about her job? Why can't she get a bill out of committee?
Oof. Okay, chill. Calm down there, buddy.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She hasn't had executive experience. She also hasn't been there as long as Joe Biden did when he got into executive power with the vice presidency and then the presidency. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is how much you're going to read into a brain fart or a misspeak, and it's fucking embarrassing.
Who was reading into it? Again, who is Pisco shadowboxing right now? Did I miss? Maybe they made stronger statements earlier in the show and I just didn't hear them?
It's not about reading so much into it. It's just that, okay, like we could chalk it up and say, you know what, maybe she wasn't prepared at that moment, or maybe she just had a little brain fart, or maybe she just didn't want to be overly committed to a particular position. We get that. But then my follow-up is like, okay, but what do we have that to balance with? What accomplishments does she have where we can say, okay, you know what, this was just a fluke because she has these other things to lean on. We don't have those other things to lean on.
Well, she's a base Democratic member. And I don't know what we're considering for at the moment. Are we considering her for leadership of the country? You're speaking specifically in the event that she runs for president?
Her job. The job that she currently holds.
As a Congress member. But yeah, right. Do you want to understand how fucking stupid 95% of Congress sounds at any given moment? It is embarrassing to watch them in any fucking committee about anything tech-related, anything economic-related. They're old, reading from fucking papers, and they sound like they're idiots. And half of them are fucking idiots, low IQ morons, in my opinion. And we're going to...
I don't even know what is happening.
Sit here and say she's not qualified to be a member of Congress? It's a joke.
Who said
I didn't say she wasn't qualified. I didn't say she was...
Who said... Wait, who the fuck is saying that? What?
Qualified.
Are you questioning her ability to be in the Congress and to be a base member in Congress? That's what I asked you. Are you considering her for national leadership or for the job she currently holds?
No. If she runs for president, she wins a nomination, I would gladly support her. What my issue is
Hutch, that,
okay,
think, right?
she is not prepared to run for the presidency because she's going to be raked through the coals. Because when you have a Joe Biden gap, when you have a Kamala Harris gap, they have a series of accomplishments. Even if Barack Obama had made a gap, he had accomplishments in the Senate and in the House before that. AOC doesn't have that. She's not anchored to something. My recommendation for her is to get into a foreign affairs committee, figure out what the issue is, come up with a bipartisan bill, come up with a bill that can build bipartisan support, and then move on to the Senate or run against Chuck Schumer before getting to the presidency.
So in virtue of this answer, when you're expecting, really, she's needing to give a nothing statement. Like what she has to give is something like, I wouldn't like prejudge any sort of situation. It would be a very strong response.
Yes,
that's all I can say.
sure,
It would be a very strong response.
Yeah.
That's what she should have said. And if she had said that nothing statement, none of you guys would be saying this shit.
Correct.
But because she has a little bit of a moment, now you're turning into...
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. If you go through my Twitter, you'll see that my hope for her is that she runs and beats Chuck Schumer, because I want Chuck Schumer out of there. That's what I want. And then to run for the presidency.
And to be clear, I didn't bring this up to them like, AOC's fumbling and she sucks. I still like AOC. I was just like, oh, this looks bad. That's the...
Yeah, I like AOC too. I like her.
No, but there's a broader significance to what Hutch, you think that this is a broader significant moment that like it shows some like no. That's exactly what you were suggesting.
And Hutch can't even clarify his position? He's gonna like fucking crucify him on how he interpreted what Hutch said? Jesus.
When I said that this is not disqualifying in the sense that I would never consider voting for her in the primary, I'm being honest. I don't know why you're having this reaction. I said it was a bad moment. It was a bad moment.
You are suggesting that this is like calling into question her bona fides. I mean, really, to me, this is a nothing moment. Who the fuck cares? You flubbed on some nothing answer to a question that no one expects to be a straightforward answer. I'm gonna be honest. You go to these conferences just to like talk at each other.
I think this particular issue, or the question about how far America would go to protect Taiwan, this has been a very important issue in terms of geopolitics for decades. And so the idea that, she wasn't prepared for that did make me pause for a minute and go, wow, that's not the best moment that she had. But again, I never said that it was disqualifying. I don't think she should be like kicked out of Congress. I would vote for her if she was the nominee. I wouldn't discount the idea of voting for her to be the nominee if I thought...
You think it's no big deal, right? I mean, it's no big deal.
I agree.
I did not say it's not a big deal.
I like how Pisco like tries to own that position. Oh, so then you agree with me. No, you just somehow discovered Hutch's position after screaming at him for 15 minutes. Jesus.
Wait, so is it a big deal or not, Hutch?
It's concerning, is what I would say.
In what respect is it concerning, Hutch?
I've explained it to you.
No, I don't understand. So it's concerning because why? Why is it concerning, Hutch? Why is it concerning? Why is it a big deal?
I just explained it to you. Do you want me to repeat
it? It's a big deal because people know about the issue and she flubbed an answer.
It's a big deal. Also, it's a big deal.
This is another thing, right? Is it did we call this the clown mirror? Where every single time you're trying to explain your adversary's position, you just can't do it with any amount of good faith whatsoever. Oh, so your issue is that, she flubbed a single answer. Oh, your issue is that she's not an expert on this. Oh, your issue is like, no. That's not what he said. He never said anything even remotely close to that. I don't know why your summary of his position. Also, keep in mind, this is supposed to be like a friendly environment. You're not even in like a crazy debate bro environment. This is supposed to be a friendly environment. What the fuck is happening? Chill.
Because this particular issue with respect to Taiwan is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's not
so anything you say about an issue that is a big deal, that itself is a big deal.
Wait, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit. Oh, so if it's a big issue, then every single thing you say at all points in time should be the best thing ever and should always be 100% correct, and you should know every single thing about every single thing about every single thing about this issue, if you're not in a committee about it?
Did you fuck up something related to a big deal?
I'm really sorry. I take
no, this is performative. Just actually have the conversation. It's not a big deal. You're saying it's a big...
I'm starting to feel like there's a lot of bullying and abuse, but don't worry. Pisco's going to bring it all back at the end when he says, don't worry, I love you, Hutch. Okay, I love you, Hutch. Don't worry, I love you, Hutch. I love you, Hutch.
It is your position, Hutch, that it's a big deal, right? You're saying it's concerning.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
It actually,
It's not a big deal.
This is so bad faith. It is so bad.
My opinion of her went up. I take my mind. I change my mind.
No, hang on. This
Okay, be normal.
So just to be clear, Hutch, your actual, I just want the actual unironic position. And in terms of severity of big deal, where would you rank this?
Oh my God.
4.
Unironic. A 4
out of 10. Out of 10.
4 out of 10 big deal. Only because she flooded the line. That's fucking stupid.
She's
What could he have said there? What could he have said? What is our ranking system? 1 out of 10, where 10 is what? You accidentally push the nuclear button and 0 is a 4. That's fucked up, bro. Like,
she's 36 years old. This is her first venture out on the international stage. I think she actually did a good job in some of her other appearances. She sat down with Gretchen Whitmer and Matthew Whitaker, and I think she held her own just talking about income inequality. But I don't think she's running for president. I think people are like trying to push her into this role. I think she's running for Senate, like Jose said. That's in 2 years against Chuck Schumer. I think he might even bow out, say, I'm done, and I'm going to hand it over and let Dan Goldman and her and whoever else fight for it. And then let her get a couple years in the Senate, and then when she's 45, she can.
Based.
So I think we're just debating something that's not really happening.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's no big deal. I agree. 100%. We all agree.
We have time for one last lib left contentious
100%.
point. All right. I saw someone. Actually, no, it was Hassan. Hassan was talking about.
Oh my God.
Gavin Newsom. No, this is the Gavin Newsom thing. It's not a Hassan thing. He said Gavin Newsom doesn't support the billionaire tax, and I did some research. And as someone who thinks that the concept of billionaires is disgusting and that we should redistribute wealth better, I think I'm also anti-billionaire tax. I don't think the wealth tax works. I've yet to be shown that the outcome is what I would want, which is the redistribution. It seems like, especially with this retroactive one in California, that all it's going to do is make a lot of them move, which actually just decreases tax revenue. But I wanted to know your guys' thoughts. Is it a good thing? Not in concept, because in concept I agree. Get these billionaires wealth and give it to things that matter. But in execution, it seems like this is not the best policy. I wanted to know your guys' thoughts.
I get really frustrated because I feel like there's so much like nonsense, thought-terminating accusations that go on if you have a policy disagreement. So if you say, for example, like what you just said, and I assume you're basing this off the fact that there were, I think, like 4 or 5 European countries, that, including Sweden, that tried a billionaire tax.
Norway,
They found that it was like the juice was not worth the squeeze. What they found was that, number one, like there's a number of reasons, but there was capital flight, but there was also the fact that to tax billionaires in that kind of way, their finances and assets are so insanely complicated that they hire these like entire firms of accounting, people that do accounting. And they have to hire, so the state has to hire like scores of people to dive into their books and everything. But either way, like I'm not literate enough economically to give an opinion one way or another. All I know is that there are European countries that tried it and didn't work for them and they repealed it. But if you oppose a billionaire tax, you immediately get labeled as somebody who, wants to cater to billionaires. Like that's what's frustrating about this intra-party kind of fighting that goes on in times like these, like if you support a public option versus a Medicare for all, well, that means you don't want people to have healthcare. Like all of these policy disagreements get framed in this really binary way, and it's incredibly frustrating and I think destructive and counterproductive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, because I'm like anti-billionaire should exist, and yet I'm going to get framed as like a centrist for saying what I just said. But Guy, what do you think?
Well, I'm with you. I think you should go straight to prison if you get one more dollar over $999 million. I don't see any value in billionaires, but I understand. I think the argument from Newsom is, look, they're just going to move to another state like Florida, whatever. So we need a national tax if we're going to do that. That's why we're against it here. I think Dan Goldman, congressman from New York, has a good idea. He calls it the Robin Hood Act, and it's to tax the loans that billionaires take out on their portfolios. He says it can generate about $40 billion. So I think maybe we should focus on stuff like that first. That's a little more palatable than going after unrealized capital gains.
Yeah, loans, land taxes, more on the companies. Like, I'm for the taxes. I just want something that works. Jose, what do you think?
I think he better come up with some good talking points why he opposed it and something that's digestible for folks. I personally don't think it was the biggest deal over here in California. But I do think that he can definitely get labeled as being pro-billionaire very quickly in the primary. So I think it's definitely incumbent upon him to come up with, again, a very bite-sized way to kind of explain that vote in a way that doesn't just you don't get your eyes don't glaze over as he's explaining it.
So he needs a better answer than his when they asked him about APAC funding, and he's like, "That's interesting."
Yeah, he definitely needs a better answer than that.
That's an interesting question.
To call Newsom pro-billionaire when we have the highest marginal tax rate of any state is fucking so stupid, but whatever.
But it could happen. It could definitely happen.
I mean, ultimately, on some level, I totally agree with Hutch that like the litmus test for some of the shit where if you're against the policy, it must be because you love evilness and you want rich people to like lord over the serfs or whatever. I think that's a bit silly. I do think that it's important for him to have good answers on it. I think it's a decent good chance that it's unconstitutional and unlawful to excise such a tax just based on the overall wealth of an individual, or I don't know what the metrics were in that specific law. You guys will have to train me, but maybe I'll be in favor of testing its legality. If for anything, it might have some impetus for us to have the much needed court reform that Josiah and I have been fighting about. But I do think that one answer you could give if you're new. Oh, did you just get an idea, Hutch?
No, we didn't even talk about it, but Obama came out and was pushing for Democrats to get rid of the filibuster.
Oh, yeah, that was based.
I don't know. Maybe we'll save that for the next one.
That gave a permission structure for us libs, of course, to support it. No, we've always supported it. And
that's what you took away from the podcast? He said aliens are real, man.
Aliens are real.
He clarified.
Mathematically impossible.
I just meant statistically.
I don't know if you saw, but he clarified. He said, just to be clear, he never saw any evidence of aliens. It's just that the universe is so infinitely vast, and the reason why we haven't seen aliens is because the galaxies are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light or whatever.
He knows the Drake equation.
The Drake equation. No, we should. No, but that means we should have heard by now, and we haven't. So that makes me.
Fermi paradox paired with the Drake equation. right? We can't. Maybe we can't break because there's the great filter, right? Either these civilizations destroy themselves, or speed of light is insurmountable, and it doesn't matter that they exist. They're just so far away, we'll just never see each other.
I am afraid that that's where we're at. Maybe there's some wormhole or something that we can go into. Maybe if we do that, we can get away from this fucking.
Think about this. Think about this, guys. Think about this. Trillions, hundreds of trillions and trillions and trillions of years from now, the galaxies will be so far apart that you literally won't be able to see the other galaxies. And when life springs into existence during these times, and that evolves into intelligent life, and they're looking up at the stars, they're not going to even fucking know that they're a part of a vast, infinite universe. How crazy is that? Anyways, Jose, where can people find you on social media? Thanks for coming on today.
They're not going to know that Hassan is evil. How will they go on?
All right, you can find me on Instagram at Jose Can You See By. That's BY. Or Jose Can You See _ on TikTok, or just Jose Can You See on Twitter.
And Jose, Josiah wants to know: do you support expanding SCOTUS? Yes or no?
It's not going to happen, but yeah.
No, answer it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, thanks for coming on, Jose. It's been a pleasure. I'm still, guys, awesome. I haven't asked you guys. I've been asking chat. If you saw me typing, I'm trying to figure out who the fuck Jose looks. He looks like an actor. He looks a little bit like Juice from Sons of Anarchy, but it's someone else. It's some teacher character, and I spent on the tip of my tongue.
Teacher character?
For like 2 hours. It's not maybe from Spider-Man. I don't know. Anyway,
I think you're just being racist.
What the fuck? What the hell? Look, I said all white people look the same, so that's a fair criticism of me.
I want to push the buttons. Let me push the button. Are we queuing up? I want to push them for hidden bunker.
Well, you're not ready for...
No, this fucking retard wants to still
No, we're not doing that. Wasps. That's retarded. We're not doing that. I want to push the buttons. But if you guys don't want to push the buttons, that's okay. I can go push the buttons alone.
I'll push buttons with you.
Okay. Thank you. I love you.
Buttons don't even start.
Fuck
Wait,
you.
Are they right now?
That's the hidden thing, isn't it? Hidden bunker? It's 1 minute!
Okay, do what I have to do.
Let's go!
I can't fucking clear my inventory.
Oh my god.
Oh no, you might lose 2 stacks.
Who... Ready up! Who salted? I'm not the
Ready.
party. Are you? Okay, he dropped. Okay. Okay. How much time do we have? How many seconds?
We're fine. If we queued up, we're fine.
Does it really work that way?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
Hi. What's going on with you this week?
Nothing exciting here with my regular gig. I'll just be continuing to debate MAGA over on TikTok, so make sure you guys follow. I'm really important on TikTok. I got my side gig this weekend. We'll be doing a giant arena somewhere in North America. That's all.
I love that you call it your side gig. It's like, it's just me with the.
They pay him, bro. They pay him to come out there.
And I go, it's like, yeah, it's my side gig. I tour with these rock stars.
So, do you remember the music video for Pretty Fly for a White Guy back in the day?
Yeah.
Does Guy look a little familiar too?
Well, I don't remember it that well. I just know the song, but I will. I'll have
go to
to
the music video.
Okay.
Jesus. Okay. Okay, we just sit near the bunker entrance, and then when they do the event, we go in and we push the buttons, right? How many buttons are there to push?
There's 8.
Okay.
You don't have to be the first one to push it or the only one to push it.
Yeah, I'm aware.
If somebody gets it before you, they do reset.
Yeah, you can just sit there and wait for it. Okay. Pisco's about to say hi to my boy.
Go sit. I already have this. I'm gonna just go activate shit.
Gonna go activate shit. Like the hidden bunker event? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've already pushed all the buttons?
Yeah.
What's the max score you can get? What is it? 8,000?
9,600.
9,600. Okay.
Frank's mad.
I thought the event started in 3 minutes. I had no idea that we were just gonna fucking. We can just do it tomorrow, right? The Wasp one.
Yeah, and there's also one in like 2 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Then there's also Stella Night Raid for ticks in 1 hour.
Oh boy.
We have time.
Okay, guys. I love you so much. Go to destiny.gg/store and buy my merch. All of it. I'll connect before I leave. Does this game force IRL logging in? Yeah, you have to scan your ball sack. Watch the new Nick Shirley video? Maybe tomorrow, but his stuff is painfully fucking stupid to watch. Oh my fucking god. Why are they leaving?
Funniest, like, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's for Hassan stuff.
Opening address by Chancellor Merz to discuss whether, well, our essay question is the international order between reform and destruction. But I think we've kind of realized that actually something fundamental has shifted. And those of you who were in the room a year ago, we got...
These are two different talks, right? Day one. Merz, Macron, and Newsom. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fuck. Are you able to ping on the map where the hidden bunker is? I don't remember where it is exactly. There's an entrance near me. Just kidding. Found it. Oh my god.
Don't shoot people, please.
I would never. I'm friendly, bruh.
LaRue's? While you're down, oh, okay.
Jesus. Okay. Plum. Wait. Hold on. Okay, I need to hide 1 sec. Plum, leaf, flash, bustle, thumb, oyster, floppy, zip, skim, soy, dart, Bombay, speed, flip, hoisin, and missus. First 4 letters are synonyms for failure or whatever. Easy. Speed, dart, flash, zip. Maybe? Okay. Oh, types of milk? Skim milk, soy milk, leaf milk? No, sauces. Maybe? Plum sauce? Is that a thing? Fucking easy. I crushed it. Flip, leaf, skim, thumb through the pages. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I'll leave you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye-bye.